If you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. CH71, Sect Competition 1. Registration opens today. Elder Duan concluded. Train well. Fight fiercely. This is your time to rise. As he stepped down, disciples exploded into heated discussion. Did you hear that? The pavilion. 3 weeks isn't enough time. I just broke through to 9th stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. TCH doesn't matter. Intersect disciples always dominate the rankings anyway. Feng Yin exhaled, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. 3 weeks, huh? That's a short fuse. Tian Shun glanced toward the sky where Elder Duan had departed. Exactly the kind of deadline that separates the stagnant from the driven. Feng Yin chuckled. So you're going to join? I take it? Of course. Tian Shun's voice was calm, but behind it pulsed a blaze. There's something I want from the pavilion, and this is the first step. As the crowd began to thin, disciples scattered across the sect began training in earnest. Sparring grounds filled up quickly, and the usual quiet study halls echoed with the sound of flipping pages and focused breathing. Later that day, Tian Shun returned to his cultivation chamber, cross-legged beside a low stone platform. In front of him lay his worn talisman pouch, the bottle of pills he refined, and a thick manual on spiritual combat techniques. He closed his eyes. Rather than roam the sect now, he focused inward. This time, he needed to deepen his foundation, not just sponge off others. Foundation, rhythm, flow. If I'm to enter the top 5, I can't just rely on chance and bubbles. Tian Shun breathed out, igniting the pill fire in his dantian. The red gold flame flickered to life, dancing like a lotus under his navel. He drew a spirit stone and crushed it, letting the energy enter his meridians. With delicate precision, he guided it alongside the pill fire, refining it, pushing it through his limbs, tempering his channels. Outside, in another wing of their shared abode, Feng Yin had turned her room into a cluttered sea of talisman paper and brushes. She sat surrounded by half-activated talismans, her fingers stained with azure ink. Okay, she muttered, voice determined. If I can integrate the new formation symbols from that Elder's Scroll, I might be able to create something explosive. That'd give me a huge edge in the early rounds. He paused, staring at one smudged prototype. Or might blow off my eyebrows again. Better fortify the room. 3 days passed in a blur. Tian Shun trained during the day and refined pills at night. He visited the martial arena once to scout other competitors. Dozens of disciples sparring, exchanging blows, many already showing signs of killer instincts. He caught a glimpse of one particularly skilled inner disciple, black-haired, tall, and dressed in red robes, who defeated 3 opponents without drawing his weapon fully. The crowd murmured his name. Li Sheng, first-ranked inner disciple. Tian Shun watched quietly, eyes narrowing. He'll probably be in the late stages of core formation realm. Another figure caught his attention. A girl in light green robes wielding dual fans, her movements graceful and deceptive. Her name, whispered among watching disciples, was Jiang Qingwei. She's won the lightweight category 2 years running. Let's not underestimate her, a senior whispered nearby. Back in their abode that evening, Tian Shun laid out a rough sketch of his strategy, techniques he'd blend, pills he'd bring, weak points to exploit in certain matchups. Feng Yin leaned over her shoulder. Planning already? How very sage-like. I'm just ensuring I don't end up as someone's stepping stone. Same, Feng Yin replied with a grin. I'll enter the auxiliary division. They have special duels for talisman masters and alchemists too. I might not throw punches, but you'll see explosions. Tian Shun gave a smirk. Just don't explode the arena. The couple returned to their own preparations, one refining internal flame, the other inscribing runes with wild energy. 3 weeks. That was all they had, and the Feluan sect was already shaking under the ripples of anticipation. 3 weeks later, the dawn broke over Feluan's sect with a solemn, yet electric stillness, like the deep inhale before a thunderclap. Disciples lined up in droves across the main plaza, each clad in their sect robes, freshly washed or embroidered anew. Elders hovered above on jade flying platforms, their gazes sweeping over the hundreds of cultivators gathered below. Colorful banners flapped across the plaza, each bearing the Feluan sect's sigil, a soaring crane wreathed in flames. Tianxin stood at the edge of the plaza, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Beside him, Feng Yin muttered through a half-activated protection talisman, its light pulsing softly in her palm. "They're not holding back this year," Feng Yin said, nodding toward the golden arch that had appeared at the center of the arena. "That's the Gate of Names. Once you step through, your name's recorded for the ranking board, and so is every fight you take." Tianxin observed the shimmering veil within the arch. "And once you're in, no turning back. You advance or you lose." Elder Duan's voice echoed from above, sonorous and clear. "Today, the sect pavilion competition begins. Participants, step forward and offer your names to the gate. Outer, inner, auxiliary, your path is your own. May your blades be sharp and your spirits steady." The plaza burst into movement. Tianxin stepped forward without hesitation, the crowd parting slightly as he moved. He passed through the Gate of Names. A small burst of light appeared above the golden arch as his name was etched into it. Tianxin, Foundation Establishment, 8th Stage. Almost immediately, murmurs rippled through the plaza. "Isn't that the guy who beat Senior Qing during the beast trial? Didn't he just join recently? Why enter now?" But Tianxin paid no heed. His gaze swept across the arena, where multiple dueling platforms floated above the ground, each prepared for battle. On the side, a great jade slab floated in the air, slowly filling up with names and ranks. Feng Yin stepped up next and entered the auxiliary category, his name flashing alongside a talisman glyph. Feng Yin, Talisman Division. And with that, the competition began. The first battle Tianxin watched was between two inner sect disciples, both at the 9th stage of Foundation Establishment. Their strikes were swift, spiritual energy flaring like crashing waves. One wielded a whip infused with lightning arts, the other a spear crackling with wind essence. Tianxin's name hadn't been called yet, but he felt his heartbeat rise with each clash. This wasn't the same as sparring in the martial grounds. This was war in miniature, where reputation, cultivation paths, and dreams would be tested and shattered. A soft gong rang from the jade tablet. Tianxin versus Zhang Sun. His first match. He stepped onto a floating platform, the crowd following with curious eyes. His opponent was already there, a tall, broad-shouldered youth with a cleaver strapped to his back and a smug grin. "So you're the so-called rising rookie. Let's see how long that confidence lasts." Tianxin didn't answer. He simply stepped forward, hand resting near his waist. A low chime marked the start. Zhang Sun rushed forward, cleaver already ablaze with crimson spiritual energy. "Eat this." He swung down in a brutal arc, but Tianxin pivoted, dodging with a sidestep as smooth as flowing water. Crack! The cleaver struck the ground, leaving a crater. Before Zhang Sun could recover, Tianxin thrust his palm forward, blazing needle pulse. Tiny compressed bolts of flame shot forward like darts, riddling Zhang Sun's shoulder and forcing him to stagger back. Cheap trick. Zhang Sun lunged again, this time releasing a wide-area shockwave with his cleaver. Tianxin leaped over it and countered with a pill flame burst, casting a flickering red lotus across the stage. But Zhang Sun roared and charged into the fire. "He's reckless," Tianxin realized. "So be it." Tianxin sidestepped again, letting the flame partially distract his opponent. Then he planted a pill-enhanced talisman on the ground. As Zhang Sun charged in again. Boom! The platform rocked as the flame talisman detonated, knocking Zhang Sun off his feet. When the dust settled, Zhang Sun lay sprawled and smoking, groaning with his cleaver twitching on the edge of the stage. Tianxin wins. The crowd erupted. Who is this guy? That technique, wasn't that an alchemist's spiritual flame? Tian Shun exhaled and stepped off the platform. Feng Yin met him with a wide grin. Looks like you made a splash. That was just the first wave. Over the next 2 days, the battles intensified. Tian Shun fought twice more. Once against a dual-axe cultivator who relied on brute strength, and once against a slippery water arts user who tried to drown him in illusions. Both times, he adapted, combining fire bursts and pill-enhanced body techniques to overpower and outthink his opponents. His name steadily climbed the Jade ranking board. Tian Shun, current rank, 17. Meanwhile, Feng Yin advanced through the auxiliary rounds with a mixture of clever traps and lucky explosions. Once, a talisman misfired and blasted half the arena wall, but earned her victory. They said I wasn't combat ready, she bragged afterward, soot-stained and beaming. They didn't say I couldn't win by accident. On the third evening, the elders announced the next round. The top 32 would enter elimination duels in the central arena, under full audience view. Day of the top 32. The plaza was filled to bursting. Elders floated above like silent judges, and even sect leaders from nearby branches watched from high platforms. Tian Shin stood beneath the blinding sun, facing his opponent, senior brother Lin Mo, a sword cultivator at the early core formation realm. Not just an inner disciple, one of their elite. Lin Mo saluted with a calm smile. Junior Tian Shun, I've watched your matches. You've talent, but from here, things become real. Tian Shun returned a bow. Then let's make it real. The bell rang. Lin Mo's sword flashed like moonlight, swift and silent. Tian Shun deflected the first strike with a surge of flame around his arms, but the second was already arcing toward his side. Clang! CH-72, Sect Competition, 2. He blocked it barely with his sword, skidding back. Zulfust. Tian Shun's hands blurred, taking his sword. He launched a fireball, followed by a slash. The arena filled with haze. Lin Mo didn't flinch. His sword pulsed, releasing a wind slash that blew the smoke away like a gust through a paper screen. But Tian Shun had already moved, appearing behind Lin Mo with a blazing palm, his sword resting. Lin Mo spun around just in time to parry, but not the pill flame that followed. It singed his robes and forced him back 2 steps. The crowd gasped. He actually pushed Senior Lin back. Lin Mo's expression sharpened. Impressive. Then I won't hold back. Suddenly, the arena shivered. Lin Mo's sword flared with golden energy, and he pressed into his core, a half-formed realm of spiritual pressure. Tian Shun gritted his teeth. His limbs felt like they were wading through molasses. I can't move too long in here. He focused inward. Ignite. The spiritual flame blazed up, pushing his meridians to their limit. Spiritual energy surged through him like a tidal wave. Lin Mo slashed once, twice, thrice. Sword beams rained down like a meteor shower. Tian Shun dodged 2, then took the third with a shoulder roll and countered with a pill-enhanced uppercut. Boom! Both fighters flew back. The bell rang again, this time not for defeat, but for draw. The crowd erupted into applause. Draw. Against a core formation disciple. Tian Shin's fire arts. That's not just raw power. He'd calculated that. Lin Mo walked over, offering his hand. That was a good fight. Tian Shin took it, panting. You too. As the day drew to a close, names were reshuffled again. Tian Shun, rank 9. He had made it into the top 10. At sunset, Elder Duan stepped onto the central platform again. The final rounds will begin tomorrow. One-on-one, single elimination. Victory will earn access to the pavilion's heart chamber. The final 5 shall be remembered as this generation's strongest. Tian Shun stood among the top-ranked disciples as golden light bathed the arena. Feng Yin joined him briefly, handing over a new talisman. Explodes twice, she said with a wink. Just in case. Tian Shun laughed softly, flame flickering behind his eyes. Tomorrow, the real fire would begin. Next morning. The sun rose behind the mountains like a burning ember, casting golden rays across the Feluan sects' vast arenas. Tension hung thick in the air as disciples gathered in the stands, whispering names and predictions like gamblers before a storm. At the center, the grand combat platform had been expanded and reinforced with layers of spiritual arrays. It was no longer just a test. It was a proving ground. Tian Shen stood at the edge of the arena, his sword resting on his back, his gaze calm but alert. The talisman Feng Yin had given him, sealed within his robes, pulsed with faint heat. He'd tested it in the morning. It did explode twice. From the crowd, Feng Yin stood near the edge, arms crossed over her jade robes, eyes sharp. Her expression was unreadable, but beneath it lingered trust. Her talisman wasn't just explosive, it was precise. A gong echoed across the sect. Tian Shen versus Jiang Qingwei. The crowd murmured in excitement. The fangirl? She's ranked 7th. Didn't she win in one of the categories last year? She's fast, graceful too, like a dancing blade. Tian Shen stepped into the arena, and across from him emerged a woman in flowing pale green robes. Her black hair was tied into a braided bun, and twin folding fans rested delicately in her sleeves. Jiang Qingwei bowed lightly. I've seen your fight with Lin Mo. You're good. Tian Shen gave a nod. Likewise. The bell rang, and she moved like a whisper. In an instant, wind coiled around her fans as she spun and released a wave of crescent wind blades. They curved through the air like elegant serpents. Tian Shen sighed, stepped the first volley, activating his spirit fire to scorch the wind's edge. He retaliated with a spiraling fireball, then dashed forward to close the gap. But Jiang Qingyue's fans weren't just weapons. They were extensions of her movement. She ducked, twirled, parried with one fan, then retaliated with a burst of wind that knocked Tian Shen back. He landed on one knee, breathing calmly. She's fast, but her defense drops just slightly after every burst. He took out his sword, launching him forward with a sudden burst of speed. Jiang Qingyue's eyes widened. He vanished, only to reappear above her with a downward arc. She blocked with her fans, but the sheer power forced her to shift her stance. That's when Tian Shen struck. His palm crackled with spiritual fire and hit her shoulder, not to injure but to push. She staggered. And then, boom! The explosion occurred behind her. A ring of smoke shot out, making her stumble again, this time losing her footing. The bell rang. Winner, Tian Shen. The crowd roared. Unbelievable. He used the fire explosion spell in perfect coordination. He didn't overpower her, he outmaneuvered her. Jiang Qingwei blinked through the smoke, then laughed softly, offering a hand. You're quick and clever. Tian Shen gave his in return. Thanks for the fight. She walked off the platform with grace, while Tian Shen returned to his corner to breathe and replenish. A hand pressed a pill into his palm. Feng Yin. You didn't even use the double blast. I saved it. Might need it for Li Cheng. Her smile turned knowing. The competition roared on. One by one, disciples fell to stronger opponents. Spiritual arts clashed, and the crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. By noon, only 4 disciples remained. Li Cheng, still untouched, his scarlet robes flowing like blood-soaked silk. His expression was calm, distant, his hands never once gripping his blade with full strength. A bewitching young woman with icy silver eyes, who controlled shards of floating crystals. Her name was Yulan, and even the elders took note of her precision. An inner sect beast tamer, who used spirit snakes and venomous smoke to overwhelm his opponents. And Tian Shen. His next opponent was the beast tamer, Han Zigua. They stepped into the arena as dusk approached. Hansigu Smi Lid Darklu. Fireboy, huh? Let's see how you fare when you can't breathe. He released 2 spirit snakes, one red and one blue, which slithered toward Tian Shen with inhuman speed. Alongside them came a creeping miasma, thick and noxious. Tian Shen stayed calm. There's a fluffy little dangerous thing on his side, after all. Little May jumped out, breathing fire, burning the toxins before they touched his skin. Nice try, he muttered. Then he struck. The snakes reeled, charging at the fox that appeared out of nowhere. He seized a moment, slashing forward. It was blocked midair by Hans Igua, but just enough to scatter his control for a breath. And a breath was all Little May needed. She closed in with speed, her flame paws roaring, and landed a clean hit on the beast tamer's chest. The snakes hissed and retreated. The bell rang. Tianshan advances to the final. The crowd surged in cheers and gasps. That guy, he's just a Foundation establishment disciple, right? Moreover, he's a beast tamer too. How was he taking down core cultivators? That beast is a 3-star blood fox, right? But blood foxes shouldn't be of 3-star rank. Night fell. In the preparation hall, Tianshan sat quietly. Across from him stood Li Cheng. The final match. Li Cheng looked up from polishing his blade. I underestimated you. Tianshan cracked his neck. You still might. Li Xing smiled faintly. Good. It's been a while since I could cut loose. As the bell for the final round echoed through the sect, both cultivators rose. Outside, the arena blazed with lights. Feng Yin watched from the stands, her hand clenching tightly around a talisman not yet given. The final battle was about to begin. Day of the finale. The arena had never been this quiet. Not even a whisper escaped the lips of the thousands of disciples and elders who had gathered. The moon floated high above, casting silver light upon the battleground. Wind danced softly across the arena, as if nature itself was holding its breath. At one end stood Tianshan. His robes fluttered faintly, eyes burning with quiet resolve. At the other end stood Li Cheng, the top-ranked inner disciple. His crimson robes bore the insignia of the Elder Hall. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his spirit blade, a long, slender weapon humming with faint sword intent. An elder stepped onto the platform. Elder Duan, solemn as always, raised his hand. This final round shall determine the one who will gain access to the pavilion's heart chamber and the title of prodigy disciple. No rules, no interference. Only the victor remains. He glanced between the two. Begin. The bell rang. Tianshan moved first, deciding to battle with his sword only. Let's try out the sword intent, shall we? CH-73, cringed old man. Begin. The bell rang. Tianshan moved first. He didn't summon flame. Instead, he drew his sword, a clean, fluid motion, quiet as breath. The blade gleamed, and for the first time in a public duel, Tianshan stepped into the realm of sword intent. Let's try it, he thought. Let's see where I stand. Li Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. You're not using your spirit flame? Tianshan didn't reply. His feet shifted into a forward stance, body low, blade angled slightly downward, flowing like water. The pressure changed. Around Tianshan, a bestial aura emerged. Li Xing smiled faintly. I see. So you've stepped into the path of the sword as well. He lifted his own blade. Then they vanished. A single clash echoed across the arena. Clang. Sparks flew from the center of the platform. Both reappeared, skidding away from one another. Tianshan's eyes flickered. Li Cheng was faster, but not by much. Good first step, Li Cheng said. Let's see your second. He blurred forward again, faster than before. His sword flicked out in rapid, precise strikes, each one light as a breeze, but sharp enough to carve stone. Tianshan stepped between them, parrying, weaving, flowing. This is like dancing on a blade's edge. He couldn't overpower Li Cheng head-on, so instead, he sought to match rhythm. Not speed, not strength. Timing. And then, he struck. A precise countercut, aimed at Li Cheng's wrist. The older disciple tilted his blade, catching the blow, but the force behind it made his eyes widen slightly. Tianshan stepped forward, deliberate, smooth. His blade shimmered now with intent. Not merely slashes, but will give an edge. Who taught you this? Li Cheng asked as their blades met again and again. This isn't sect swordsmanship. Tianshan didn't answer. He stepped sideways, spinning the sword into a low arc, grazing Li Cheng's knee. Blood splattered. The audience gasped. He was holding his own, without holding back. Li Cheng narrowed his gaze. Then I shall answer with my own. He slashed downward, and the sword hummed. A wave of red sword chi exploded outward like a whip of compressed lightning. Tianshan leapt backward, sword glowing faintly golden red. And then he breathed. For a moment, everything slowed. He raised his blade. The wind shifted direction, and Tianshan struck. A single arc. A sword slash so fine, it shimmered like moonlight on still water. It wasn't fast. It wasn't powerful, but was clean. Li Cheng blinked, and blood bloomed across his left shoulder. The crowd fell silent. That slash had cut through Li Cheng's defense, like water flowing through cracks in stone. What was that? Li Cheng murmured. Tianshan exhaled, his chest rising. No name, just a thought I followed. Then you're dangerous, Li Cheng muttered. He grinned. Time to get serious. His sword lifted, and all of a sudden, the world narrowed. Li Cheng's sword intennum fulda. The aura around him turned red. Petals of crimson, sword light, swirling like a blizzard. The air trembled. His sword moved once, and hundreds of strikes burst forth, raining down upon Tianshan from all directions. Tianshan stood still. Then his blade moved. One cut, one turn, one pivot. Every motion smooth, fluid, inevitable. The strikes hit, but didn't land. Each one was deflected by the narrowest margin, redirected along arcs of flowing movement. It wasn't just technique. It was sword intent, the bestial sword intent. And then Tianshan burst forward. He spun, his blade whistling like wind through reeds. One slash. 2. 3. Each one precise. Aimed not at the body, but the foundation of Li Cheng, his aura, his intent. Cracks formed in the swirling petals. The crowd erupted again. Is he dismantling a core formation sword intent? With only swordplay? Li Cheng ground his teeth. He swept his sword horizontally, and all the petals condensed into a single, blooming lotus of energy behind him. Crimson bloom. Tianshan closed his eyes for a heartbeat. When they opened, gold light shone within. Bestial sword intent. The two slashes met. Silence. Then, boom. Light burst outward, golden and crimson. The arena trembled. Wind howled. A massive crater formed where they clashed. Dust clouded the air. When it settled, Tianshan stood with one knee bent, sword embedded in the stone. Li Cheng stood too, chest heaving, blood at his lip. But then he staggered and fell. The bell rang. Winner, Tianshan. The arena exploded in cheers. He won. He didn't even use his usual. Was that sword intent? That was sword intent, right? Elder Duan stepped forward slowly, looking at Tianshan with a new gaze. Tianshan, prodigy disciple, you may now enter the pavilion's heart chamber. Tianshan sheathed his sword, the blade still warm from use. Feng Yin rushed forward, catching his arm. You were insane, she hissed, eyes shining. And brilliant. He gave her a tired smile. I wanted to see how far the sword alone could take me. She looked at him for a moment, then leaned in close. And now everyone knows. The flame isn't your only weapon. He chuckled. The crowd still roared behind them. But for Tianshan, the match was over. The pavilion's heart chamber stood at the highest point of the inner sects cultivation grounds, a place few ever saw, and even fewer dared to approach. It was ancient, older than any living elder, said to be built when the first sect master walked the earth. The heart chamber was both blessing and trial, a place of immense opportunity and equally immense risk. Tianshan stood at the foot of its staircase. The night had deepened. Most disciples were still celebrating his victory, but Elder Duan had led him here in silence, a single lantern in hand, its light casting long shadows on the stone walls. This is the furthest a disciple has gone without any core formation techniques, Elder Duan finally said. You've made quite a stir. Tianshan didn't answer. He felt it. Something was calling him beyond the gate. A resonance, as if his sword intent stirred something within the chamber itself. Elder Duan raised a talisman. With a low hum, the great bronze doors opened. Tianshan, the elder said quietly. Inside, the chamber will test you in its own way. I do not know how. I only know this. If your will wavers, you may lose far more than the opportunity. Tianshan nodded once. I understand. Then he stepped through. The doors shut behind him with a final, sounding thud. Inside the heart chamber, Tianshan blinked. There was no floor, no seating, no walls. Only space, endless, weightless space, like floating through the void between stars. Then he heard it. You are not yet worthy. A voice but not sound. It echoed in his bones. From the darkness, a figure stepped forward. A man, tall, robed in ethereal blue, with a sheathed blade across his back. His face was obscured, but his presence was vast, like a mountain forged from sword intent. Who? I am the one of the honored ones. One sword, or, to be precise, his broken-apart consciousness. You stand in the trial of the sword. Tianshan's grip tightened. What must I do? The figure raised a hand, and a blade materialized in Tianshan's hand. Not his own sword, but something older, heavier. Alive. Survive. The world exploded. From all directions, swords came. Flying, striking, thrusting, all forms, all paths, all techniques Tianshan had never seen before. Sword lights rained like stars. He moved. Parried. Dodged. Countered. But they came faster. Harder. The weight of every sword master who had ever lived pressed upon him. Minutes passed. Hours? No, time didn't exist here. He bled. A cut to his cheek, another across his thigh. Pain sharpened, fatigue clawed at him as well. He dropped to one knee, panting. The swords hovered around him, spinning like a vortex. The echo spoke again. Why do you wield the sword? Tianshan took deep breaths as he confirmed. To look cool. The voice, as if speechless by his answer, didn't act out for a good while. Then it spoke. Try again. He paused, pondering. Maybe trying the OG one will do. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he continued. To protect those I care about. To walk my own path, not someone else's. But this clearly wasn't enough. Speak not in cringy ideals. Speak your truth. Tianshan blinked, surprised by the voice. In the darkness, he saw faces. Feng Yin, Little Mei, and then he saw the sword in his hand. I wield the sword because I was powerless once, because I was forced to watch myself suffer. I wield it now because it lets me choose, not just to protect, not just to fight. His eyes snapped open. I wield this sword to be free. Silence. Then, all the floating swords disintegrated. The space twisted, and a new figure stepped forward. This time, it was himself. Finally, the old goad is out. Told ya, cringe is the solution. Tianshan smirked inwardly, all in his instincts. But the old man here is an older, uglier version of Tianshan, with golden hair trailing like fire, eyes like a storm, and a sword aura that made the entire void tremble. A/N. Old as gold crossmark, Tianshan is handsome. You've touched the path, the echo said, but the journey is long. The ugly and fake Tianshan raised his blade. Prove you can walk it. They clashed. Outside. Hours passed. Feng Yin waited near the sealed doors, arms folded, eyes fixed. Several elders had gathered nearby, murmuring among themselves. Most disciples last an hour at most. He's been in there for 4. Just as the 5th hour approached. Boom! The heart chamber shook. The doors flung open. CH-74, you won't stay quiet, right? Golden lights spilled out. Tian Shun stepped forward, his robes in tatters, his body bleeding, but his eyes sharper than ever before. He held a new sword, not forged metal, but a construct of pure intent. Transparent, humming alive. The elders gasped. That's... Elder Duan's mouth twitched. A soul blade. Back in the sect grounds, the news spread like wildfire. Tian Shun had passed the heart chamber. Disciples buzzed with awe. He's like a new core heir. But Tian Shun didn't care. He returned to his courtyard, where Feng Yin waited with food, bandages, and that familiar scolding glare. You're insane, she said for the second time that week. He grinned. You said that already. And I meant it, she muttered, wrapping his arm. She paused halfway. Her fingers rested on his wrist. You're changing, Tian Shun. He looked at her, something quiet in his gaze. I have to. The world's too dangerous to stay still. She didn't argue. Just leaned her head lightly against his shoulder. Then I'll walk beside you, no matter how big your path becomes. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Outside, the stars glimmered like blades in the sky, and Tian Shun just closed his eyes. The next morning dawned soft and golden, a welcome contrast to the storm of steel and spirit that had raged the night before. In Tian Shun's courtyard, the world was unusually still. No hustle from training disciples. Only the gentle breeze brushing through bamboo leaves and the chirping of distant spirit birds. Tian Shun stirred awake, lying on a simple mat beneath the veranda. Bandages covered his arms and chest, but the soreness he expected was different. Less pain, more clarity. He sat up slowly. The soul blade, a transparent, shimmering construct of pure will, rested beside him, gently humming. Not made of iron, nor stone, but forged with something else, something more. Feng Yin stepped out from inside the courtyard room, holding a tray of steamed buns and herbal tea. She wore a pale blue inner disciple robe, her hair tied loosely with a jade clip. Her eyes met his and narrowed immediately. You should be in bed, she scolded. I was meditating, Tian Shun replied, stretching his arm with a wince. Or pretending to. She sat beside him, placed the tray down, and offered him a bun. You haven't even eaten since yesterday. He took it with a grateful nod. Thanks. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Feng Yin asked, Did you see something? In the heart chamber. Tian Shun chewed slowly. A trial? And myself. That's vague. He looked at her, then chuckled. An intense. She arched an eyebrow. So you could be honest. He rolled his eyes, then grew serious. Well, how do I say it, the trial? It made me fight myself, to be precise a replica of me. And I still don't have all the answers. But I know I'm not walking anyone else's path anymore. Feng Yin looked at him for a long while, then nodded. Good. She leaned back on her hands, her gaze lifting to the early sun. Everyone's talking about you. Elder Duan's been fielding visits all morning. I think the sect leader himself might request a meeting soon. Tian Shun frowned. That's inconvenient. What? You thought no one would notice a soul blade? Were you beating core formation disciples? I was hoping for a quiet morning. She smirked. Too late for that. Just then, a talisman flickered in midair above them. It was crimson gold, glowing faintly with formal sect script. A summons. Tian Shun caught it midair. He read it and sighed. The sect leader wants to meet. Now. Feng Yin clicked her tongue. You jinxed yourself. He stood with a grunt, bones popping. Time to meet the dragon. Don't die. He glanced back at her with a half-smile. If I do, I'll haunt you. She rolled her eyes. You be the most annoying ghost. I'd rattle your teacups at midnight. She threw a bun at him. Intersect Summit Pavilion, Sect Leaders Hall. Tian Shun stood beneath a golden canopy, facing a trio of high seats. At the center sat Sect Leader Ning, a man draped in emerald green robes with silver thread, his aura deep as the ocean, calm yet boundless. To his sides were Elder Duan and a sharp-eyed woman in crimson robes. Elder Sue, the head of the disciplinary pavilion. So, sect leader Yin began, voice like rolling thunder. You've passed the heart chamber. Tian Shun cupped his fists. Yes, sect leader. And you forged a soul blade, without being in the nascent soul realm, without an inheritance, without prior instruction in Sword Dao. Yes. The sect leader's brow twitched slightly. He glanced at Elder Duan. You were right. He's not ordinary. Elder Duan gave a smug look, hands folded inside his sleeves. Elder Sue's voice cut in. Soul blades are rare, but unstable, formed from raw will. If your will falters, so will your weapon. Understand, Tian Shun replied. Do you? She asked coolly. Because you've drawn attention from that. So I want to test you. Others might not be so kind. Tian Shun met her gaze. Let them come. You won't stay quiet when they bully me, right? That earned a surprised chuckle from her. Sect leader Yin leaned forward. Absolutely, but first tell me, Tian Shun, what do you seek in this sect? The room fell silent. Tian Shun paused, then said, I want strength, so I can protect what's mine, so I can stand freely, without owing anyone. A quiet breath passed. Then Yin smiled faintly. In that case, beginning today, you are officially promoted to Inner Core Candidate. Your residence will be moved to the upper terraces. You'll receive a private cultivation chamber and access to all inner scrolls, including the Sword Saint archives. Tian Shun's breath hitched. Those archives were ancient, secret, said to contain paths that once belonged to the sect's founders. Elder Sue narrowed her eyes. That's quite the gift. It's an investment, sect leader Yin replied. He'll rise, or he won't. But the sect will not smother potential just because it defies tradition. He looked back at Tian Shun. One more thing. Soon, we'll send disciples into the central battlefield ruins to retrieve ancient treasures. A team will be selected. You will be among them. Understood, Tian Shun said. Dismissed. Later that evening, back at the courtyard, Tian Shun returned with a few robes, scrolls, and his new cultivation token. Feng Yin was already there, pacing. Well, she asked. I'm being promoted. She blinked. Seriously? Private chamber. Archive access. Oh, and we're being sent to the ruins soon. She groaned. More near-death experiences. Great. He offered her the extra robes. You'll probably be promoted too. You did well in the last mission. She smiled faintly. Maybe, but I'm not the sword prodigy with a transparent glow stick now, am I? Tian Shun raised an eyebrow. Jealous. She smirked. Why could I? You yourself are mine. Their laughter drifted through the courtyard as the sun set. The days following Tian Shun's promotion passed with surprising tranquility. For a sect always brimming with competition and ambition, this lull felt like the eye of a storm. Whispers of the central battlefield expedition stirred across the mountain halls, but until the final selection was announced, life in the Feiluan sect settled into an oddly peaceful rhythm. Tian Shun's new residence, perched on the inner terraces, overlooked a serene valley. Verdant pine trees flanked the stone courtyard, and a koi pond lay near the training field, gently rippling beneath moonlit nights. He'd spent the past 2 days meditating, adjusting to the increased spiritual density in this new cultivation chamber. The environment was no joke. He could absorb twice the chi he used to with half the effort. Already, his soul blade felt more responsive, as though the sword Dao itself was whispering gently in his dreams. But even cultivation prodigies needed to breathe. So, on the 3rd morning, Tian Shun stretched, cracked his shoulders, and decided to explore the inner sect grounds more thoroughly, especially now that he could go places previously restricted. It was on one such wandering stroll that he arrived at the Whispering Glass Lake. The lake shimmered like liquid jade, bordered by towering red willows whose leaves danced like drifting flame petals. Only inner disciples or special candidates were allowed here. The spiritual energy was thick enough to make breathing feel like drinking honeyed wind. A graceful figure stood at the edge of the lake, poised on a single flat stone. She wore a violet-colored robe, the fabric clinging just enough to hint at the gentle curves beneath. Her hair was done up in a flowing bun, held with a silver hairpin shaped like a phoenix feather. A teasing smirk played at her lips, but her eyes were calm pools of amethyst. Her violet robe fluttered in the breeze, edged with silver lotus patterns, and she moved with the elegance of water, fluid, measured, lethal if needed. Lanjua. Hey, Ice Princess, why always in the pool? Tian Shan commented, surprising her. Chis 75, no dramatic monologues. Hey, Ice Princess, why always in the pool? Lan Yueru turned slightly, lips curving as her gaze slid toward him. Because the lake is quiet, unlike some people. Tian Shan grinned and strolled closer, his steps slow, his aura pulled in tight. I thought ice princesses liked silence. Am I ruining your training? She turned fully, her posture tall, chin lifted. You're not that disruptive, just mildly irritating. Only mildly? Hima gasped. I'm losing my touch. Lan Yueru's smirk softened. You've changed. Tian Shan stepped onto the stone beside hers. The glassy lake stretched before them, mirroring sky and clouds, red willow leaves fluttering over the water like soft crimson snow. Change is good, he said after a moment. She studied his profile, the new sword spirit humming faintly on his back, the calm in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Less boy, more edge. I heard about the heart chamber, she said, voice barely above the breeze. Of course you did, Tian Shan chuckled. The sect talks flew faster than wind through grass. You could have died. But I didn't. He turned to her, their eyes meeting across inches. Her gaze flicked down to his bandaged wrist. I see. So stubbornness is still intact. Fully functional. She looked away, the corner of her lip twitching. You're lucky I find that amusing. Lucky, huh? He leaned slightly closer. Does that mean you think about me when I'm not around? She arched a brow, then turned on her heel and walked back on land. Come if you're done flirting with my reflection, she called without looking back. Tian Shan laughed and followed. The sun filtered through crimson willow leaves as they walked side by side along the whispering glass lake's perimeter. Ducks paddled past in single file, ignorant of the strange energy building between the two disciples. You ever think this peace won't last? Tian Shan asked quietly. Lan Yueru's voice was equally soft. I don't think it ever does. There was no bitterness, just acceptance. After a pause, she continued. There's something coming. The battlefield expedition. It won't be a simple treasure hunt. I figured. Sect leader Yan's eyes were too calm when he mentioned it. Some of the Central Region's top factions are already sniffing around, Lan Yueru added. Even the Nine-Tails Fox Valley and Celestial Sword Sect are getting involved. Tian Shan's brow lifted. That a problem? For you? She said, lips quirking. Only if you plan on charming them too. He raised a hand solemnly. I only charm who wants to be charmed. She snorted. Your humility astounds me. Then her tone shifted. Tian Shan, be careful. They're not like us. Nine-Tails Fox Valley disciples don't just fight with spirit arts. They seduce, bewitch, corrupt. Tian Shan's smile didn't waver. Sounds familiar. I seem to recall a certain icy lotus who lured me into sparring by offering tea. That was your fault. You called me delicate, and I regretted at the moment I flew into a wall. She allowed herself a small laugh. It was quiet for a while after that. Later that day, back at his new chamber, Tian Shan lay reclining beneath a gently spinning spirit fan. The soul blade rested on a dais nearby, pulsing faintly with spiritual resonance. His thoughts drifted. Lan Yueru wasn't wrong. The central battlefield expedition, it smelled of more than just opportunity. It reeked of blood, ambition, and buried grudges. He stood, walked to the open window, and stared into the distant horizon where jade peaks met pale sky. He whispered to the wind, I need to get stronger, faster. His fingers clenched. The world wasn't going to wait. 3 days later, intersect assembly grounds. The circular plaza buzzed with excitement. Robed disciples gathered beneath the great stone dragon pillar, talking in hushed tones and stolen glances. Elder Duan stood at the front, alongside several others, sect elders, formation masters, and 3 core disciples draped in embroidered silver. Tian Shun arrived just as Elder Su appeared with a crackle of flame, her crimson robe trailing smoke. Behind her, a golden scroll floated upright in the air, slowly unrolling. Silence. Elder Su's voice rang like a blade. All chatter ceased instantly. She nodded once, and the scroll unfurled, revealing a list of names in glowing ink. "These are the chosen ones for the upcoming Central Battlefield expedition," she announced. "Each of you will represent Phaeluan's sect and carry its will into danger. Try not to die." Gasps and murmurs stirred as names were read aloud. Li Jiang, Core Formation, 3rd Stage. Su Lingdin, Core Formation, 2nd Stage. Qin Mo, Core Formation, 1st Stage. Tian Shun, Foundation Establishment, 4th Stage. /N. He leveled up from the attributes dropped in competition. Sorry, forgot to mention that. Winky face. Another ripple of whispers ran through the crowd. He stepped forward calmly, despite the eyes. He could feel Lan Yueru watching. Feng Yin, too. She stood near the medical disciples, arms folded, face unreadable. More names followed. Then, near the end, Lan Zhua, Core Formation, 3rd Stage. This time, the murmurs were louder. Lan Yueru, who didn't participate in the competition, was allowed to be in the expedition. Tian Shun was a little surprised, but didn't bother further. He was also a bit sad that Feng Yin's name wasn't in it. This expedition was going to shake mountains. Elder Su waved her hand, and the scroll vanished. "You'll depart in 5 days. Prepare well. And remember, the Central Battlefield is not a playground. It's where genius dies." She turned and left, robes sweeping like fire trailing her heels. That night, by the moonlit pavilion, Tian Shun leaned against a railing, gazing up at the stars. He could sense someone approaching even before she arrived. Lan Yueru stood beside him a moment later. "No dramatic monologue?" she asked. "I save those for actual battles." She hummed in amusement. "So, you, me, and a bunch of would-be heroes gonna dig up trouble. Sounds fun. Sounds fatal. Same thing, really." They stood together in silence. Then she asked, "You scared?" "Not of the ruins." "What then?" He turned toward her, without saying anything, just smiled gently. Lan Yueru's breath hitched, just slightly. Then she stepped closer, her shoulder brushing his. "You're stronger than you think, Tian Shun. Not just in swordplay." He smiled gently. "You keep saying that. I might believe you eventually. You better." A pause. Then she tilted her head. "Hey, if we make it back alive." "Yes." "Dinner." Tian Shun blinked. "Dinner." She nodded once. "Yumi, delicious food. Not bun throwing or bandage scolding." He smiled wider. "Are you asking me out, Lan Yueru? Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm giving you motivation to survive." He chuckled. "Then I guess I've got no choice but to come back in one piece." She turned to go, but not before whispering, "Good night, Tian Shun." As her silhouette vanished into the mist, Tian Shun whispered to the stars, "Good night, Yueru." Phaeluan's sect, day 1 after the selection. The inner sect was unusually quiet the next morning. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, but the heavy, breath-holding kind, like the sky had taken a deep inhale and forgotten how to exhale. Tian Shun sat atop a stone outcrop overlooking the training arena. His soul blade lay across his lap, its edge humming softly under the morning breeze. He wasn't meditating. Not exactly. Instead, he was collecting attribute bubbles, residual echoes of training, spirit arts, emotions, all scattered across the sect like crumbs left by ambitious cultivators. The arena below was busy. disciples trained with a fierceness that bordered on desperation. After all, the expedition announcement had lit a fire beneath everyone, not just those selected. Tian Shan let his spiritual sense roam. A silver flicker appeared beside a dueling platform. Host gains spiritual chi points times 350. Another bubble floated near the stands. Host gains luck points times 150. He gathered them wordlessly, like a farmer harvesting grain, his eyes steady and unreadable. Underscore. Host, Tian Shan. Cultivation. 4th stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. Auxiliary Profession. Formation Master, 1 star, 3 star. Alchemist, 3 star. Talisman Master, 4 star. Physique, 13340. Spirit, 11,980. Chi, 11,050. Luck, 4,160. Charm, 4,005. Martial Arts Experience, 0. Auxiliary Profession Experience. Alchemist, 0. Formation Master, 0. Weapon Refiner, 900. Talisman Master, 0. Cultivation Arts. Sun Revolution Cultivation Technique, 4 star. Master. Martial Art. Poison Aura Finger Technique, Venomio's Beam Technique, 3 star. Master. Storm Chasing Technique, Storm Riding Technique, 3 star. Master. Body Tempering Technique, 2 star. Major Accomplishment. Define por bestial sort intent ordinary yang physique. Storage. Soul Sword, Beast Spirit Sword. Spiritual Beast Companion. Little May, Blood Fox. Undistributed Attributes. Thunder Element times 50. Fire Element times 300. Poison Element. Underscore. This was his current strength, which he was quite satisfied with. After a while, footsteps approached. He didn't need to look back to know who it was. Didn't take you for a morning person, Lan Yuru's voice said, sharp yet faintly amused. Didn't take you for the type who'd sneak up on people, he replied, eyes still closed. I didn't sneak. You're just too absorbed. She stepped up beside him, arms crossed, a white cloak hanging over her light armor. What were you doing? Sighting, he said simply. CH-76, departure. What about you? Gathering data, she replied smoothly, to confirm if the legendary Tian Shan has grown even lazier. He chuckled, still not looking at her. And your findings? She tilted her head. Mixed, lazy posture, but you're clearly working hard in your own odd way. Tian Shan finally turned toward her, playful glint in his eyes. Odd is the new genius. I thought arrogance was the old genius, she murmured. I'm a pioneer. I multitask. A breath of shared amusement passed between them. She leaned her elbows on the railing, chin tilted toward the horizon. The air smells different, of anticipation and fear. Sounds like how people feel around you. Careful, she said, casting him a sideways glance. I might mistake that for flirting. And if it is? He asked, turning to fully face her. She didn't flinch, but her voice dropped. Then it's working. For a moment, neither moved. The sounds of the training arena below faded into the wind. Only the soft hum of the soul blade and the distant cry of spirit birds filled the silence. But then, she turned away, her eyes gleaming mischievously. You're not the only one trying to survive out here. Tian Shan rolled his eyes. Yes, teacher. She smiled and walked away, leaving behind only the faint scent of snow lotus and something fiercer, like lightning waiting to strike. Phaluan's sect, day 3 after the selection. Tian Shan stood at the edge of the formation pavilion, holding a delicate talisman etched with gold and black ink. Elder Bai watched him carefully. Again, the elder said. Tian Shan nodded and began channeling his chi. The formation lines glowed faintly as the talisman pulsed in response. He'd been improving quickly. 3-star formation master wasn't just a title now. It was beginning to show in his control and precision. The expedition wasn't just about power. It was about survival. And survival demanded versatility. After finishing the talisman, He moved to the alchemy hall. Elder Ji gave him a nod of approval as Tian Shun handed over a pill of shimmering green. Spirit Recovery Pill, 4-star. The elder confirmed with excitement. Barely passed. Tian Shun teased. More than barely passed, the elder replied deadpan, but his eyes held amusement. Tian Shun chuckled and left, brushing his sleeves off as he made his way back toward his chamber. He paused by the Whispering Brook, where Lan Yueru often trained. She wasn't there today. He wondered if she was deliberately avoiding him, or preparing in secret. Probably both. He continued onward, passing several disciples who greeted him with a mix of awe and curiosity. Some whispered behind his back. Others offered nods of respect. The boy who had once sparred in silence was now a figure of attention. Tianshan didn't crave fame, but he knew attention was a double-edged sword. Sometimes useful, sometimes deadly. He entered his chamber and sat cross-legged before the soul blade. "Let's see what you're really hiding," he murmured. The blade pulsed in response, and Tian Shun began to channel his spiritual sense deeper into it. Inside the blade, a flicker of consciousness responded. A voice echoed, not words but a feeling. Hunger, anticipation, recognition. The sword spirit was awakening slowly, and it resonated with his fighting intent. It wanted battle, and Tian Shun didn't deny it. Soon, he whispered, "We'll feast together." Night before departure, Lan Yueru was seated beneath a flowering spirit tree, legs crossed, eyes closed in meditation. The silver blossoms rained softly around her, making her look like a snow goddess fallen to earth. Tian Shin stepped into the garden and stopped short. He watched her for a while before speaking. Sitting under a romantic tree like that. It's practically an invitation. Her eyes opened slowly, one brow raised. Only if the person arriving has something more romantic than sarcasm to offer. He grinned. "What if I offer snacks?" She pretended to consider. "Tempting, but I'm fasting. Mental clarity. Then I'll fast too, for the sake of solidarity." "You? Skip food." He mock gasped. "You wound me." Lan Yueru chuckled, then gestured beside her. "Sit, then. Let's both pretend to be solemn warriors for a while." He sat down beside her, arms brushing slightly. The petals continued to fall. For a long time, they said nothing. Then, Tian Shun spoke softly. "Tomorrow's going to be battling again," Lan Yueru said while gazing towards him. "Good. Someone definitely needs a beating." Another pause. "But I'm glad you're coming," she said quietly. He looked at her, but she didn't meet his gaze. Her eyes were on the moonlit petals. "So am I," he said. "Wouldn't be fun without you." Lan Yueru's expression didn't change, but her hand shifted just enough to brush his. It was the smallest touch, but it felt like a vow. They sat like that for hours. Not as swordsmen, not as cultivators, not even as sect disciples, but just two people who'd found something rare in a world built to take everything away. The spirit tree garden was quiet that night, cloaked in silver moonlight and shimmering petals. Tian Shun and Lan Yueru remained seated beneath its branches long after the sect had gone to sleep. The hush of the night made every breath between them feel heavier, more meaningful. Tian Shun had almost drifted into a meditative trance, his breathing even, his mind hovering just at the edge of clarity and drowsiness, when Lan Yueru spoke again. "Do you ever think about what comes after this?" she asked, voice barely louder than a whisper. He opened one eye. "The expedition." She nodded. "The central battlefield expedition. The injuries. The deaths. What comes after all that?" Tian Shun's brow furrowed slightly. He leaned back against the tree trunk and folded his arms. "I don't know. I've never looked that far. Every time I tried in the past, the future just disappeared. Because of the past? Because of the unknown." The silence returned like a blanket, wrapping around the pair with an odd sort of comfort. "Lan zuo gelang set sai wei." That's dark. He chuckled. "I'm a realist, or maybe just bad at optimism." "Then let me do the optimism for you," she said, her tone light. You'll survive. I will too. And after this expedition, you'll be stronger, better, maybe even famous. Famous, huh? Tianshan scoffed. I've had enough eyes on me. So you'll hide in some cave after all this? Nah, maybe I'll open a tea house. Lanzua bolinket? A tea house? Really? Sure. I'll serve mediocre tea and tell exaggerated stories of my cultivation exploits to naive juniors. She laughed, the sound soft and warm. You'd make a terrible team master. He grinned. That's the point. It's a front. The tea is terrible, but the hidden formation under the floor leads to a cultivation inheritance. Ah, a classic. Tian Shun tilted his head toward her. You're welcome to co-own it. You can be the aloof, deadly tea hostess who occasionally slices arrogant customers in half. I'll think about it, she said, lips curved in a mysterious smile. Assuming we survive. The words hung in the air, heavier than they should have been. Tian Shun turned serious. We will. I'll make sure of it. Their gazes met, brief, intense, wordless. Eventually, Lan Yueru leaned against his shoulder. I'm holding you to that, Tian Shun. The dawn came slowly, draping the sect in golden hues. Spirit birds sang as disciples gathered at the eastern platform, where the elders had convened for the official send-off. Tian Shun stood among the chosen disciples, his black robes fluttering in the breeze. Feng Yin waved from afar. He nodded at her, and she gave him a thumbs up with a wink. Lan Yueru approached, dressed in her battle gear, sleek, dark armor interwoven with spirit thread. Her hair was tied up, her expression calm but focused. The air around her shimmered faintly with sword intent. You clean up well, Tian Shin commented. Don't get distracted, she replied smoothly. He stepped closer. Never. Just appreciating the view before the carnage. Then appreciate this. She handed him a small charm, a jade, token bound in red thread. He raised an eyebrow. 5-star protection talisman. It's expensive, don't throw it away. He took it carefully. Thank you. Don't lose it, or I'll kill you myself. Yes, ma'am. They stood side by side as the sect leader's voice echoed across the platform. This expedition is not merely a trial of strength, the sect master declared. It is a test of will, wisdom, and unity. You are the blades and shields of Phalan's sect. Do not bring shame to those who trained you. The platform lit up with the hum of teleportation formations. Tianshan exhaled slowly. Ready. Lan Yueru looked at him and nodded. Let's go, shall we? They stepped into the circle, shoulder to shoulder. A blinding light swallowed them, and when it faded, the scene before them had shifted. They stood on a rugged cliff overlooking a vast expanse of ruins. Crumbling stone towers, shattered palaces, and moss-covered statues stretched across the horizon. The scent of decay mixed with spiritual pressure filled the air. The central battlefield. Feng Yin appeared behind them with her group, wide-eyed. Whoa, this place reeks of old grudges. Elder Bai's voice came through the communicator talisman. You've arrived. You are now outside the central region. Proceed with caution. Map markers will guide your squad to your temporary base. Remember, the battlefield shifts every 3 days. Lan Yueru scanned the area. We're exposed. We need to move. Tian Shun's eyes gleamed as he activated his spiritual sense. Fragments of attributes drifted even here, some fresh, others long dead. There's danger nearby, he said, but also opportunity. Feng Yin grinned. Sounds like my kind of place. They moved swiftly through the ruins, ducking under collapsed arches and navigating overgrown courtyards. As they passed a broken plaza, Tian Shun paused. A corpse. Old, mummified, but its armor still gleamed faintly. From the body shimmered an attribute bubble. Host gains death element times 10. He inhaled sharply. The battlefield wasn't just a danger zone. Lan Yueru noticed the change in his expression. Found something? Yeah, this place might not be my favorite hunting ground. She raised an eyebrow. Just don't puke. No promises. They pressed forward until they reached a dilapidated stone keep, half buried in vines and dirt. Their base for now. CH-77. That's torture. Lan Yuru scanned the area, her sharp eyes taking in the ruins with cautious precision. Cracked stone towers loomed in the distance, draped in ivy and the ghostly mist of long-forgotten battles. Broken banners of long-dead sects fluttered in the stale wind, whispering of the power and glory that once stood tall before being buried in blood and silence. Tian Shan exhaled, his gaze fixed on the dense fog that rolled across the ridge below them. The land itself seemed to pulse with war-born resentment, as if the very stones carried memories of slaughter and regret. From behind them, intermittent flashes of light lit up the withered skyline. Dozens of Feluan sect disciples were being teleported in at staggered intervals, their feet hitting cracked rock as they appeared across the ridge. They bore the robes of the inner court, calm and ready, but even they glanced warily at the desolate battlefield. The scent of scorched metal lingered in the air, mingled with the faint rust of dried blood. It was an eerie perfume that reeked of forgotten carnage. A senior logistics disciple, armored in defensive talismans and wearing a thick array of utility belts, approached Tian Shun and Lan Yueru with brisk efficiency. Without a word, he handed them each a jade slip. Initial base camp is 30 li southeast of here, he said curtly. The terrain is unstable, especially around the shattered ravines. Move fast, watch your formation. No fires after dusk. You have 6 hours to get there before the patrols stop running. Lan Yuru gave a slight nod. Tian Shun accepted his slip and turned it over in his hand. It shimmered faintly, projecting a translucent map showing several red zones, places to avoid at all costs. He committed the path to memory. 6 hours, Tian Shun muttered. Not even enough time to stretch our legs. Lan Yuru glanced sideways at him. Would you prefer they held our hands? Tian Shun smirked and sheathed the jade slip into his sleeve. I'd prefer a flying sword and a dozen tier 5 spirit arrays. She raised an eyebrow. You'll have to make do with me instead. He laughed. Honestly, that's probably better. The two set off from the ridge, moving along a crumbling path that descended through broken forest and shattered stone. Around them, groups of disciples cautiously made their way in all directions, each team clinging to their own maps and leaders. The world of cultivation had trained them for danger, but here, on the central battlefield, danger wasn't lurking in shadows. It was the shadow, an oppressive weight pressing down from above and rising up from below. Birds didn't chirp. No insects buzzed. Only the soft crunch of gravel under their boots broke the silence. After a few li, Tian Shin slowed and gestured for them to pause behind a collapsed monument. An old war totem jutted from the rocks, half pulverized but still humming faintly with ancient qi. Wait, he whispered. Lan Yueru stopped without question. Her fingers brushed her sword's hilt. Tian Shin knelt and picked up a loose shard of stone. It was smooth, too smooth. He tossed it gently into the air. Snap! A glimmering blue line shot out from a nearby tree root and wrapped around the stone. It sizzled and then imploded, leaving behind a scorched hole in the dirt. Traps, Tian Shin muttered. Someone's laid these in advance. Lan Yueru's eyes narrowed. Other sects? Or road disciples? He didn't answer immediately, instead pulling a talisman from his pouch and whispering an incantation. A faint yellow light enveloped his eyes. Through this lens, faint traces of spiritual energy threads shimmered into view, almost invisible without a detection spell. The traps don't feel fresh, he said. Whoever laid them was here a day or two ago, maybe more, but we can't rule out ambushes. Lan Zuo note that? Then we stay sharp. They moved again, this time slower. Tian Shun led, carefully marking the ground with subtle flicks of his qi to dispel hidden formations. Each step forward brought them deeper into the heart of forgotten carnage. Here and there, skeletons protruded from broken soil, some clad in rusted armor, others fused with their weapons. They passed the twisted remains of a war beast, its skull crushed beneath a jagged boulder and half consumed by vines. Suddenly, the jade slip in Lan Yueru's robe pulsed red. "Alert signal," she said, pulling it out. A shimmering glyph hovered above it. Team 3, near Black Flame Hollow. Tian Shun tapped his own slip, syncing the alert. He frowned. Black Flame Hollow's 20 li west of here. They're way off the recommended path. Think they strayed? She asked. More like lured. He said grimly. They exchanged a glance. The rules prohibited teams from assisting each other unless within visual proximity. Still, it wasn't hard to imagine groups using this chaos to settle grudges or to claim isolated loot. Tian Shin exhaled. Let's keep going. We'll help if we come across someone, but we don't go chasing shadows. Lan Yueru didn't argue. They pressed on, and soon the terrain grew jagged. The trees thinned out, replaced by thick pillars of rock that had been twisted into unnatural shapes. Here, the earth crackled beneath their feet. Fire chi lingered in bursts, remnants of ancient destruction spells that still hadn't fully dissipated. Suddenly, they heard something, a faint sound, like weeping. Lanzua foda. Do you hear that? Tiansha nodded. His fingers flicked, drawing a barrier talisman around them as a precaution. The weeping came from a nearby cleft in the rock. He crept closer. There, nestled within the broken stone, was a small altar. A single spirit stone glowed faintly atop it. But what caught his eye was the figure kneeling in front of it. A girl. Or something that looked like one. Her back was turned, her black hair falling down in tattered waves. She was weeping into her palms, wearing the faded robes of an ancient sect long extinct. Lanzua Wheatspo. That's not human. Tianshin agreed. His senses screamed at him to turn around, but he stepped forward anyway. As if sensing his approach, the girl stopped crying. Slowly, her hands lowered, and her head turned. Her eyes were white, utterly. Tian Shan didn't hesitate. He flung a talisman forward, igniting it with fire chi. It exploded in a burst of blaze. The girl, or whatever, screamed, an unnatural, echoing sound, and vanished into a cloud of ash. The SHT's about to go wrong. Lan Yueru commented, stepping beside him. Tian Shun stared at the ashes. We'll see more of those. And worse. They continued, but the land only grew stranger. The air turned dense. Spirit beasts, mutated with too many eyes or melted forms, watched from the shadows, growling but keeping their distance. By the time the sun began to sink, a faint golden glow marked the base camp in the distance. Defensive formations glowed around a ring of stone platforms, each housing a team of cultivators. Some meditated, others sharpened blades or counted their gains. Lan Yueru and Tian Shun approached one of the guards. After a quick scan of their jade slips, they were waved through. As they entered, a few inner disciples looked up. Some nodded respectfully. Others avoided eye contact. Word of Tian Shun's recent feats had begun to spread. They found a quiet spot near the rear edge of the camp, shielded by a collapsed wall. Lan Yueru began setting up a small warded tent, while Tian Shun laid out protective formations. As night descended, silence fell again. Tian Shun sat by the ward boundary, looking out into the vast shadows. Lan Yueru, sitting beside him now. Tian Shun grinned, a little mischievous. Enjoying this? Lan Yueru simply rolled her eyes, turning away. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow across the ruined land beyond the protective barrier. Within their small warded shelter, the atmosphere shifted, tension giving way to a quiet calm. Tian Shun finished adjusting the perimeter runes, their faint glimmer pulsing softly. That should hold against minor threats, he said, dusting his hands. Not that I'm expecting cuddly spirit beasts to knock on our ward at midnight. She arched a brow. If they do, I'll let you cuddle them. He chuckled and flopped down on his own bedroll, arms behind his head. I'll make a terrifying plushie. She didn't dignify that with a response. only closed her eyes and began to meditate. The warmth of the spiritual fire orb he placed in the center of the tent eased the chill. Outside, distant howls echoed, beasts or something worse, but the wards held firm. Inside, the soft rhythm of Lan Yueru's breathing mixed with the flickering of firelight. Tian Shun glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Yueru. She didn't open her eyes. If I start snoring, kick me. A soft smirk tugged at her lips. If you start snoring, I'll consider stuffing a spirit herb down your throat. Tian Shun winced. That's practically torture. No, she said smugly, it's a promise. CH-78, saved by Q. The central battlefield stretched ahead like a nightmare fossilized into reality. The next morning arrived in a shade of gray, where the sun barely dared peek over the jagged ridges. Tian Shun awoke first, brushing the thin layer of mist off his robes. The tent's interior was still warm from the spiritual fire orb, but beyond the barrier, the air was as sharp as glass. Lan Yueru opened her eyes soon after, already sitting cross-legged. She offered no greeting, only a glance, before rising to her feet and checking her sword. You sleep like a mortal, she said. And yet I'm the one up first, Tian Shun replied with a grin. They broke camp quickly, extinguishing their barrier and moving with quiet coordination. Word had spread that areas north of the base camp had yielded not just resources, but relics. More importantly, faint trails of ancient bloodlines had been detected. Naturally, this drew interest and danger. Tian Shun and Lan Yueru chose a northeasterly path leading deeper into a segment of the battlefield known as the Crimson Hollows. It was a place where fire and fox spirit cultivators had once clashed violently during the War of Five Hells. The terrain was scorched and broken, jagged ridges pitted with molten scars. They hadn't traveled long before the pressure in the air shifted. Tian Shun felt it first, like fur brushing against his spiritual sense. People, he whispered. At least 4. Fust. Lan Yueru had her sword half drawn before he finished speaking, coming straight at us. From a veil of heat haze and fire-tainted chi, 4 figures emerged. Clad in flowing crimson robes embroidered with shimmering tails, they stepped gracefully onto the path. 2 men, 2 women, each possessing an ethereal beauty, their features sharp and their hair a flowing silver that glinted in the ambient light. Their leader stepped forward, a woman with fox ears peeking through her silver-white hair. 9 shimmering tails fluttered behind her like living flames. Her eyes gleamed, amber and slitted, wild yet intelligent. She smiled. It was not kind. Feluan disciples, she said, her voice smooth as silk. How fortunate. We rarely get guests in our ancestral grounds. Tian Shun narrowed his eyes. 9 Tails Fox Clan. Indeed, she said with a curtsy, mockery in every motion. This land remembers our blood, as do we, and trespassers are not welcome. He stepped slightly forward, placing himself between her and Lan Yueru. We're not looking for conflict. Her smile sharpened. Conflict found you. Without warning, one of the male fox cultivators moved. Faster than Tian Shun could follow, his claws raked across the air, releasing a barrage of flame crescents. Lan Yueru countered instantly, sword flashing, carving apart 2 of them. But the third twisted mid-air and exploded against the rocks behind them, sending a shockwave of heat and smoke. Tian Shun retaliated, hurling a formation talisman onto the ground. A shimmering dome of golden light burst outward, forcing the attackers back for a moment. You know, the 9-tailed leader said lazily, I was just going to scare you off, but now I'm curious. Another flick of her fingers, and an illusion blanketed the battlefield. Phantoms of fire kitsune swarming them from all directions. The illusions weren't real, but the disorientation was potent. Lan Yueru moved with precision, cleaving through the fakes and targeting the real attackers hidden among them. Tian Shun activated a wind-enhanced talisman. Leaping forward, fists glowing with layered chi. He struck one of the male foxes square in the gut, only for the figure to vanish, an afterimage. A second later, fire claws raked down his back, tearing through his outer robe. TCs, they're fast. Lan Yuuru was faring better, but the sheer unpredictability of the Fox clan's techniques, mixing illusion, charm, and fire, made countering difficult. A burning whip lashed out and wrapped around her ankle, dragging her down. Tian Shun tried to reach her, but a wave of red fire erupted in front of him. The nine-tailed fox woman stepped through the flames, her pupils narrowing. "I've decided," she said. "You're interesting, especially that scent on you. Ancient, old bloodlines, but faint." Her eyes narrowed, almost like it's sealed. He growled, trying to force more chi into his limbs, but she was too fast. She slapped him across the chest with her tails. Each impact was a burst of fire chi, sending him skidding into a boulder. Cracks spiderwebbed along its surface. Lan Yueru shouted, breaking free of her restraints with a chi burst. Her blade sang through the air as she charged. She didn't make it. A male fox caught her mid-step, slamming a palm into her stomach and releasing a shock of concussive force. She dropped to her knees, coughing blood. The foxes circled them now. The fight had been quick, brutal, and wholly one-sided. The leader knelt in front of Tian Shun, tilting his chin up with one burning finger. "Now, let's peel back your secrets. Kian." The sound was shrill and furious. Everyone turned. A tiny crimson blur burst out of a swirling portal that had cracked open above Tian Shun's chest, his beast companion space. Little May emerged in full form, a tiny fox with fur like blood-touched rubies, her eyes glowing a deep crimson. She landed on Tian Shun's shoulder, snarling. Despite her small size, the force of her presence twisted the air. The leader's expression changed instantly. Her nostrils flared. A 3-star blood fox. The other members of her clan staggered back, their eyes wide. The leader stood abruptly, her expression unreadable. "A companion beast? No, not quite. You," she addressed Little May. "What is your lineage?" Little May growled, but didn't speak. Her tail fanned out, glowing with a deeper red as if soaked in ancient blood. The 9-tailed woman exhaled slowly. "She's a blood fox who broke their bloodline limit, maybe of royal lineage, if not higher." Tian Shun coughed, half propped up by his elbows. "Bloodline limit? Royal lineage? What does that mean? Anyways, you're going to stop kicking my ass now, aren't you?" Lan Yueru glared at him. "Really?" The fox leader didn't laugh, but she did lower her hand. "You're in luck," she said finally. "We need to inform this abnormality to the superior." She turned to her subordinates. "Withdraw." The fox cultivators didn't question it. Within moments, they faded into flame and illusion, vanishing among the rocks. Little May huffed and leapt down to the ground, her tails twitching in irritation. She paced in a tiny circle before settling beside Tian Shun, gentle licking his wounded hands. Lan Yueru got to her feet, swaying slightly. "Well," she said, voice dry. "That went well." Tian Shun winced as he stood, brushing dirt off his arms. "I didn't expect them to be so strong." Little May glanced at him and made a small humph noise, clearly proud of herself. He smiled and rubbed her head. "You saved us, big lady." "Good." She leaned into it with a soft purr, eyes closing contentedly. Lan Yueru folded her arms. "What was that about royal lineage?" Tian Shun's expression turned thoughtful. "I don't know. I tamed her in my hometown." "You tamed her?" Yueru looked at him sideways. "Or did she tame you?" Little May gave a smug flick of her tail. Tian Shun coughed. "Semantics." He looked up toward the jagged cliffs ahead. "Let's not linger. If your blood fox is recognized by the 9 tails, this place may be dangerous for her." "Lan Zuo not that." They moved forward again, bruised but alive. Little May sat perched on Tian Shun's shoulder, eyes scanning the path ahead like a queen inspecting her domain. The crimson hollows rippled as the nine-tailed fox clan members vanished into their illusions, reforming atop a secluded ridge cloaked in heat shimmer. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the distant groaning of scorched earth. The leader, Sayuri, stood with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. "That was no ordinary beast," murmured one of the men, his silver tail twitching uneasily. "Maybe she's really of royal lineage," said the other woman. "It's still not certain. Don't forget, a royal blood fox hasn't appeared in centuries." Another man whispered, "How did such a creature become a companion to a human boy?" Sayuri didn't respond. Her amber eyes burned with complex emotion, curiosity, wariness, perhaps a touch of fear. Without a word, she turned, opening a rift of blazing flame with a sweep of her tails. The base of the Fox clan in the central battlefield was nestled within a fractured ridge, pulsing with residual fire chi. As they stepped through, elders and sentries turned to greet them, only to halt as Sayuri's face betrayed rare seriousness. "We encountered an anomaly," she said. Inside the command pavilion, the air was heavy with incense and power. A towering man sat upon a throne of embers. Elder Varen, one of the oldest pure-blood foxes alive, with 10 tails that lay coiled like sleeping serpents. Sayuri knelt. "Report," he intoned. She didn't hesitate. A human cultivator accompanied by a young blood fox, suspected of royal lineage, sealed, likely not awakened. 3-star strength at minimum. The elder's eyes opened, glowing like twin suns. "A royal blood fox?" he echoed slowly. "In human hands?" The flame around the chamber surged violently. "Find them again. Do not engage. Observe." Sayuri nodded solemnly. "But do not mistake her youth for harmlessness. If she is what I suspect, war may follow. CH-79, we are so doomed." The air in the Crimson Hollows had turned thick with tension. Tian Shun and Lan Yuru traversed the winding trail, the scorched ridges on either side shimmering from lingering flame chi. Between them walked, or rather, strutted, a tiny fox with crimson fur fluffed out like royalty. Little May's steps were deliberate. Her tail swayed with exaggerated poise, each flick a declaration of superiority. Her ears twitched haughtily at every distant rustle, as if daring the world to challenge her dominance. Lan Yuru walked silently beside Tian Shun, eyeing the little creature on his shoulder with wary suspicion. "She's different now." "Lan Zua Muda." "You think that?" Tian Shun winced as he adjusted the strap on his back. His back still throbbed from the earlier beating. She was already smug before. Now she thinks she's empress of the whole world. "Not thinks," Yuru said dryly. "She believes. And that's worse." Little May let out a soft cue noise, whether in acknowledgement or agreement. No one could tell. Tian Shun sighed. "You'd think saving someone would make them more humble." Lan Yuru gave him a look. "You're not exactly the best example of humility yourself." Tisk. They continued forward. The deeper they moved into the Crimson Hollows, the stranger the terrain became. Spires of blackened stone jutted upward like claws, and shallow pools of molten chi bubbled softly in hidden cracks. The occasional flicker of a phantom flame spirit danced at the edge of vision, gone the moment one tried to look. Tian Shun occasionally picked up attribute bubbles left from past conflicts. Host gains death element times 20. Host gains spirit points times 50. Every bit helped. But the true issue still gnawed at him. "Royal bloodline," he muttered. "What even is that?" Lan Yuru looked sideways. "You really don't know?" "I incubated her up in my hometown," Tian Shun said. "And that's it." Lan Yuru stared at him. "That's not how sacred beasts are supposed to be bonded." Little May made a snorting sound and climbed up to perch on Tian Shun's head. From there, she surveyed the world like a general planning her next glorious conquest. "What are you doing?" He muttered to her. "Good. I'm helping." She chirped in a sing-song voice. They eventually paused near a cracked cliff face where a fated battle standard lay buried in soot. The spot was safe enough for rest. Tian Shun sat against the warm rock, and offered little May a piece of spiritual jerky. She sniffed it delicately, then turned her head away. Even if she really wanted to eat that, she had a role to play, the role of an empress. "Now you're too noble to eat?" he asked incredulously. She didn't respond. Instead, she patted in a slow circle and laid down beside him with all the grace of a spoiled house cat. Lanueru arched a brow. "I'm starting to think she's not some ancient royal. She's just spoiled." Little May cracked one eye open, narrowed it, and made a slow huffing sound. Tian Shun scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the truth." They shared a small laugh, the tension loosening between them. But the Fox clan wasn't done. Far above, hidden atop a scorched ridge, several pairs of silver eyes watched the trio. Sayuri crouched beside a flame spirit formation, her tails flicking in a mixture of awe and disbelief. They had been observing the three for the better part of an hour, watching Little May's every move through enchanted vision spheres. She licked his hand, whispered one of the male fox watchers. "She just rolled over in the dirt," muttered another. Sayuri narrowed her eyes. "Hush, every movement may carry deeper meaning." But she tried to steal his rice bun. "Sacred beasts may test their bonds in unorthodox ways." Sayuri snapped, but she herself was unsure. Just then, in the viewing orb, Little May began chasing her own tail. The watching foxes gasped. A divine omen? A tail-looping ritual? Sayuri's expression was grim. She may be invoking the cycle of ancestral flames. Tian Shun's voice, distant but audible through the orb, broke the illusion. "Stop that. You're making me dizzy." The fox watchers grew silent. Sayuri pressed her fingers to her temple. Something wasn't right. Every movement of the so-called royal blood fox was nonsensical. Yet her aura was undeniable, ancient, deep, and that's what disturbed her. What if? She hesitated. She doesn't know who she is. Silence again. You think she's amnesiac? Or regressed? Or hiding her true self among mortals to better understand them? The ideas tumbled over one another like wildfire. Soon, words like prophecy, reincarnated blood sovereign, and transcendental vessel started popping up. Sayuri clenched her jaw. "We'll do nothing until Elder commands it," she finally said. But if she really is the one... She looked again through the orb. Tian Shun was now holding Lil May up by her front paws, dangling her and making explosion sounds as she flew through the air. "Whoosh! May the missile!" "Q-woo!" came the gleeful response. Sayuri turned away, expression unreadable. "We are so doomed." Back at their resting point, Tian Shun lowered May gently and exhaled. "She really wants to but can't truly act like royalty, huh?" Lanueru sat nearby, sipping a lukewarm spiritual tea. Maybe she's something else entirely. A mistake of fate. A miracle. Or just a fox with above-average luck. Little May had curled up on Tian Shun's lap again, her tails coiled like sleeping ribbons. Tian Shun rubbed her ears gently. He looked at her curiously. "Do you understand me truly?" Her eyes cracked open again. She yawned, exposing tiny fangs, and blinked at him with something between affection and amusement. Then she sneezed. A small puff of flame shot from her nose and singed his robes. "Ow!" Lanueru nearly spilled her tea laughing. Tian Shun groaned and patted out the embers. "See? Sacred beast, my ass." Little May looked up smugly. But in the back of his mind, Tian Shun couldn't shake the lingering worry. She was strong, much stronger than her kin should have been. Her evolution had happened rapidly after bonding with him. And now, some idiotic fox clans in the central battlefield were beginning to pay attention. He looked toward the horizon. The cracked sky over the Crimson Hollows pulsed faintly with fire energy. They were heading deeper, toward relics, ancient secrets, and now, political interest. "We'll figure out later," he muttered. Lanueru glanced at him. "Figure what out?" "Her nature." He looked down at the now peacefully napping Little May. "Whatever she really is, we'll cross that bridge when it burns." Lan Yueru didn't reply immediately. Her eyes lingered on little May's tiny form, then drifted toward the faint glimmers in the horizon. The crimson hollow's true depths, still veiled in a choking haze of fire energy. You always say that, she said quietly. We'll deal with it later. We'll cross it when it burns. You throw yourself into things without thinking, and somehow it works out. But this time, her gaze returned to him, calm but serious. This time, we're dealing with ancient beast clans, maybe even divine bloodlines. The kind of stuff that doesn't care how many cute noises a fox makes or how many bandits you've beaten up. Tian Shun stared at her, surprised by the rare weight in her tone. You worried about me, Lan Yueru? He teased, though his smile faltered under her unflinching gaze. She didn't answer with words. Instead, she reached into her pouch and handed him a small talisman, a protective charm etched with layered formations, crackling faintly with water and wind chi. It's not much, she murmured, but it'll shield you once. Use it if you need to protect her, or yourself. He took it slowly, fingers brushing against hers. The touch lingered. Thanks, he said, softer now. Lan Yueru shifted her gaze away. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just that if you die, I'll have to do the explaining to Feng. Cute. Little May stirred in her sleep, as if protesting the mere suggestion of Tianxin dying. He chuckled, tucking the charm into his robe. Tianxin leaned back against the warm cliffside, the charm's faint energy still tingling against his chest. Feng, huh? He said with a crooked grin. You two really bonding without me? Lan Yueru rolled her eyes, but a faint smirk tugged at her lips. Bonding over how exhausting you are. He snorted. Little May, still curled on his lap, pawed lazily at his sleeve before settling again, this time with her tail wrapped securely around his wrist, an oddly possessive gesture. The silence between them stretched, not awkward, but heavy with unsaid things. Tianxun's eyes fell to the horizon once more. The deeper they went, the stronger the enemies. And not just in strength, but lineage, secrets, agendas. But here, now, with this sleepy fox and a companion who cared more than she claimed, he felt something unfamiliar. Not confidence, not certainty, but resolve. I won't let either of you down, he whispered. CH-80, she's a con artist. The next morning, the crimson haze above the hollows pulsed like a heartbeat, slow, heavy, and ominous. Tianxun awoke to warmth on his chest. Little May had firmly claimed him as her personal bed, snoozing with a peaceful smugness only a divine being, or a spoiled child, could manage. Lan Yueru was already up, brushing her hair as she crouched on a nearby boulder. The wind caught strands of her silver-blue locks, casting her silhouette like a sword poised at rest. Morning! Tianxin grunted. Someone snores. She replied smoothly. I do not. Good. You do. Retorted Little May, eyes still shut but ears twitching with delight. Tianxin groaned. Somehow, the fox now spoke in his head in smoother, if erratic sentences. Their bond had closed up again overnight. Something to do with proximity, mutual intent, and possibly her licking his face while he slept. He wasn't ready to unpack that. Not that it mattered. The real storm was approaching. Unbeknownst to them, in another part of the Crimson Hollows, a procession had arrived. Golden palanquins floated over cracked obsidian ground, surrounded by elite cultivators clad in robes of red silk and burning sigils. At their center walked a figure clad in white and flame, a woman with a crown of embers and 7 floating spirit orbs spinning around her like planets. Her name was Lady Huojian, and she was pissed. Are you absolutely sure? She asked, voice like crackling tinder. A sweating scout knelt before her. Yes, Lady Hua, that was unmistakable. Royal lineage blood fox, undeniably not awakened. Her narrowed eyes burned brighter. Where? Southwestern quadrant of the hollow, near the old Drought King's domain's boundary. She snapped her fingers. Flames licked up from the scout's shoulders, but vanished before doing harm. Bring me this royal beast, she said coldly, and bring me the idiot who's corrupted it with mortal nonsense. Back at the boundary of the Drought King's domain, Tian Shun stretched. The trio moved onward, soon arriving at an eerie circular basin, once the site of a legendary duel. The air was thick with residual battle intent. Even Little May paused, first standing on end. And just then, a shadow loomed above. With a thunderous gust, 6 cultivators descended in unison, formation tight, robes billowing like infernos. Behind them hovered a floating sedan glowing with divine runes. Lan Yueru's hand went to her sword. Tian Shun stepped in front of her. "Travelers." "You tried hopefully." "Silence, defiler," barked one of the guards. Tian Shun blinked. "Saw the..." From the palanquin, Lady Hua An stepped out, eyes locked on Little May, who currently sat on Tian Shun's head chewing a dried meat steak. "That form, and that aura." She pointed accusingly. "You dare treat a royal beast as a pet?" Little May blinked. "Q, you see," the noblewoman hissed. "She doesn't even speak. You made her forget her bloodline." "Q, I didn't do anything." Tian Shun protested. "She talks to me, by the way." "Spiritually?" gasped a female elder from the side. "A soul bond," murmured another. "Oh my God," whispered someone in awe. "He's her soulmate." "What?" Tian Shun and Lan Yueru shouted at once. Little May, sensing chaos, climbed atop Tian Shun's shoulder again with exaggerated elegance. A moment later, she stuck her tongue out at the nobles. They gasped. "She insults us. She rejects her kind. She used the royal tongue for mockery." "Q," she screeched proudly, then puffed out her chest. Lady Hua's eyes twitched. "She has clearly been defiled," she whispered furiously. "We will purify her." Lan Yueru drew her sword. "Touch her, and I turn you into roasted vegetables." "Cutie," said Lady Hua without amusement. "You think you stand a chance against us? But I definitely stand a chance against stupidity and mockery." Tian Shun muttered. "We didn't ask for this purification." Little May, meanwhile, performed a full tail curl on Tian Shun's shoulder, then nuzzled him possessively. The nobles nearly fainted. "She nuzzles him. She's chosen a consort. The ceremony, it's begun." "What ceremony?" Tian Shun's voice cracked. Lan Yueru pinched the bridge of her nose. "Is this actually happening?" Little May chirped proudly. "Good. They believe I'm royalty, and I like this. They're going to kill us." Tian Shun hissed mentally. "Good. A small prize for my aesthetic triumph." More cultivators descended from the sky, at least 2 more factions now arriving. One bore the sigil of the Sacred Beast Hall. The other wore red-black robes with skeletal motifs. Each immediately froze upon seeing Little May. The info was true. "No, we sensed her aura first," barked Lady Hua. "She sat on our scout's head first," countered a ghost-faced elder from the ghoul group. Tian Shun held up his hands. "Wait, what does any of that have to do with them?" "The claim of companionship," they all shouted at once. "Whoever bonds with her shall receive half her spiritual inheritance. The old laws are clear." Tian Shun paled. "Why do I suddenly feel like I'm in a custody battle?" Lan Yueru didn't speak. She was laughing her heart out, silently, almost trembling. Little May slowly climbed down to Tian Shun's shoulder and began grooming his hair. Everyone gasped again. Lady was staggered. "She's cementing her possession. She's marking him. She may have licked his probably." The others all glared at the one who said the last part, almost killing him with the stares. "I am going to throw myself into a volcano." Tian Shun howled. And then it got worse. From behind the crowd, a small elder stepped forward. Clad in plain brown robes and covered in soot, he scratched his beard thoughtfully. "I know that fox," he said. "Or at least, I've heard of her." Everyone turned. He squinted at Little May. "If that's who I think she is, she's not the royal beast." Everyone gasped. "What? Then what is she?" The elder sighed. She's a mischief tail, a trickster, the one who steals lunch. Tianshan gawked. The what? She may have once faked her bloodline to get free spiritual jerky from the fate cultivator. She's a con artist. All eyes turned to little May. She had frozen mid-groom. Very, very slowly, she turned her head to stare at the elder. I don't know any fate, and I only like master's jerky. The elder visibly backed away. I could be wrong. Yup, I am. Too late. Flames flickered around little May. Her eyes glowed. A furious fox with a wounded ego is not a rational creature. Lan Yueru pulled Tianshan behind a boulder. Should we stop her? She just said that guy's clothes will be on fire with her sneeze. Point taken. In a massive puff of flame, little May vanished. When she reappeared, she was sitting calmly again. The elder's hair was gone. So were his pants. Everyone stared in awe. She is divine. She punished him with embarrassment, the most brutal torment. She's more terrifying than I imagined, whispered Lady Hua, now pale. Tianshan face-bombed. Lan Yueru sipped her tea. This is my life now, he muttered. A misunderstood royal fox who may or may not be a scam artist, and 3 sects trying to steal her. Little May hopped back into his arms with an utterly innocent face. Don't worry. I choose you, master. He didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or run. Tianshan didn't get a chance to decide, because the sky split open. A booming ripple of pressure swept across the basin, silencing every voice and freezing every fluttering robe. Cultivators staggered, several falling to their knees as a divine aura descended like a blade pressing to every throat. Even the ever-dramatic Lady Hua Jian gasped, her flames flickering uncertainly. From above descended a single figure. He wore no robes of office, no sigils of affiliation, only ragged pants, a torn fur cloak, and sandals that might once have belonged to a hermit. His face was obscured by a gourd-shaped mask, its expression painted in a crooked grin. But when he landed, even the air dared not breathe. Tianshan instinctively stepped back, shielding little May, while Lan Yueru bristled beside him. The masked man's voice was hoarse and amused. Still squabbling over that little fox? Lady Hua straightened, trying not to look like she'd almost peed herself. And you are? The man didn't answer. Instead, he crouched, stared at little May with twinkling eyes, then reached out a finger, only to have it nearly bitten by the red ball of fur. Not that she can harm a single hair of off the man. Kyu? Donji. The man pulled back, chuckling. Still the same attitude. He stood, addressing the stunned crowd. You've all been tricked. That one's no royal bloodline fox. She isn't. Came the cry of 20 confused sect disciples in unison. The man tilted his head, smile widening beneath the crooked grin of his gourd-shaped mask. No, he said, almost kindly. She's not ordinary. The crowd held its breath. She's worse. Tianshan blinked. Worse? The man nodded. She's delightfully ordinary, but with an ego the size of a divine realm. She has no royal blood, no destiny, but she acts like she does. And somehow reality listens. Little May fluffed her tails proudly. Q. That's called manifesting mortal. CH-81. Adventure is death. The silence that followed was the kind that didn't dare be broken by mere mortals. Dozens of cultivators stood frozen in their battle stances, swords and talismans half drawn, completely unsure whether to bow, flee, or question their entire understanding of divine beasts and bloodlines. Even the spiritual beasts in the surroundings, those lurking unseen in the toxic mist and red haze, shuddered and went still. Lan Yueru stared wide-eyed at the masked man. Who is he? Tianshan, for once, had no quip, no sarcastic murmur or dismissive shrug. Just silence. Because little May, chaotic, sleepy, dramatic little May, had not once tried to climb off his shoulder. In fact, she had hidden behind Tianshan's collar like a scared child. That was new. The masked man turned slowly, taking in the stunned expressions, the half-scorched scout, the pantsless elder still covering himself with a cracked fan, and finally Tianshan himself. His head tilted. You, what's your name? Tianshan. A nod. Figures. Figures what? That she'd pick someone troublesome. The gored mask turned slightly, catching the sunlight like a crooked smile. Tell me, Tianshan, do you want her? There was a sudden vacuum in the air, as if the world itself leaned in to hear his answer. Little May peeked out from behind his shoulder, eyes wide. Even Lan Yueru paused mid-blade draw, her lips parted. Tianshan blinked. Want as in, keep her, or want as in, want, the masked man said, stepping closer, as in, claim her. Let her cause you endless trouble until your cultivation path is off the course. She's not evil, I sense. She's not good, I guess. She's just idiotic. He turned to the gathered factions and smiled beneath the mask. And you all thought you could bind that with bloodlines and rules. Lady was hand trembled. That's impossible. She clearly feels surreal. The man chuckled. True. A low groan escaped Tianshan's lips. So, you're saying there's nothing odd about her? Correction. The masked man raised a finger. She's odd, but what exactly, I can't guess. And now, you're her designated manager. Little May tilted her head innocently. Q. It means I'm special. You lit a guy's pants on fire for calling you a freeloader. He called me a fox who steals lunch. You did steal my lunch yesterday. Q. I share it with you. Sharing is love. Lan Yuru finally gave up and sat down on a rock, placing her sword beside her. You know what? I'll take this over another tournament arc. Tianshan exhaled slowly. Then he faced the masked man, steeling himself. All right, let's say I do want her. I'll keep feeding her. I'll keep protecting her. But what about them? He gestured to the three factions now in absolute disarray, torn between awe, religious terror, and bureaucratic panic. The masked man sighed. You'll have to prove you're worth her companionship. Of course. In battle. Of course. Against all of them. Tianshan flinched. Wait. At once, golden runes flared across the basin. The masked man tapped his sandal against the earth, and a massive formation ignited under everyone's feet. Lady Hua shouted, He's sealing us in. Good eye, said the masked man. One chance. First to reach the checkpoint at the summit of the formation's eye wins the right to do the bidding. Lanzuo Palet. Wait, we have to climb that thing. It's a vertical spiral death chasm. Good. I like it. Little May chirped. Tianshan gawked at her. I beta you do. I'll be watching, said the masked man, walking to the center of the rune array. Try not to disappoint, or die, or worse. He turned back briefly, eyes twinkling beneath the mask. Loser to someone who thinks jerky means affection. And then he was gone. The play had begun. A loud horn blared through the center. Spiritual pressure burst in every direction. The factions scattered, their elites rushing toward the distant summit like arrows loosed from taut bows. Tianshan stood dumbfounded. That just happened. Lan Yueru stood beside him, adjusting her sword. Ready? For what? I didn't sign up for this. You fed her. That's a contract. What? Little May twirled once on his shoulder, tail flaring like a royal banner. Let's go, master. My dignity awaits. Lanzuos, my... Think of it this way. If we win, no one can steal your foxy, cuddly cutie pie. Tianshan looked at the summit. He looked at the swirling clouds and vertical walls. He looked at the dozens of elites, now vaulting over jagged cliffs and flashing movement techniques with deadly precision. Then he looked at Little May, who was currently trying to ride his head again. Screw it. He summoned his chi. Let's climb this damn thing. And then, with Lan Yueru at his side and a war fox on his head, Tianshan launched forward into the trial of his life. One that had absolutely nothing to do with cultivation realms or destiny. but everything to do with the fact that somehow this divine mistake had chosen him. And the masked man was now watching. The moment Tian Shun leapt forward, the world tried to kill him. The wind wasn't wind. It was a howling, slicing force that threatened to skin cultivators alive if they weren't wrapped in chi. The terrain wasn't terrain. It was a puzzle of collapsing stone, mirrored ledges, and floating platforms that rotated without warning. Okay, this is fine, Tian Shun yelled as he vaulted over a snapping bridge made entirely of translucent light. Lan Yuru, right behind him, was already glowing with an inner flame, her sword slashing through a batch of descending wind talismans. This is not fine, she called. You didn't tell me she came with platforming trials from hell. She didn't tell me either. Q. Little May chimed in, tail flowing like a banner. Adventure is love. Adventure is death. The first 100 meters were chaos. Cultivators from the various factions, Scarlet Sect, Beast Pavilion, and the others, were now dashing across this vertical maze like rabid squirrels on drugs. Some used talismans, others summoned spirit beasts, and a few brave ones tried brute force climbing. Naturally, several had already fallen screaming into the void below. Tian Shun dodged a spiraling stone wheel the size of a house, then narrowly avoided a hidden trap glyph that turned a platform into soap. Lan Yuru cursed as she kicked off a crumbling ledge, catching herself mid-air with a chi burst. I'm never trusting an ancient man in a gourd mask again. Oh, and yet you trust me. Tian Shun grinned, despite the dirt smudges and wind tangled his hair. I don't, she shot back. But you owe me dinner after this. Deal. They shot forward again. Up ahead, a group of azure cultivators was forming a bridge of flying swords. Their leader, a pale young woman with gray eyes, noticed Tian Shun and Lan Yuru approaching and smirked. Obstacles aren't meant to be shared. She snapped her fingers. The flying swords buzzed, then turned, launching toward Tian Shun like metal wasps. Rude, he muttered. But before he could react, Little May lifted her paw. The swords froze mid-air, then turned, and shot back. The silver-eyed woman screamed and fell off the platform, caught barely by a teammate. Killa, mij trilt. No one throws knives at my master. You're what? Tian Shun sputtered. You know what? Lan Yuru huffed. I'm starting to enjoy her. You would. Another 100 meters passed in a blur of cursed puzzles and mid-air combat. They dodged a geyser of poisonous mist, crossed a gravity-inverted corridor, where Tian Shun's robe flipped comically, and Tian Shun even had to carry Lan Yuru bridal style for 2 seconds. She didn't complain. He tried not to notice the way her eyes lingered just a second too long. Eventually, the platforms narrowed. They reached the second checkpoint, a floating shrine ringed in flame and illusion. A golden-robed monk stood at the entrance, bare-chested and gleaming with spiritual tattoos. The fox must be surrendered, he said calmly, raising one palm. Only those unburdened by anomalies may proceed. Tian Shun stopped. Little May hissed softly. He smells like incense, bad ones. Is that a real rule? Tian Shun asked. The monk nodded. She is suspicious. She must stay here. Lan Yuru narrowed her eyes. You're scared of her. She will tilt the balance. She's a walking catnap, not a fate-eating demon. Mai sniffed. Rude. Leave her or turn back. Tian Shun looked between them. His lips pursed. He walked up to the monk, then slapped his hand away. You want me to abandon her? He said softly. After all this? The monk's eyes flared. Then perish. But a puff of smoke exploded from his robe. Little May had vanished, so had the top knot on his head. From behind Tian Shun, a giggle echoed. Cute. Bald as karma. Lan Zua Snot? I take it back. I love her. The monk trembled. She must be banned. Tian Shun didn't wait. He and Lan Yuru surged past the shrine before the monk could recover, racing into the next section. Higher and higher they climbed, and the others weren't far behind. A trio from the Bone Lotus sect used corpse puppets to form a stairway of writhing limbs. A scarlet-robed elder ignited the walls themselves, melting paths into the cliffs with fiery force. And behind them all, that same gourd-masked man watched, amused. CH-82, disappointment. Let's see, he murmured. Who wins the right to raise the little troublemaker? Final stretch. The summit loomed above, a swirling cyclone of gold and crimson mist wrapped around a spiraling path that defied physics. And yet Tian Shun was smiling. His chest heaved, his clothes were torn. There was a mark on his left ear from some illusion beast that turned out to be a chair. But he was smiling, because Lan Yueru had stopped using her sword entirely, opting instead to throw all kind of talismans like shurikens. And little Mei? She was now in full smug mode, ears high, tail swaying, doing absolutely nothing to help except shout dramatic advice. Cute. Left, master. No, right? No. Dothe. Roll. Pretend you're an acorn. I'm ignoring you now. Tian Shun panted. Cute. The final section had no platforms, just a vertical climb, with wind blades, spectral chains, and cursed howls screaming through the air. One misstep, and you fell. Tian Shun looked to Lan Yueru. I'll boost you. You'll what? He knelt. Step on my back. Launch off. You're lighter and faster. Get to the summit. What about you? I'll wing it. I hate you. Hot pot. Fine. She stepped on. He launched. Lan Yueru flew like a comet, sword igniting with spiritual flame as she cut through the winds. Tian Shun, meanwhile, prepared to jump, but a chain wrapped around his ankle. A lotus petal-robed disciple, face pale and stitched, was dragging him down. She. The man croaked. Belongs to the monastery. Oh, shut up. Tian Shun flared his chi. His entire body exploded with golden light, and he dragged the corpse cultivator with him as he shot upward like a cannonball. The summit was close. Very close. Lan Yueru reached it first, or so she thought. As her foot touched the summit's edge, a formation flared, and Tian Shun's hand grabbed the final ledge a mere heartbeat after. They landed together. Breathless, grimy, beaten, alive. Then a bell rang. The sky flashed, and the masked man reappeared, reclining mid-air on a golden fan. Tian Shun stared up, panting. Lan Yueru leaned on her sword beside him, wind-blown, scuffed, and still somehow elegant like a painting caught in a storm. Little Mei had curled up inside his robe somewhere around the last gravity bridge and now only chirped out occasional QS like a sentient stress ball. They were close. Too close. And yet, are those dragon phantoms? Tian Shun asked. Zup Lan Zuagan, guarding the summit, because, I don't know, the phantoms circled lazily through the sky, each one at least 30 meters long, bodies made of storm chi and residual trial energy. They had no eyes, only seething sockets of pure intent. Behind them, the other factions had regrouped. From the Scarlet sect came an elder with 4 flaming arms. From the Beast Pavilion, a half-tiger girl riding a wind serpent. They all had one goal. Get to the top. Claim the fox. Or more precisely, prove themselves worthy of being the one who could handle the fox. Which was absurd. And also kind of flattering. So this is what being a babysitter of divine beast looks like, Tian Shun muttered. Honestly, Lan Yueru replied. If she weren't adorable, I'd have left her already. Q, came the sleepy reply from inside Tian Shun's robe. He groaned. We're doing this. Lan Yueru cracked her neck. I'll take left. Distract the tiger girl. You sure? She flirted with me earlier. I owe her a beating. You're hot when you're righteous. Focus, she deadpanned, though the flush on her cheeks betrayed her. Then they moved. Tianshan shot upward in a blur, chaining together movement techniques like a madman on a caffeine pill. Wind sliced at his robes, but his chi burned hotter. Ahead, the dragon phantoms roared. Behind, a voice howled. Tianshan. It was the elder with no pants. Again, Tianshan ducked a bolt of flame, swerved to dodge a flying bone snake, and then kicked off a mirror platform to gain altitude. The summit was close now, so close he could feel the heartbeat of the trial pulsing through the air like war drums. And then, boom! A phantom dragon slammed down in front of him, roaring with enough force to distort the air. "Prove yourself," it said, its voice a chorus of ancient regrets and trial administrators. Tianshan glanced down, then up, then at the dragon. "About a fox that sets people on fire when she doesn't like lunch," he said. The dragon paused. Then it blinked and moved aside. Lan Yueru, dodging behind him, stared in disbelief. "You're kidding. I think I just won an argument with a divine beast." Cute. Little May hummed. "My master is persuasive. Lan Zua's not. You're like the mold in an old rice cooker." Still, she landed beside him seconds later, and together, they broke into the final platform, the summit. Little May just giggled in his robes and played emotional soundtrack support. Tianshan collapsed onto the central pillar, panting. Lan Yueru dropped beside him. They looked at each other. Sweaty, bruised, grinning like idiots. Little May popped out, twirled mid-air, and landed on Tianshan's head. Cue. The pillar lit up. A gentle pulse of power shot through the space. The other factions, watching from the edges, groaned, cried, or simply stared in disbelief. Scarlet Sect Elder. How? Beast Pavilion Girl. No fair. Lotus Guy. Can I at least get her autograph? Tianshan blinked. We won. Lan Yueru gave a slow nod. The masked man drifted down. Indeed, you won. He waved a hand. A small golden tattoo appeared in Tianshan's arm. It pulsed in rhythm with Little May's heartbeat. She's yours now, he said. Tianshan glanced at the tattoo, then at Little May, then at Lan Yueru. What exactly does that mean? Means if she explodes something by accident, you get blamed. Figures. The masked man smiled. And if she decides to do things a baddie could do, you get blamed. Still figures. Good. Little May chirped, doing a little head tilt dance. But I'll love you forever. Lan Yueru rolled her eyes. You're doomed. I know. But... She leaned in and kissed his cheek. You're my doomed idiot. Tianshan froze, blushed, then grinned. Hey, does this come with bonus affection? No, but maybe later? Maybe. They stood together at the summit, victorious, confused, and carrying possibly the most unpredictable creature in the continent. The masked man turned away. Not bad. I give this arc a solid 8.5. He vanished in a swirl of ink and wind. The sky cleared. The arena faded. And the first phase of the expedition came to an end, not with a battle for resources or secrets of cultivation, but with a battle to raise a mischievous fox. The return to Feluan's sect wasn't triumphant, at least not by sect standards. When Tianshan, Lan Yueru, and Feng Yin stepped through the sect gates under the rising sun, a few outer disciples nodded their way, but the usual enthusiasm for returning heroes was absent. They had expected their names to ring louder, their achievements to be more celebrated. After all, they'd survived the brutal central battlefield expedition. But reality? Reality was a silent courtyard and a lukewarm reception. The elders didn't scold them. They didn't say much at all, which was, in its own way, worse. Report, said Elder Xian, an old man whose beard was whiter than the clouds, and who could crush boulders with a yawn. The trio summarized their battles, the ruins, the desperate fight against the other factions, going with the excuse that they fought for great ancient treasures, and how most of the higher-tier resources had been devoured by others. Elder Xian nodded sagely at each point, but the faint twitch of his brow gave him away. Compared to the other groups, who brought back sacks of spiritual herbs, beast cores, and rare artifacts, their returns were light. Clean. Too clean. Still, the man said nothing outright. Instead, he handed each of them a merit token and a single bottle of recovery pills. You've returned. That is merit enough. The words were kind, but the warmth didn't reach his eyes. After the short debrief, the trio parted ways without a word. Lan Yueru cast a long glance Tianshun's way, her soft lips curving into a faint smile. We'll spar tomorrow. I'll win this time. You'll need 3 lifetimes to catch up. Tianshun teased, though his tone was gentle. Feng Yin chuckled beside him, giving Lan Yueru a playful wink before grabbing Tianshun's hand and leading him away like a queen claiming her king. Back at his residence, the familiar scent of pine wood and incense wrapped around Tianshun like an embrace. But even that couldn't compare to the woman in his arms. Fa 83, Ifu Vika, all 18. Feng Yin didn't wait. The moment the door closed behind them, her soft hands pressed against his chest, and her lips captured his with quiet urgency. It wasn't hunger, it was relief. Weeks on the battlefield, surrounded by blood and death, had left both of them yearning for the warmth only the other could provide. Welcome home, she whispered, brushing her fingers against his cheek. I missed you. Tianshun smiled. I was gone for barely a month. That's 30 nights. Too many. Her voice dipped lower. I won't let you sleep alone tonight. Their embrace deepened. Clothes fell like petals to the floor. The bed, made with soft silks, welcomed their tangled bodies. Their lips locked against each other, trying to devour their significant other whole. He kissed her lips, her neck, slowly making his way to the snow mountains. Ag, she moaned, eyes hazy with emotion. Don't hold back. You'll regret it if I don't. He growled softly, just as their pulses quickened at that exact moment when the mood reached its zenith. Ugh, what are you two doing? The voice was high-pitched, feminine, and very pouty. Tianshun and Feng Yin froze mid-motion. Slowly, they turned toward the bed's corner, where a certain fur ball had been curled up in blissful slumber hours ago. There, sitting with puffed cheeks and narrowed eyes, was little May, only she wasn't quite so little anymore. Gone was the sleeping fox cub. In her place stood a girl of maybe 18 or 19 in appearance, with crimson hair tumbling down her back and perky fox ears twitching in indignation. Her big amber eyes gleamed with tears and jealousy. Master, you were doing naughty things without me again, she shouted, stamping her tiny bare foot. That's cheating. I'm your first partner. Feng Yin blinked. She transformed. Tianshun sighed. I forgot this would happen soon. With that masked man's blessing. She's reached 5-star already. Little May sniffled, her voice cracking. I cultivated diligently. I missed you. And now you're in bed without me? That's evil. Her fluffy tail, now 3, white with faint streaks of violet, lashed behind her like a whip. Tianshun sat up, the covers barely clinging to his waist. May wait, calm down. No, I demand justice, she declared. You've been cuddling little sister Ian while I was sleeping. I'm going to mark you as mine. Before either adult could protest, the fox girl leapt into the bed with supernatural speed. With a pomp, she landed between them and promptly tackled Tianshun's chest, rubbing her cheek against it while hugging him tightly. I'm joining too. Let's do it, she chirped. Feng Yin's eyes twitched. Me? Little sister? Little May puffed up proudly. I'm technically his first partner. That makes you my little sister. So it's not weird. Tianshun, knowing if he let out a single word, he will be hunted by both femme fatale. She declared, already stripping her spirit robe. I already made the decision, and it's your fault for being so warm and kissable. Feng Yin stared for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she giggled. Well, I suppose I did always suspect she'd try this eventually. You're okay with this? Tian Shun asked incredulously. I mean, it's either this or she starts marking furniture. She teased. Little May beamed. Yay, little sis Een is the best. That's big sis for you. Tian Shun didn't dare move. Not because he was scared, though, maybe just a little, but because he was now the meat in a very affectionate sandwich. On one side, Feng Yin's lips hovered near his neck, her breath warm as her fingers traced idle circles on his chest. On the other, little May had fully latched onto him like a spirit beast refusing to release her prey. I'm not letting go. She mumbled, pouting dramatically as she nuzzled her cheek into his shoulder. You feel way better than I imagined. You've imagined this? Tian Shun asked warily. For a while. She replied sweetly, her fluffy tail swishing behind her like a banner of victory. Feng Yin arched a brow. She's aggressive. Beasts are territorial. Tian Shun muttered, already regretting every instance he ever gave the girl head pats. Little May's ears twitched as she puffed up proudly. That's right, and now that I've transformed, I'm claiming my territory. She snuggled deeper into him with an almost audible palm. This chest? Mine. These abs? Mine. This heartbeat? Mine. You're going to smother him. Feng Yin said dryly, though the corners of her lips curved with amusement. Better smothered than lonely. Little May shot back with a wink. Tian Shun raised his hands in surrender. All right, but can we at least breathe before this turns into a full-on PRN showdown? Oh, Little May lit up. Can we? Can we do a real bonding? Like a THREO? Do you even know what that means? Feng Yin asked. No, she chirped, tail wagging harder. But I'm ready to find out. You and me, Sister Een. Let's team up and make Master Sea Stars. The word sent a shiver up Tian Shun's spine, mostly from excitement. Feng Yin chuckled, brushing her hair back lazily. She's got guts. But zero breaks, he muttered. Just then, the soft silks around them rustled as Feng Yin leaned in, eyes glowing faintly with amusement. Maybe a teacher wouldn't be so bad. She whispered, her voice sultry. Little May gasped, feeling her T-dyes being fondled by both experienced hunters. Not wanting to be the one being the prey, she also grabbed one of Feng Yin's melons and roughly fondled them. Feng emuled. Don't. AHH, get ahead. AGHHH. But getting ahead is my specialty. Little May squealed. Tian Shun groaned softly as Little May didn't forget to massage his DCK, bobbing her hands alongside his shaft. Too late. Little May chirped. You're already marked. There's no escape. Tian Shun, now completely aroused, looked between the two radiant women, one graceful and composed, the other gleaming with mischief and raw energy. Maybe this was his destiny all along. He sighed. Let's just start the three-way before one of you burns the bed. Feng emuled. Try not AHH to faint AGHHH, hubby. He just smirked in response. Slowly his hands had made their way to the women's lower zenith. As he pinched their CLT, two high-pitched surprised moans revered throughout the room. Afgaff. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Kaya-ah. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Already high on sky, they both came, wetting the already messed-up bed. Letting them rest for a bit, he asked impatiently. Ready. Always. Both women exclaimed excitedly. Not wasting another second, he came in front of Feng Yin, positioning his hot rod against her entrance. He entered het, extracting a soft mule from her. Ag. Slowly but surely, he sped up his thrusts, with her moans keeping up the pace. AHH ag ag high. As the stimulation build up, so does their passion. Little May, meanwhile, was busy leaving kiss and hickey marks all over Tian Shun. Thwack. OUCHH, what was that for? The ex-little ball of fur whimpered pretendingly as he slapped her meaty ass. Her breath hitched, not from pain but from the thrill. You're being naughty now. She purred, lips brushing his ear. Taunting the beast, she had beckoned with her defiant grin. Thwack! Another slap, another answer. His hand lingered on the curve of her thigh, fingers splayed, hot and possessive. The sound still echoed, more than flesh on flesh. It was a rhythm, a dialogue, and she was fluent in it. Affa! But someone else's soft mewls and whimpers echoed far more. Feng Yin's body arched in response with his jackhammering, not away, but toward, an offering, a dare. You like that, don't you? His voice was low, husky, dangerous in its restraint. She turned her head slightly, brushing her lips against his jaw. What gave it away? The sound I couldn't stop? Or the way I'm trembling? Her hair, sleek, defiant, sticking messily around her face, teasing him to no end. It didn't restrain. It invited. His hand slid up her waist, tracing each notch of vertebrae like a sacred path. Her skin quivered beneath his touch, sensitive and waiting, like parchment begging to be written on. He leaned in, breath hot on her neck, and she tilted her head back, baring her throat with a soft gasp. Her fingers gripped the sheets, as if grounding herself or surrendering. You started this, he murmured, lips grazing her pulse. Every twitch, every look, you wanted this. I AGHH, still want AGHH, it AHHH. She whimpered loudly, defiant even now, even as her knees wobbled under his intensity. So don't stop. I want to feel it, all of you. He chuckled, dark and slow. His other hand found her hip, pulling her flush against him. The heat between them was a storm, rising, greedy, inevitable. Every movement, every breath, he pressed her against the bed, her whole body jiggling as if it was boneless, a stark contrast. Thwack! A slap landed on Feng Yin's ass, this time softer, more deliberate, a caress in disguise. Eha! She moaned, spine arching, toes curling in delight. AGHH, getting gentle. AGHH with me? Ag hi. She teased, voice barely a whisper. AHHH frayed il briac? He leaned close, teeth just grazing the shell of her ear. No, he growled, velvet over steel. I'm just savoring. And, oh, she shivered. Not from fear, not from pain, but from the sheer, glorious promise in his voice. CH84, pervert. And so, with a resigned sigh and a deeply amused wife, Tian Shun found himself in bed with a fox girl on one side and a phoenix woman on the other. Cultivation flared again, though the heat now carried a tinge of chaos. Their breaths, once separate, now danced in rhythm. Laughter mixed with moans, embarrassment with euphoria. It was chaotic, sensual, and maybe morally questionable, maybe, and it was perfect. By the time moonlight replaced sunlight outside, the trio lay entangled in glowing silks and each other's warmth. Tian Shan's arm rested around both of them, one a proud phoenix, the other a jealous little fox who now purred like a satisfied kitten. Little May cuddled into his chest, tail flicking lazily. So this is what they call F-King. I like it. Where did you learn all this cursing? Tian Shan questioned. Feng Yin stroked the girl's soft hair with a tired smile. You're not allowed to monopolize him, you know. I'd never, but I will ask for kisses every night now, she mumbled. Tian Shun sighed. My peaceful nights are over, aren't they? Feng Yin smirked, her tone teasing. You're the one who signed up for this harem thingy. I thought spirit beasts weren't part of the package. Little May giggled. I'm a special bonus. Outside, a chilly breeze swept across the night sky. Inside, the room radiated warmth, a warmth forged not only through flames and spirit energy, but through hearts tangled in this strange, wonderful life. Even if the sect looked at him with skeptical eyes, even if his returns weren't dazzling, Tian Shun had something more precious. A fox to his left, a phoenix to his right. Morning. The morning sunlight filtered softly through the paper window screens, casting warm golden patterns across the wooden floor. The faint scent of incense lingered in the air, mingled with the quiet breathing of the three who lay tangled in serene exhaustion beneath a silken blanket. Tian Shun stirred first. The warmth beside him was a pleasant weight, soft, supple, and familiar. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Feng Yin's bare shoulder, smooth and pale as moonlight, her raven black hair cascading in soft waves across the pillow. She was already awake, watching him with those calm eyes of hers, a touch of amusement swimming in their depths. "You're awake," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "But was smiling in your sleep, too, dreaming of fox girls." Tian Shin chuckled, voice hoarse. "Who wouldn't after what happened?" He shifted slightly, and that was when a warm, soft pressure shifted from the other side. A slender arm looped loosely around his waist. He looked down and found little May nestled against him, face buried into his side, her crimson hair a beautiful mess. Her fox ears twitched lazily, and her tails draped across the bed like a silken scarf of moonlight. "MNNGH, don't move. I like this position," she mumbled in her sleep, nuzzling closer. Feng Yin giggled softly. It was rare to hear her laugh like that, genuine and light. She leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Tian Shun's forehead. "You didn't break her, did you?" she teased, whispering close to his ear. Tian Shun exhaled, eyes closing for a moment. "She's a little monster." Feng Yin leaned on her elbow. "I watched half of it, you know." The little fox was practically glowing with happiness. "And you were a bit rough. I guess some girls like being pinned down by a dragon. You were that into it?" "Of course." Her smile was playful. Tian Shin didn't know whether to laugh or blush. "You're more dangerous than you let on. I'm a cultivator. Danger is in the job description." They both turned to look at little May again, who had now flopped over, one of her tails curling around Tian Shin's leg. She stirred, blinking slowly. Her cheeks immediately tinted pink upon realizing their gazes. "Ah, Master, Sisterine? Gee, good morning," she chirped, her voice rising several notes higher than normal. She then ducked under the blanket, hiding her face. "You don't have to be embarrassed," Feng Yin said warmly. "We're family now, aren't we?" Little May peeked out. "Oh, really?" Feng Yin nodded and reached over, brushing her fluffy ear. "Really, you're adorable, and I like you. Just don't try to monopolize him at night, or I might have to spar with you." "Yes." May's tail wagged excitedly at the declaration, her eyes shimmering. "I won't lose next time." "Next time," Tian Shin muttered, sighing as both girls smiled wickedly. But inwardly, he was also expecting what next time could be like. After some light teasing, lazy stretches, and a shared bath that was just on the edge of scandalous, the trio finally got dressed and stepped out into the morning light of the Phalan sect. The courtyard was peaceful. Birds chirped, clouds drifted, and the sect disciples passed them by with polite nods, unaware of the debauchery that had taken place just hours ago in Tian Shin's courtyard. "Where to first?" Feng Yin asked, walking beside him in her usual white and blue robes. She'd tied her hair into a high ponytail today, making her look both elegant and athletic. "I need a swing by the Martial Hall and the Technique Pavilion," Tian Shan said, while thinking dubiously. "There might be a tribute bubbles." Resplained. "I can find if this theory is right or not." Little May, now fully dressed in a red outer robe that barely tamed her bubbly energy, bounced beside him, still clinging to his sleeve. "Then can we visit the Spirit Beast stables later? You look like a human cosplaying Foxy, though." "Cosplay?" "Nothing," Tianshin muttered. She puffed out her cheeks, feeling he's taunting her, which he was. He ruffled her head, ears and all. "Sorry, my bad." As they reached the training grounds, the familiar sight of disciples sweating through drills, sparring with grunts and bursts of spiritual energy, greeted them. He casually strolled through, but didn't find any attribute orbs. He now understood that he didn't completely understood the rules of attributes and their reason of coming into existence. Dissatisfied, he came back, meeting up with Feng Yin, who saw him being like he'd lost a million. "What now?" New trouble uploading. Feng Yin said, arms folded, watching silently. What do you even think of me? Tianshan asked, aggrieved. A trouble-making, slightly handsome, perverted idiot with the favor of the goddess of luck. He blinked. Is this a new way of flirting? I don't flirt. It's a fact. Little May gasped. Sister Yin, don't overdo it. What if Master gets nosebleeds? They both looked at Tianshan, who groaned and walked faster. By midday, the three had visited the Technique Pavilion, where Tianshan exchanged a few old techniques for spirit stones, then visited a noodle stall run by a lazy disciple. May slurped hers noisily, while Feng Yin ate with quiet grace. You're going to get fat at this rate. Tianshan chuckled, watching May order a third bowl. Feng Yin leaned closer. You'd still be cute, or more of a silky cushion for us to sit on. He nearly choked at that. The rest of the day was spent wandering the quieter areas of the sect, visiting a secluded waterfall at Little May's request. There they sat in silence, enjoying the breeze. Feng Yin leaned her head against Tianshan's shoulder. Little May curled up beside him, resting her head on his lap, ears flicking as she dozed. He looked down at them both, his heart strangely full. There was no battle today, no urgent mission, no ghostly inheritance or demonic legacy chasing him. Just peace. A rare day of peace. And as the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting orange hues across the world, Tianshan allowed himself a small, rare smile. The orange sky deepened into crimson as the last sliver of sunlight dipped behind the distant peaks. Crickets began their nightly song, and the rustle of leaves filled the air with a natural rhythm that Tianshan hadn't noticed in a long time. He shifted slightly, careful not to disturb Little May, who now let out soft, content snores on his lap. Feng Yin's fingers gently traced his palm, their hands loosely intertwined. She didn't speak, didn't need to. Her quiet presence said everything. It almost feels unreal, Tianshan murmured, voice low. Feng Yin tilted her head slightly. What does? You too. She smiled, the last light of dusk catching in her eyes like starlight. That's because you're a perverted idiot. He nodded slowly, subconsciously, without even knowing. Maybe, but days like this is quite good. Feng Yin gave his hand a squeeze. Then, Tianshan glanced down again. May's tail swayed in her dreams, wrapping around his legs like affectionate vines. Feng Yin leaned against him like she belonged there. And she did. So did Little May. So did this feeling. Tianshan exhaled. Yes, he would remember. He closed his eyes, listening to the two voices that, somehow, had become his favorite background noise. Last night had been an illusion of normalcy. Yet beneath it, beneath the quiet strolls and playful teasing, was the raw memory of the night before. Of tangled limbs and heated gasps. Of whispered names and shameless begging. Of lips that kissed with reverence and hunger. Of a proud phoenix panting beneath him, feathers flaring. Of a fox girl riding him, face flushed with primal joy, whispering curses she barely understood. The warmth that still lingered in his bones wasn't from the sun. It was from the way Feng Yin had leaned into his neck and murmured, "Don't stop." From the way Little May had cried out, "I want more. I want all of Master." Tianshan exhaled slowly, the edges of his lips curling. He'd never forget that night, and something told him it wouldn't be the last. CH 85. Empress Chick or Empress's Chick. The next morning began peacefully, until it didn't. Tianshan awoke to the familiar warmth of blankets, the distant chirping of birds, and the scent of tea leaves steeped nearby. As usual, Little May had curled into his arms sometime during the night, and Feng Yin had risen early, as she always did, practicing her sword movements in the courtyard with her calm, graceful aura. Everything felt tranquil, until it happened. Bah! The screech tore through the courtyard like a demonic shriek, followed by an explosion of chi so dense it rippled through the air and knocked a few tiles off the roof. Tianshan sat up abruptly. Was that a chicken? Little May, bleary-eyed and half-conscious, muttered into his chest, Chicken soup? Another explosion rocked the sect grounds. Tian Shun threw on his robe and rushed outside, only to find Feng Yin standing motionless in the courtyard, sword in hand, staring skyward with wide eyes. "You're seeing this too, right?" she asked, her voice strangely flat. Tian Shun followed her gaze. Hovering a few meters above their courtyard was a chicken. Not an ordinary chicken. This one was glowing. Its feathers shimmered gold. Its eyes burned with divine radiance, and it radiated a terrifying pressure akin to a nascent soul expert on a bad day. It flapped once. The sky parted. It flapped again. The cloud screamed. "What the hell?" Tian Shen whispered, shielding his eyes. From beside him, Little May stepped out into the courtyard, rubbing her eyes. "Master, is the chicken ascending?" They all watched in stunned silence as the chicken glowed brighter, until it suddenly screamed again. "BAWK!" Lightning cracked across the heavens. A beam of divine light descended from the clouds. And then, boom! The chicken exploded into golden mist, and a giant egg landed in the middle of the courtyard. Thunk! It didn't bounce. It didn't roll. It just sat there, glowing, humble, dignified. Feng Yin blinked. What just happened?" Tian Shun stepped forward slowly. There was an inscription on the egg's shell, a glowing divine rune that read, "The Egg of Fate. Hatch me if you dare. We dare." Little May whispered excitedly, practically vibrating in place. "No, we don't." "Yes, we will." Tian Shun replied immediately. Feng Yin replied at the same time. "Guys, we don't even know what's inside that thing. What if it hatches into a phoenix chicken hybrid with divine puberty rage?" He reasoned. "I'll spar with it," Little May said, tail wagging. "I'll train it," Feng Yin added. "I'll move out," Tian Shen muttered. The egg cracked. All three jumped back at the crackling sound. With a shimmer of light, the shell fell away, and from within stepped a chick. Tiny, round, fluffy, innocent. It peeped once, its voice like a bell chiming through. Then it blinked and looked up at Tian Shun. He stared back. "Why is it wearing a tiny crown?" The chick blinked again, then hopped up onto his shoulder like it owned him. "Oh no, no. A golden ring of runes manifested around Tian Shun's forehead. A wave of knowledge also flooded into his mind. "You have been chosen as the Chicken Empress's attendant. You must feed, groom, and worship it. Failure to perform duties will result in spontaneous karma retribution." Tian Shun fell to his knees. "I wasn't ready for this." Little May clapped excitedly. "It's so cute. Can we keep it?" "It chose him, May," Feng Yin said with a barely hidden smirk. "Looks like you're now the chicken keeper of the Feluan sect." Tian Shin stared at the chick on his shoulder. It stared back. All this while, the sky crackled with thunder. That was a heavenly tribulation, he muttered, deadpan. The sun had barely risen over the jade-tiled rooftops of the Feluan sect when chaos began to unfold across the outer court. Word of a heavenly tribulation in the outer disciple sector spread faster than wildfire in a dry forest. Elders, inner disciples, peak masters, and even a few retired recluses popped their heads out of closed-door cultivation. Because heavenly tribulations did not just randomly fall from the sky, especially not in the residential courtyard of an outer disciple who hadn't even broken into the core strengthening realm. At least not until now. By the time Tian Shun had changed into something more presentable and concealed the chick under his robe sleeve with increasingly frantic internal pleading, the courtyard was packed. Feng Yin stood by his side with arms crossed, her expression calm, but eyes gleaming with suppressed laughter. Little May had perched herself on the rooftop, legs swinging and grinning from ear to ear. "They're going to find out he's a chicken attendant," she sang in a whisper. Tian Shun gave her a look, subconsciously telling her to transform back to her beast form, which she happily does. The chick, who had been officially dubbed drowsy by Little May in less than 5 minutes, had curled up inside his sleeve like a smug pet. Occasionally, it peeked its golden feathered head out to chirp sweetly, only for Tian Shun to discreetly jam it back in with a twitching hand. "I should have thrown the damn egg into the river," he muttered. A few minutes later, a gust of profound wind blew through the courtyard. Then he arrived. The manner of Elder Su, stern, composed, and well known for having zero sense of humor. She landed gracefully, her white robes fluttering with authority. Behind her trailed several elders, all looking like they'd smelled something burning. "Where is the source of the tribulation?" Elder Su asked with cold authority. Everyone pointed at Tian Shun. Tian Shun pointed at the sky. Elder Su's eye twitched. "I meant the cause, not the location," she said slowly. The courtyard fell into a tense silence. Tian Shun stood still, smiling awkwardly as Elder Su's sharp gaze bore into him. Her eyes held the same weight as an unsheathed blade, precise, cold, and unforgiving. She said, stepping closer, "Disciple Tian Shun, what did you do this time? Were you cultivating some forbidden technique that summoned the heavenly tribulation?" Tian Shun blinked. "No, Elder. I was asleep." A long pause. Elder Su's left eyebrow twitched again. One of the accompanying elders stepped forward, his eyes narrow. Elder Hui, known for his expertise in anomalies of the heavens and earth. "You expect us to believe a heavenly tribulation manifested because you were sleeping?" Tian Shan nodded. "I sleep very diligently." Feng Yin covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. Little Mei let out a high-pitched giggle from the rooftop. Elder Su ignored them and swept her hand in an arc. A silvery formation sprang up, casting runes into the air like dancing snowflakes. Reveal the residual karmic paths. The formation pulsed, and then it fizzled. The runes turned black and burned into ash. A soft clucking sound echoed faintly in the air. The elders all took a step back, startled. Did that array just refuse to work?" One whispered. Elder Hui quickly drew another spell pattern, this one golden and shaped like a lotus. It activated, for a second, and then turned into a puff of feathers and disappeared. The courtyard fell into a tense silence. Tian Shun stood still, smiling awkwardly as Elder Su's sharp gaze bore into him. Her eyes held the same weight as an unsheathed blade, precise, cold, and unforgiving. "You," she said, stepping closer. "Outer disciple Tian Shun, were you cultivating some forbidden technique that summoned the heavenly tribulation?" Tian Shun blinked. "No, Elder. I was asleep." A long pause. Elder Su's left eyebrow twitched. One of the accompanying elders stepped forward, his eyes narrow. Elder Hui, known for his expertise in anomalies of the heavens and earth. "You expect us to believe a heavenly tribulation manifested because you were sleeping?" Tian Shan nodded. "I sleep very diligently." Feng Yin covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. Little Mei let out a high-pitched giggle from the rooftop. Elder Su ignored them and swept her hand in an arc. A silvery formation sprang up, casting runes into the air like dancing snowflakes. Reveal the residual karmic signatures. The formation pulsed, and then it fizzled. The runes turned black and burned into ash. A soft clucking sound echoed faintly in the air. The elders all took a step back, startled. Did that array just refuse to work?" One whispered. Elder Hui quickly drew another spell pattern, this one golden and shaped like a lotus. It activated, for a second, and then turned into a puff of feathers and disappeared. The courtyard was still. Tian Shun coughed softly, then smiled. "Maybe the heavens just made a mistake. Happens to the best of us, right?" Elder Su's face was a frozen lake, still and dark. Her eyes, sharp as blades honed for decades, focused squarely on Tian Shun. Around her, the gathered elders, ranging from stoic formation specialists to twitchy alchemists with wild hair, closed in like hawks circling prey. Tian Shun gulped. Internally, Drowsy burrowed deeper into his sleeve, its little beak brushing his wrist like a smug pat. It was warm, feathery, and an absolute menace to society. "I will ask again," Elder Sue said, her voice tight with suspicion. "What caused that heavenly tribulation?" Tian Shun bowed respectfully. "This disciple is unsure." "You're unsure?" repeated Elder Bai, one of the older folks, his eyebrows twitching like unstable spirit grass. "The tribulation was centered in your courtyard." "Indeed." Elder Sue narrowed her gaze. "And you are still at the Foundation establishment realm. So you couldn't normally arouse a thunder tribulation, unless—" She hesitated, trying to find a polite word. "He has. God's grace," Fengyin offered helpfully. Tian Shun shot her a betrayed glare. The chick, unaware, chirped softly from inside his robe. Elder Sue turned her head slightly. "Was that a bird?" "I don't know." Tian Shun denied, but a mischievous fox being herself, gone out of her way to reveal the truth. "Trouble." "Q, Q, Q." Little May called out, tail wagging innocently. "Yes, his secret chick wife just ascended and laid an egg. Now he's being a stepdad." Tianshan groaned. CH-86, chick of celestial calamity. The elders were confused. One of them looked directly at Tianshan and asked, "What is your tame beast trying to say?" She's hungry." Tianshan answered the elders while inwardly grumbling to the little fox. "Can you please not bully me like this?" The elders, though still WOs, didn't dwell on it. A few elders muttered confused things about cultivation techniques deviation, while others just frowned. Tian Shun, meanwhile, gave her the most helpless look he could manage without weeping. Inside his sleeve, the chick, drowsy, was now fast asleep, a tiny golden halo forming over its head as it slept. He tightened his sleeve discreetly and stood up straighter. "Edi riscold." Even if your arrays fail, the divine tribulation was no illusion. Maybe something descended from the heavens. And yet we can detect no spiritual creature, no divine inheritance, not even a trace of a summoning circle. Elder Sue added, her hair bristling in irritation, staring at Tian Shun. It was as if she was trying to strip the truth from his bones. Then she exhaled. "Very well." The courtyard collectively inhaled. She turned to the other elders. "There is no current proof of violation or threat. The phenomenon may have been a localized anomaly. Elde rikugd. An anomaly that brings up thunder tribulation?" He muttered. "A coincidence, perhaps." Elder susnapped. She cast one last piercing glance at Tian Shun. "But we'll be watching you." With that, she flicked her sleeves and turned away. One by one, the elders followed, most of them still mumbling in confusion, theories already forming in their minds about divine, karmic interference. As the last elder vanished into the clouds, Tian Shun collapsed onto the courtyard bench, sighing. "Why is my life like this?" Feng Yin sat beside him, a subtle smile on her lips. "Because you invite chaos. Like a magnet." Little May dropped down beside him in her fox form, tail curling around her ankles. "That was fun. One next part." "No." Tianshan said quickly. Drowsy stirred in his sleeve, let out a drowsy peep, and nestled deeper into his inner robe like a royal brat settling into silk pillows. Feng Yin leaned in and whispered, "You'll need to feed it something divine soon, or it might start summoning more tribulations in its sleep." Tian Shun's soul left his body. Little May snorted. "I vote we raise it as our sect mascot. Name the next courtyard Chicken Heaven Pavilion." Tian Shun muttered, "I just want a normal life." "Too late," they both said in unison. There was no other word for it. The young cultivator sat in the shade of the courtyard's ancient pear tree, a tray of spiritual fruits beside him, and a cup of cheap tea gone cold. His face was the picture of melancholy. The problem? A certain divine troublemaker snoring inside his robe, radiating golden sparkles every few minutes like a heavenly disco ball. Normal life, huh? Feng Yin teased, sitting across from him and plucking a plum from the tray. He glanced towards her, face twitching. What? She's kind of ticklish. Little May leaned over the table, her fox ears flicking. Then, can I cuddle her? No. Feng Yin giggled. I warned you. It's either divine milk or tribulation tantrums. Tian Shun groaned, rubbing his face. Where the hell do I find divine milk? Little May tilted her head. Heavenly cow. I can't locate. Earth milk. Too expensive. Phoenix breast. Tian Shun looked horrified. You want me to die? Plus, she's not a phoenix. Then, how about mine? He almost choked at that. With disbelieving eyes, he stared at her. Little May smirked and flicked her tail. I'm just kidding. Don't be such a prude. Feng Yin, who had been silently examining Tian Shun's sleeve, suddenly narrowed her eyes. It's leaking again. Leaking. Sure enough, golden mist was seeping from the hidden folds of his robe. Soft and hazy, it danced like celestial fog, drawing in nearby chi and worse attention. A nearby squirrel cultivating in the treetop froze mid-bite, turned its tiny head, and promptly prostrated. Tian Shun stared in horror. What the hell? Feng Yin deadpanned. Your pet is being worshipped. I can see that myself, princess. He grabbed his sleeve and stuffed the mist down, gently patting the lump inside like a panicked parent hiding contraband snacks before dinner. I can't keep hiding it like this. Well, Feng Yin said, brushing her sleeves off. Just stay at home then. Nobody will come knocking anyways. Not a bad one. Anyways, Elder Su said we're forbidden from stepping into any sect facility until further notice. That doesn't sound like a break. That sounds like punishment. Feng Yin shrugged. Little May perked up. That means date night. No. Shopping. No. Adventuring. No. Secret divine beast feeding mission. Ugh. Phoenix. Thus, Tian Shun found himself trudging through the forested outer edge of Feluan's sect, one hand clutched over his chest like a man shielding his heart, and the divine chick snoring against it. Feng Yin walked beside him, calm and regal as always. Little May skipped ahead, humming a tune, occasionally jumping on random rocks or sniffing trees like a curious spirit fox. Why are we here again? Tian Shun muttered. To find food. Feng Yin replied. The chick needs nutrients, special ones, and we're too poor for the good stuff in the sect. There are herbs here? He asked. Not exactly herbs. She pointed toward a winding path leading up a moss-covered slope. There's an old spring up there. No longer maintained, but it doesn't hurt to try, does it? Little May clapped her hands. I want soup. Tian Shun blinked. You mean we're feeding it that? Why not? Feng Yin smiled. The little thing's cultivation seems to increase just by breathing. You might as well nourish it the proper way. And I suppose this is your way of teaching me to care for my spiritual companions? No, Feng Jin Dist. This is my way of keeping your divine bird from wiping out our sect with baby sneezes. And weirdly, it was reasonable enough. As they climbed higher, Tian Shun felt the ambient chi grow thicker. Trees stood taller, their bark glowing faintly with residual energy. Even the wind carried a soothing resonance, like faint harp strings played by the heavens. Drowsy stirred, letting out a faint chirp. Tian Shun paused. Feng Yin, it's glowing again. Let it. Maybe it'll incubate itself. He muttered curses under his breath, but kept walking. Finally, they reached the spring. Nestled between two glowing stones and surrounded by lotus-like plants, the spring shimmered with pale blue light. The water rippled in slow, lazy waves despite there being no wind. Tian Shun approached cautiously. Careful, Feng Yin warned. The spring is peaceful, but if the chick misbehaves... Splash. Too late. Drowsy had somehow wriggled free, fluttered into the air with tiny, stubby wings, and face-planted into the spring like a divine cannonball. The water exploded in sparkles. Drowsy. Tian Shun lunged forward, only to stop midway. The entire spring glowed gold. A column of light erupted skyward, carving through the clouds. For a moment, the world went silent. Birds stopped chirping. Leaves held their breath. The forest worshipped. "We're dead," Tianshan whispered. Then the chick resurfaced, floating on its back like a smug duckling, chirping happily as it paddled in a pool of now radiant liquid gold. Feng Yin shielded her face. "You'd better pretend this never happened." "Agreed." Little May leaned in, utterly delighted. "Golden chicken soup. I want it." "No one's making soup," Tianshan said. "No one's eating it either." As if understanding, Drowsy let out a commanding chirp, and the spring stilled, its glow retreating to a soft hum. Tianshan waded in carefully, scooping the chick up. "Stop causing tribulations," he hissed. Drowsy sneezed playfully. The surrounding trees briefly lit up before returning to normal. "Right," he said. "No more sneezing either." Little May took out a notebook from her ahem and began jotting down notes. Chicken reacts to spiritual water, and it becomes golden chicken soup. Possibly spicy, or maybe sour. Maybe even Little May's favorite sweet chili flavor. Why are you writing down some nonsense? No. Even first of, why do you even have a notebook with you? Tianshan sulked. "You don't have to know that," Feng Yin added calmly. "I have to know that." By the time they returned to the courtyard, the sun was setting, and Tianshan was emotionally destroyed. The chick had absorbed divine energy like a sponge, then promptly fell asleep again, this time snuggling up beneath his collar like a baby emperor. Senging brewetea. Little May drew a logo for her imaginary chicken sect mascot line of merchandise. Tianshan sat cross-legged under the tree, defeated but peaceful. "Maybe this life isn't so bad," he murmured. The chick farted divine mist which came straight in his face. "I take it back." Meanwhile, far across the sect, in the deepest parts of Celestial Sword's sect, in the inheritance chamber, an ancient jade, lying motionlessly, flickered ever so slightly. It pulsed. Faintly. And the old record-keeper, half asleep, muttered, "The chick of celestial calamity, strange. Didn't think that egg would hatch so soon." Then he went back to sleep. CH-87. A cursed sword? A chicken one. The next morning arrived far too quickly. Sunlight bled through the high windows of the courtyard, bathing the old pear tree and worn stone bench in a soft golden hue. Birds chirped overhead, ordinary ones, thankfully. The air smelled of dew and old incense. Tianshan didn't move. Under the pear tree, he was slumped, dark circles under his eyes, a hollow look frozen on his face, and a cup of tea gone stone cold at his side. Drowsy, the tiny divine chick, was curled inside his collar, head tucked beneath golden fluff, radiating a sleepy brilliance with each breath. Feng Yin strolled into view, dressed in pale blue robes embroidered with silver clouds. She took in the scene as if assessing a mildly amusing painting that had gone terribly off-script. "Still alive, I see," she teased, seating herself beside him with measured grace. "Barely," he muttered. Before either of them could continue, Little May, in her semi-human form, burst through the gate, fox ears twitching and tail swaying. In her arms, she carried a gleaming bowl. "Guess what this is? Golden chicken rice porridge with speared herbs." Tianshan bristled. "If that's from a spring." "It isn't, barely." Little May sniffed defensively. Feng Yin took the bowl and breathed over its contents. "Smells prosperous," she said, eyebrows lifting. Hesitant, Tianshan took a spoonful. Instantly, warmth spread from his stomach to his chest, like a gentle sunrise in chi form. "See?" said Little May with a triumphant grin. Drowsy stirred in his collar, poked her head out, blinked, and dove into the bowl, splash, topping herself with rice and broth. The spring water they'd fetched from the hidden mountain source had infused the porridge with faint divine energy. And Drowsy absorbed it on contact, her glow intensifying until she shed golden mist again. Before Tianshan could panic, He grabbed a cloth and began dabbing the rice from her feathers. Stop glowing. I can't. She's going to explode one day. He muttered. Awesome, Little May agreed. I'll stand next to you and wave. Feng Yin chuckled. She's an anomaly. Maybe even a blessing, if controlled. Tian Shun sighed. Or a trouble-making legend that is second to one. A week passed, each day marked by golden chirps, whispers of the tribulation event, and subtle changes in the sect's atmosphere. Drowsy reveled in her role. She sat on a cushioned lotus pillow, occasionally drifting into a golden mist that sprouted spiritual fruits in the courtyard's potted plants, fruit which mysteriously replenished emptied spirit stone jars. Little May had begun collecting the mist in glass vials. Feng Yin didn't ask questions, while Tian Shun tried to pretend that raising a divine calamity chick was not exactly what he'd signed up for. The next morning came with a lazy yawn from the heavens, its rays spilling onto the courtyard like spilled honey. The golden light clung to the trees, the stone benches, and even to the sleepy Tian Shun, who had only just managed to escape the torturous embrace of the blankets. He blinked slowly, noticing the tiny divine chick, drowsy, perched atop his head like a miniature sun, its wings tucked in but glowing in a way that could probably melt stone if it really tried. Tian Shun. Feng Yin's voice sounded a little too cheerful. It's already mid-morning. Your beauty sleep seems to have outlasted even the sun's enthusiasm. Not everyone can be as energetic as you. He mumbled, rubbing his temples. Some of us have divine calamity chicks on their heads. Little May popped into view, her fox ears flicking excitedly. It's not that bad. Look, Drowsy made another batch of divine mist. This time it smells like eggs. Tian Shun, now slightly more awake, glanced up at the chick, who gave him an innocent tilt of the head, as if to say, what? It's an art. My art. I think she's taking after you. Feng Yin teased, crossing her arms and giving him a knowing look. This mischief looks familiar. Great. Tian Shun sighed. I've always wanted to be a legend, but not for this. Drowsy, sensing the tension, flapped her tiny wings. At that very moment, Little May bounced forward, holding up a tiny, gleaming vial. Oh, I've been collecting the mist. Now we can use it. Feng Yin raised an eyebrow. Use the divine mist? Do you know how to? I have no idea. Little May enticed, as if she had just discovered fire. But surely, Master should know. And how do you assume that? Tian Shan asked. Master, you know about me. How can you not know about her? Little May beamed. Tian Shan blinked, realizing that he had his everything, his system. But before he could focus on that, the sound of knocking echoed from the entrance to the courtyard. He hid the chick pick underneath, then opened the door. The three of them found an unfamiliar disciple, her robes a shade of dark green that looked almost too sharp for someone walking into such a relaxed scene. She held some stacks of paper in her hands. Excuse me, she began, bowing stiffly. I was sent by Elder Su to inform you. But just then, a gust of wind came that sent the disciple's clothes fluttering and her neatly stacked papers flying, which promptly dropped on the Tian Shun-made pond in the corner, messing things everywhere. Tian Shun groaned, pretendingly covering his eyes. Little May clapped her hands in delight. Wow, she's huge. Feng Yin shook her head, but there was an amused glint in her eyes. Tian Shun, now utterly resigned, turned to the flustered disciple, who was trying to gather the flying papers with trembling hands. You were saying? The disciple straightened up, giving a flustered bow as she handed over the papers. The elder, well, she's summoned you for a special mission? Tian Shun blinked. A special mission? What for? Did I win a lottery I didn't know about? The disciple didn't respond to his sarcasm. It's a small matter of retrieving a lost item. Something important. Feng Yin raised an eyebrow. Important? Ah, yes, important. The disciple nodded. It's a sword. A sword? Tian Shan echoed. Yes. The disciple shuffled her feet. A sword. More task now, Tianshan muttered. Great. I'm living as a corporate slave after all. Wait, what? Nothing, nothing. The disciple seemed to notice his lack of enthusiasm. It's really important. We need someone with your expertise. Tianshan opened his mouth, but before he could protest, Little May skipped in front of him, her foxtail wagging. Oh, is it shiny? Can we keep it? The disciple, caught off guard, blurted out. I'm not sure, but Elder Su said it was precious. Tianshan sighed. All right, fine, but only because I know this will come up again tomorrow, and I really need a break from all this drama. As if on cue, Drowsy excitedly intoned from inside, as if sensing the approaching adventure. Maybe we should hire a new assistant? Feng Yin mused. The disciple, now burdened with a pile of fluttering parchment, could only manage a weak smile. I'll go inform Elder Su of your acceptance. With that, she rushed off, leaving Tianshan, Little May, and Feng Yin to stare at each other. Well, Tianshan said with a wry smile, looks like we're off on another adventure. Little May bounced up and down. With chickens this time around. Let's hope not, Tianshan muttered. Drowsy, as if on cue, flapped her wings again, sending another burst of divine mist scattering through the air. The mist swirled and gathered into a delicate shape, a small, glowing chicken-shaped cloud, floating above them like a hovering omen. Maybe this is a hint for the sword? Tianshan joked dryly. Feng Yin's eyes twinkled. A chicken sword? Doesn't sound that bad. Are you serious? Tianshan grumbled. And just like that, their plans were set. Or rather, unsettled. As the last of the divine mist faded into glittering motes, Tianshan ran a hand through his hair, feeling the beginnings of yet another ridiculous chapter forming in his already overcrowded scroll of absurdity. Let's just hope the sword isn't cursed. He prayed, desperately. Oh, Little May purred, grinning with mischief. A cursed chicken sword. Imagine if it clucks every time you swing it. Don't encourage the universe. Tianshan warned, pointing a finger at her. That's how calamities get ideas. Feng Yin rose, adjusting her robes with practiced elegance. Well, we should get ready then. The elder wouldn't call you if it wasn't either deadly or deeply inconvenient. That's not reassuring, Tianshan sighed, rubbing his temples again. Atop his head, Drowsy let out a chirrup that sounded suspiciously like a giggle. And so, with nothing but a vague summons, an overeager fox girl, and a possibly divine chick who glowed brighter when bathed in trouble, Tianshan stepped toward the next disaster awaiting him. Because, of course, why wouldn't it involve swords, mystery, and possibly poultry-shaped omens? He was starting to suspect that cultivation wasn't the path to immortality. It was the path to daily absurdity with feathers. CH-88, I'll train you from now on. Mist lingered in the early air as Tianshan stood by the outer sects travel platform, his robe half wrinkled and his eyes half closed, despite the overly perky sun insisting that today was going to be important. Somehow that made it worse. Little May, now in her beast form, was practically bouncing in place, her tail sweeping back and forth like a banner declaring chaos. Feng Yin, graceful as ever, stood with a calm dignity that made Tianshan feel underdressed by sheer proximity. Drowsy, of course, had commandeered his shoulder, now wearing a tiny red scarf Feng Yin had stitched last night that barely covered her divine presence, claiming all great adventurers wear accessories. Are you sure you're awake? Feng Yin asked, raising an eyebrow. No, Tianshan replied bluntly. Behind them, the disciple from yesterday, now painfully formal, stood at a respectful distance with a scroll in hand. I've arranged a teleportation talisman for you three, she explained, her voice professional but cautious, probably traumatized by the 3E earlier embarrassing episode. The sword was last reported near an abandoned shrine in the southern branch of Broken Moon Forest. Tianshan squinted. Probably it screams when someone tries to steal it, Little May babbled. Or maybe it clucks, he muttered. The disciple tried to ignore their nonsensical talk. She just handed over the talismans. This talisman will take you to the destination upon activation. It's linked to the coordinates of a shrine, but it will only be used 2 times each within 24 hours from activation. Please return before then, or well, don't die, Tianshan muttered. Such confidence in our survival. Feng Yin gracefully accepted the talismans. We'll be back before dinner. I want sushi, Little May added, beaming. The disciple made a polite, dignified escape. Whoosh. The world spun in a swirl of chi threads and spatial distortion. Tianshan landed on his feet, barely, stumbling forward with Drowsy still clinging to his collar. They were surrounded by ancient pines and weird mist. The Broken Moon Forest was a haunting place, eerie even in daylight. The trees creaked with secrets, and spiritual pressure hung thick in the air like cobwebs. Feng Yin stepped beside him, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. I feel traces of spiritual chi. The shrine may be warded. Little May sniffed the air. There's fox repellent somewhere around here. What? Tianshan blinked. She looked offended. I can smell it. It's faint, but someone definitely didn't like foxes. That speciesist, he muttered. Tell me about it, she pouted. First the chicken, now even foxes. He moved to a broken pillar, half sunken into moss. Carved runes lined its surface, symbols old enough that even Feng Yin narrowed her eyes. Ancient seals, she murmured, possibly part of a boundary formation. Tianshan approached carefully, and suddenly, a wave of golden mist billowed out from his side. Drowsy! He shouted. The chick, glowing brighter than usual, flapped into the air and zoomed straight toward a narrow gap between 2 trees. Drowsy! No, don't! Too late. A burst of wind, then silence. Tianshan and the others hurried after her. What they found beyond the trees stunned them. A shrine stood atop a raised stone platform, half consumed by vines and centuries of decay. Despite its worn state, the structure radiated immense spiritual energy. At its center stood a pedestal, and atop the pedestal, embedded in a slab of jade, was a sword. The blade was sleek, ancient, with a hilt that shimmered in hues of gold and crimson. Intricate carvings ran along its fuller, symbols that pulsed gently in time. A loud cluck echoed from the blade, but it sounded more like a bird chirping. Tianshan groaned. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my heavens, Feng Yin whispered, lips twitching. Little May fell over laughing. It's really a chicken sword. The sword vibrated, golden mist leaking from its edge like steam. Drowsy perched on the pedestal now, staring at the sword like it owed her rent. Then it did. Anyhow, the sword now hovered in front of Tianshan, glowing warmly. He reached out. The blade drifted into his hand. It didn't cluck yet, but Tianshan could feel the spiritual chi it was radiating. Little May leaned in. You gonna name it? I have to. Feng Yin smiled. Not really. You have to give it to Elder Su after this. Tianshan sighed. Let's a Drowsy 2.0, temporarily. There was a pause. Then, Kluwuk. Golden mist burst from the blade in disapproval. Tianshan buried his face in his hands. I hate everything. Feng Yin laughed softly. No, you don't. Little May giggled. We all love the chicken sword. As they began their trek back to the sect, Drowsy 2.0 sheathed at his side, Drowsy 1.0 nestled atop his head like a tiny crown of absurdity. Tianshan sighed for the 100th time that day. He was not a normal cultivator. He was a poultry farmer now, and somehow that felt exactly on brand. The teleportation talisman shimmered as Tianshan pressed his fingers to the embedded chi node. Golden light flared around him, Little May and Feng Yin, whisking them away from the misty depths of Broken Moon Forest. Whoosh! With a pop like uncorking an overly excited wine bottle, the trio reappeared in the sect's designated return plaza, disoriented, dusty, and slightly smoky. Tianshan stumbled forward, nearly tripping over his own boots as Drowsy fluttered up from his head with a sleepy chirp. The divine chick did a lazy somersault midair before settling back in her usual spot, crowned atop Tian Shun's hair like a living ornament. Little May landed like a gymnast, raising both hands in triumph. Perfect landing. She grinned. Feng Yin barely rippled the air, her robes untouched by the dust, hair flowing as if the laws of physics simply decided she was above them. "You look like you fell down a spiritual laundry chute," she commented, eyeing Tian Shun's slightly singed sleeve. "I feel like I live in one," he muttered, brushing himself off. They didn't have long to gather themselves before the ever-so-official disciple from earlier reappeared, again dressed too formally for anyone that regularly dealt with these three. "You've returned." Her tone was neutral, but her gaze slid immediately toward the chicken cuddled in soft scarf sitting atop Tian Shun's head. Tian Shun angled his head slightly, trying to block the view. "Yes, we're back. The sword's with me," Feng Yin playfully added. "It clucks. Sometimes. Let's go meet Elder Su then," the disciple replied after a long pause, wisely choosing not to ask anymore. She turned and led them toward the Elder's hall, her footsteps unnaturally stiff, probably out of trauma prevention. Elder Su was waiting, seated on a floating jade meditation cushion with all the serenity of a mountain lake, except her eyes had the sharp gleam of a woman who knew things and liked causing trouble with that knowledge. Tian Shun bowed respectfully, the sword already unstrapped from his back and held out before him. "We retrieve the artifact." The sword shimmered. Just once. Elder Su did not rise. She floated closer, long white robes flowing behind her, her hair twisted into an elaborate bun ornamented with a phoenix pin. Her eyes narrowed, not at the blade, but at the tiny red scarf that peeked out from Tian Shun's hairline. "Is that a chick?" Tian Shun didn't blink, knowing it's better to reveal her outright, disguised, now that the suspense was gone, albeit only on the surface. "Yes. She's mine, a new beast companion." Companion. The elder raised a single eyebrow, the movement somehow echoing tension. Tian Shun replied cautiously, "But tamed, entirely tamed." Feng Yi made a sound that could have been a cough or a stifled laugh. Drowsy, sensing attention, poked her head out fully, tilted sideways, and chirped. Elder Su's eyes narrowed further, subconsciously linking this thing with the mess that took place. Of what nature? Tian Shun stood tall. Not confirmed. Elder Su floated closer, so close her aura began to press down on the space between them. Not violent, just surgical. "She is golden she," the elder said slowly. "That's rare, very rare. She eats porridge and occasionally glows." Tian Shun said very cautiously. "Nothing special. Probably. Elder Susmail Fantli." "Good, because if she is, you'd have to turn her over to the sects beast division." Tian Shun's back stiffened instinctively. Drowsy fluffed down and disappeared down the back of his robe like a biscuit diving into gravy. "Good thing she's not," he added quickly. A pause. Then Elder Su leaned back slightly and floated to her full regal height. "Well, I see you've returned the sword successfully. You've done well." He relaxed slightly. "A mistake. Which is why," Elder Su continued, voice now smooth and dangerous, "I've decided to personally oversee your next stage of training." Tian Shun blinked. "Wait, what?" Feng Yin visibly winced. Little May gasped. Tian Shun took a step back. "Respectfully, Elder Su, I don't think I need more training right now. I already have much on my plate." Elder Su's smile widened just slightly, like a sword being unsheathed in reverse. CH-89, Little May, a pastry thief. Tian Shun took a step back. "Respectfully, Elder Su, I don't think I need more training right now. I already have much on my plate." Elder Su's smile widened just slightly, like a sword being unsheathed in reverse. "You've shown an aptitude for attracting anomalies, thunder, tribulations, ancient swords, and much more. I didn't attract them." Tian Shen protested. You did, she replied coolly, which shows potential. And potential must be polished. I'm not a gemstone. No, she said. You're a fool, and you need guidance. Tian Shen winced. The elder looked mildly amused. She raised her voice just enough to reassert the room's authority. You'll begin tomorrow at dawn. Report to the Grand Library's inner chamber. Bring the chick if you want. Tian Shen stared at the ceiling, considering if jumping out the window was a viable plan. Well, it wasn't. He bowed, reluctantly. As you wish. Master. Satisfied, she gave a nod. Good. Dismissed. They left, the hallway unnaturally quiet after her presence. Back in the courtyard, Tian Shen dropped onto the bench with a melodramatic thud. Drowsy hopped off his shoulder and waddled onto his lap, looking up with innocent sparkles. I hope you're happy, he muttered to her. She chirped once, proudly. Tian Shen groaned, hanging his head. Feng Yin whispered beside him. You could have just said Drowsy was a bird you found in the market. I panicked, okay? She was staring. Feng Yin patted his shoulder. You'll survive. Probably. Can I read the scrolls upside down? He asked. Little May popped into view, holding a pastry. You think the scrolls will give a damn about that? I need new friends, Tian Shen sighed. Feng Yin smiled faintly. No, you just need to survive Elder Su's training. Drowsy let out a divine chirp that sounded vaguely like Bring It On. And just like that, the new chapter unfolded itself. With feathers, this time. The next morning came far too quickly. The sun rose with smug enthusiasm, golden light spilling over the sects' tiled roofs like it had something to prove. Birds chirped. Wind danced through peach blossoms. Everything was calm, perfect, and suspiciously peaceful, which, for Tian Shen, was the worst omen of all. He trudged toward the Grand Library's inner chamber with the gait of a man walking to his own funeral. Drowsy, of course, sat proudly atop his shoulder like a little empress riding into battle. I don't trust how quiet it is, he muttered. You don't trust anything before noon, Feng Yin said from beside him, effortlessly elegant even in early daylight. That's because nothing good happens before noon. You retrieved a sword before noon yesterday. That sword clucked at me. Little May popped in a step behind him, skipping. Still can't believe you named it Drowsy 2.0. Tian Shen groaned. It was temporary. The path to the Grand Library's inner sanctum was paved with smooth black stone and flanked by rows of spirit willows, their leaves shimmering with faint chi. At the far end stood the massive double doors of the library, tall enough to accommodate a spirit beast and engraved with layers of protective formations. The doors opened with a low hum, revealing a large, circular chamber bathed in soft white light. Shelves upon shelves of scrolls spiraled upward, disappearing into the high ceiling. In the center, a massive jade platform floated lazily, rotating slowly and lined with meditation cushions. Waiting on one of them was an old man in pale green robes, sect robes, but with the personal embroidery of a grand librarian. He had a long beard, half-moon spectacles, and the distinct air of someone who'd long ago stopped caring about mortal concerns like fashion or modern slang. He looked up as they entered and gave a very slow, very deliberate nod. You must be the disciple Elder Su warned me about. Warned? Tian Shen asked. Warned, the old man confirmed gravely. In great detail. Tian Shen sighed. Great, he mumbled. Just what I wanted to be. Notorious in the library. Feng Yin gave him a light shove between the shoulder blades, urging him forward. Little May whispered silently behind him, Don't drool on the scrolls. The old man pointed at the center cushion. Sit there. So what now? Tian Shen said cautiously. He's the fool. Huh, the old man confirmed. Drowsy flapped her wings once in protest. She's welcome to help, the old man replied. Tian Shen squinted at the old man. Did you just insult me through my chicken? The old man smiled. Yes. Despite his dramatic dread, the first hour wasn't that bad. He was assigned a simple copying task, replicating spiritual incantation characters from an old scroll on a blank parchment using a special chi-imbued brush. The purpose? Cultivating control over one's spiritual force while honoring ancient tradition. Control the brush like a sword, the old man had said. Okay, he mumbled, tongue sticking out slightly. He was a 4-star talisman master, for God's sake. But he forgot. Arrogance had its price tag. A tag that he can't afford now. Splotch. Damn it. The ink exploded across the page in a black blot, resembling a startled duck. From beside, Little May laughed so hard she fell off her cushion. Feng Yin tried not to smile. You're doing good. Feng Yin didn't know how to comfort. I'm discovering entirely new forms of disaster, Tianshan muttered. Drowsy waddled up onto the scroll table, examined the inky mess, and let out a low chirp of pity. I don't need your judgment, Featherball. Drowsy pecked the corner of the scroll. Suddenly, the chi-infused ink flared, and the chicken's peck perfectly completed the incantation rune Tianshan had ruined. A golden ripple spread across the scroll. Tianshan buried his face in his sleeve. By midday, Tianshan had somehow replicated 4 scrolls, ruined 7, and accidentally ignited 1. Drowsy, now nicknamed Sage Peck, had helped finish 3 of the 4 properly done ones. Meanwhile, Feng Yin explored the upper library tiers, reviewing combat cultivation scrolls in silence, while Little May had somehow found a restricted section and was peeking into scrolls titled 10 Uses for Illusory Butterflies and Practical Pranks with Illusions. Tianshan pointed at her. That's going to come back to bite me later. Little May grinned. Or explode in sparkles. The afternoon dragged on. Calligraphy turned into spiritual concentration tests. The librarian brought out a chi resonance orb, essentially a mystical rock that screamed if you were chaotic. Hold it, he said. Tianshan did. The orb wailed like a banshee in labor. Feng Yin winced. Little May clapped. Drowsy yawned. Impressive, the old man said, removing the orb before it cracked. You're a natural disaster. Thank you, Tianshan said flatly. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me today. By the time the sun began to set outside the library windows, Tianshan was slumped against the scroll shelf, his hands stained with ink and his pride in tatters. Drowsy rested in his lap, like a victorious champion. Feng Yin rejoined them, scrolls tucked under her arm. Not good, Tianshan said weakly. It was torture disguised as education. The old man came up behind them. You did better than expected, he said. You only destroyed 1 resonance orb. 1. Statistically excellent. Tianshan blinked. Can I go now? The old man nodded. You're free until dawn. Then Elder Sue will check your results. Tianshan nearly passed out. Outside the grand library, the air was cool, stars slowly flickering into place above. They walked back to the courtyard slowly, the evening quiet broken only by Little May humming an off-key tune and Drowsy periodically trying to peck Tianshan's ear. So, Feng Yin asked, what did you learn today? That this divine chicken are better cultivators than me. Anything new? That I'm doomed. I meant, anything new? He paused. Maybe I'm not cut out for copying scrolls. Feng Yin chuckled. No one is Tianshan, but you didn't quit. That's what matters. Drowsy chirped in agreement. Little May somersaulted into the grass and threw her arms wide. Let's go eat. I stole pastries from the librarian's snack stash. Tianshan blinked. You what? Pastry treat time, commence, she declared. And with that, feathers, scroll, ink, and crumbs in tow, they headed into the night. After the pastry treat, as they neared the dormitory, Tianshan glanced up at the stars. For all the chaos and humiliation, something about today had settled a strange warmth in his chest. Maybe it was Drowsy's smug chirps. Maybe it was Feng Yin's patient smirk. Or maybe, just maybe, it was the fact that for once he hadn't died or caused an explosion too large. Tomorrow, he muttered, I'll try not to ruin a second orb. Feng Yin smirked. That's the spirit. Little Mate bounced ahead, waving her pastry triumph like a victory flag. And Drowsy? She flapped once. Only once this time around. Challenge accepted. Albeit, he was not prepared for whatever about to come tomorrow. CH90. Do you like sadists? The next morning began with dread. A dread so deep, Tian Shun woke up an hour before dawn just to worry in advance. He sat on his dorm bed, staring at the ceiling, questioning all his life decisions. Beside him, Drowsy snored softly, little divine sparkles coming out her beak. On the other bunk, Feng Yin cultivated like the cultivation goddess. She was calm, serene, and blessedly unaware of the doom that awaited him. Tian Shun whispered into the darkness. Maybe she'll forget. Drowsy opened one eye. She won't, will she? Chirp. Yeah, figured. He dressed like a man condemned, making sure his robes were tightly fastened. If Elder Su was going to beat him up, he'd at least like to remain dignified. He arrived at the sect's secluded training field on the Eastern Ridge, a place used for personal instruction, which, in Tian Shun's mind, translated to where you can scream and no one will hear. The morning mist still clung to the grass like ghostly threads. Birds chirped. Everything was perfect. Too perfect. Which made the figure waiting in the center infinitely more terrifying. Elder Su stood there, arms behind her back, dressed in simple but sharp sparring robes. Her hair was tied up into a single high knot, revealing the cool curve of her neck. Her eyes gleamed like cold moonlight. Beautiful, elegant, lethal. You're late, she said. I'm 5 minutes early, Tian Shun protested. You should have arrived 5 minutes before that. Tian Shun sighed. Yes, master. She nodded, satisfied. Today, we work on your real weakness. My real weakness. She raised an eyebrow. Which of your many would you like to begin with? He gave her a flat look. The kind that doesn't involve injury? Too bad, this ain't gonna be that. They began with stances. Your battle tactic is weak, she said, kicking his shin gently. Your balance is like a drunk duck. I was trying to be fluid. Are you trying to impersonate Soup? Then footwork on the OG thin bamboo sticks. Step, pivot, strike. Tian Shun tried. Slipped. Almost got pecked by a bamboo, but unfortunately landed with his butt to ground. Elder Su didn't flinch. Again. He got up, wiping grass from his face. Master Su, respectfully, I think my style is more improvisational. She gave him a look. Your style is wrong. Then, without warning, she vanished. Vroom. Tian Shun barely blinked, and she was behind him. She flicked a single finger to the back of his knee. He collapsed. Here, you're dead. She said mildly. That's cheating. She crouched beside him, her tone almost amused. That's cultivation. He lay on the ground, groaning. I don't think I like being cultivated as a sandbag. Oh, would you prefer if I were gentler? She leaned down slightly. Would you like a softer punishment, disciple? Tian Shun froze. His face went red. No, master. A smile, just a hint of one. Good answer. She stood again. Now fight me. What? Attack me. Use everything you have. Talismans, swordplay, spells. Go. He blinked. Right now. Do you see anyone else here? He swallowed. Okay, fine. But don't say I didn't warn you. He leapt back, pulling out 2 talismans, infusing them with chi in one practiced motion. They flashed gold. Flame chain. He shouted like an idiot. Twin streaks of fire raced across the field, coiling like serpents toward her. Elder Su didn't even flinch. Her palm rose, graceful, slow, and she sliced the talismans apart with a single, blinding arc of wind. The flame shattered. Tian Shun's eyes widened. That was a 4-star talisman. Why shout out loud and give the vital info to the enemy that suggests what type of fool you are? She sniffed. Before he could blink again, she was in front of him. He raised his arm to block. She grabbed his wrist, spun, and threw him. Tian Shun hit the ground like a rag doll. Thud. I felt that, he groaned. Good, she said. At least you'll remember it. The next hour blurred into pain. There was a moment where Tian Shun tried to flee behind a boulder. She kicked it and it exploded. There was another where he threw every talisman in his pouch at once. She caught them midair and threw them back. At one point, he even tried pleading, I'm very emotionally fragile, you know. Then I'm doing you a favor. Emotional fortitude is key in battle. That's not how emotions work. Still, beneath the bruises and complaints, something began to shift. His blocks became smoother, his stance steadier. He started predicting her feints, getting grazed instead of crushed. And when he launched a wind-imbued sword strike with his left hand to fake, then followed with a chi-charged sweep with his right, she blocked it. But she gave a faint, approving nod. Better. Tian Shun collapsed to his knees, panting. That's all I wanted. That one word. I can die now. You may not yet, she said, turning away. Again tomorrow, same time. He flopped backward onto the grass. I hate my life. She turned back slightly, tone lighter. You'll thank me someday. Not if I'm dead. Especially if you're dead. You'll be grateful you learned. He groaned. But beneath the suffering, pride surged. He hadn't run. He hadn't quit. And she, Elder Sue, who had called him a fool, was now taking him seriously enough to train. Somewhere in the grass, Drowsy peeked from behind a bush, chirped once, and waddled over to peck his forehead. I'm fine. He muttered to her. Just emotionally shattered. She blinked. Then pecked again. Later that afternoon, back in the courtyard, Feng Yin dabbed ointment on his bruises. You fought her. She said fight or fight. Tian Shin mumbled through a rice bun. And I failed, then slightly improved, then died, then improved again. She sounds tough. She's scary. But you're smiling. Tian Shin blinked. He was. Oh no. Feng Yin chuckled. Stockholm syndrome. Shut up. From the other side, Little May piped in. She's hot, though. I'll step on you kind of way. Tianshin coughed. Don't say things like that. Drowsy chirped like she agreed. Then looked between Tianshun and Elder Sue's direction, then back. Oh no, Tianshun said again. Don't you dare think that thought. Drowsy blinked innocently. Feng Yin smirked. You like sadistic women? I like alive. I like not dying. And maybe a little discipline, Little May added. Tianshun covered his face with his sleeve. Someone help me, please. But no one did. They just laughed. And in the distance, beneath the peach blossoms, Elder Sue stood atop a boulder, gazing down at the training field, a quiet smirk on her lips. She spoke softly to herself. He'll learn. Not like she cared or anything. She just wanted to know what secrets he hold. But maybe, just maybe, she was starting to enjoy this fool's company more than expected. The moon rose gently over the horizon, casting soft silver light across the sects courtyard. Lanterns flickered to life one by one, painting the cobblestone paths in amber hues. Tian Shun, after recovering from his first real training, now lay sprawled across a bamboo bench with an ice pack on his forehead and an expression of existential dread. Feng Yin sat nearby, delicately reading a scroll, her expression placid as ever. Little May was perched on the railing, swinging her legs and humming a strange, offbeat song that may or may not have been about exploding pastries. Drowsy napped on Tian Shun's chest like she owned the place. I think she cracked my spine. Tian Shun mumbled. That's good, Little May chirped. Now you're elastic. I don't want to be elastic, flexible. I just want to be alive. Feng Yin glanced at him, a faint smile at the corner of her lips. You're well and kicking. Great. Thanks for the encouragement, Saint Yin. I'm not a saint. I am the queen, your queen. You are when I compare you to Elder Sue. Feng Yin raised a brow. You mean the woman who just kicked your ass while being beautiful and composed the entire time? Tianxin groaned. I don't need this betrayal from you two. Little May giggled. You're so into her. I'm into not being kicked in the spleen. Thank you. Yet, he didn't deny it. There was something about Elder Sue, something beyond the terrifying precision of her attacks or the death glares she wielded like divine artifacts. Something graceful, stern, unyielding, and weirdly attractive in a please don't hurt me, but also maybe do kind of way. Tian Shun turned toward the stars. I might be doomed. Feng Yin didn't even look up. You've always been doomed. Little May leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. Do you think she'd let you call her mistress? Tian Shun choked on his own saliva. Stop talking. But it was far too late. The words had been spoken. The mental image had been burned into his brain like a cursed brand. Drowsy opened one eye, blinked twice, then gave a low chirp that sounded uncomfortably approving. Oh gods, even you? Tian Shun pointed weakly at her. Et-tu, Bodhi? Feng Yin closed her scroll with a snap, standing up. We should sleep. Tomorrow's another day of pain. For you, maybe. Tian Shun muttered. I'll be lucky if I come back with all my limbs. She offered him a hand. You'll survive. If not, I'll steal all your talismans and pretend you never existed. He accepted the hand with a groan. Touching. Truly. Little May leapt down and skipped ahead. Last one to the dorms is a steamed bun. You ate a steamed bun with my name on it this morning. Tian Shun grumbled as he followed. I liberated it. Their laughter echoed softly through the night, a fragile contrast to the brutal dawn awaiting him. And atop the eastern boulder once again, hidden in the shadows of moonlight, Elder Sue watched them walk away, arms folded, expression unreadable. Her lips moved just slightly. Then she turned, robes swaying like falling petals. Tomorrow, she would push him harder. But tonight, she let the thought linger of a foolish disciple with divine luck, decent talent, and eyes that refused to quit. CH-91, Hellish Training. The morning began with Tian Shun waking up in a panic. Again. Not this. Not again. He stared at the ceiling with the hollow eyes of a man who had seen his own beaten and bruised body in various painful renditions too many times. Feng Yin was still asleep, her hand curled around as like the elegant sleeping phoenix she was. Little May on his left, trying to smear his arm with her bosomy Dior. Drowsy sat on his chest like a demonic paperweight, blinking once before letting out a single melodic chirp. You're supposed to warn me if I'm having nightmares. He whispered. Chirp. That wasn't a nightmare. Chirp. Yeah, I figured. Dragging his aching limbs out of bed, Tian Shun reached for his robes. Every joint protested. His cheese seemed to whimper in sympathy. He dressed slower this time, like a man dressing for his own funeral. Because he was. Maybe. He arrived at the training spot with 5 minutes to spare, which, according to Elder Sue, meant he was already late. She stood in the center of the field again. Only this time, there were 2 new additions. Wooden stakes. Lots of them. He muttered. Obstacle course? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she raised a brow as she looked him up and down. You look like you lost a duel with a carriage. I did. The carriage's name was S. But he shut it just when she side-glanced him. At least you're learning. Tian Shun wasn't sure if that was praise or warning. Today's lesson, she continued, is this. He brightened. That doesn't sound promising, which is why we begin with blindfolded combat. We do. She tossed him a strip of black silk. He caught it and held it up with suspicion. You're not going to start hitting me the second I put this on, are you? Only if you ask nicely, she said with a smile that did terrible things to his nervous system. As he tied it on, darkness swallowed him. Every sound became sharper. Every instinct screamed. Now defend yourself. What? Crack. A wooden rod smacked his thigh. Ow, you didn't say go. I said defend. Another whack. His shoulder this time. You're definitely enjoying this. I enjoy discipline. I don't consent to this training method. Consent is for luxuries. This is a necessity. The next hour was hell. Every time he blocked, she changed her angle. Every time he anticipated, she vanished. He was blind, tired, and on the verge of tears. But then, something clicked. The subtle vibration of wind. The hush of her movements. The faintest disturbance in his spiritual sense. Tian Shun turned just in time to intercept the next strike. His palm clashed with hers in midair. There was a beat of silence. Then she stepped back. Did I pass? You reacted. I didn't anticipate that. There's a difference. He slumped. But better, she added. He smiled, until she added, now we begin the real training. So what was that bullshit? Afternoon training involved sparring on moving platforms atop a lake. Yes. Moving platforms on a lake. And to add cherry on top, there's this formation he can't understand hindering his movement somehow. Elder Sue stood poised like a spirit above water, her robes untouched by the splash, her balance ethereal. Tian Shun, on the other hand, fell in 3 times in the first minute. Again, she said, at this point, I'm just a very handsome fish. Flatter yourself after you dodge this. Her fan flicked. A wind slash zipped across the lake, slicing his platform in half. He screamed. Again. By evening, he was drenched, half dead, and missing one shoe. They returned to the shore. Elder Sue offered him a towel. He blinked. You're being kind? I don't want wet disciples catching a cold. That's irresponsible. You care. I care about discipline. She paused, then added just slightly quieter, and perhaps your idiocy deserves a fighting chance. He stared at her. She stared back. The moment stretched long enough to become dangerously meaningful. Then she ruined it. Stop looking at me like that. I'm not your savior. No, but you're definitely my executioner. Later that night, Tian Shun limped back to the dorms like a war survivor. His robe was ripped. His pride was in tatters. But his footwork? Impeccable. Feng Yin looked up from a scroll. You swam again? Multiple times. I may have become amphibious. Little May tossed him a peach. Eat that. I think it has recovery properties. Or maybe it'll give you gas. One of those. Tian Shun bit into it anyway. At this point, nothing mattered. How long is this training supposed to last? He asked. Feng Yin leaned forward. Elder Sue doesn't take disciples. You're the first. He blinked. What? Tian Shun chewed slower. That meant something. Something terrifying. That night, as he stared at the ceiling again, Drowsy curled next to him. He whispered. Why me? The bird chirped softly. Chirp. You think she sees something in me? Chirp. What? Like potential? Chirp. Or that she just likes hitting me? Silence. Then another chirp. Tian Shun sighed. Next morning, Tian Shun awoke to the soft weight of a bird and the not-so-soft pout of a fox. Drowsy sat smugly on his chest, wings slightly puffed, emitting a glow that was frankly unjustified for a glorified pigeon. But it wasn't her presence that had him sweating. It was the tail, the big, swishing, blood-red tail curling up beside his cheek like a warning. Q. Wakey, wakey. Tian Shun froze. Please no. Little May, in her fox form, stared at him with bright ruby eyes gleaming with righteous indignation. Her body, once curvy and meaty, now manifested back to a gorgeous blood fox with a halo of spiritual aura and absolutely no boundaries. You're jealous, he said accusingly. Q. I am not. Little May denied. Drowsy blinked. Tian Shun could swear the divine chicken smirked. The fox pounced on his face. I can't breathe. Q, Q, Q. Tail smacks. Headbutts. Pulfukudyos. Get your murder marshmallow off my face. He wheezed. Feng Yin rolled over on her bunk, peeking at the chaos through one sleepy eye. Your choices led you here. This isn't a choice. It's an animal uprising. She yawned and turned away. Tianshan fought for oxygen beneath the now Yandera Fox's affection, realizing with no small amount of horror that this was just the beginning. Third day of the training. Tianshan had believed, foolishly, that his body had finally adjusted to Elder Su's unique teaching style, which consisted primarily of pain, confusion, and profound humiliation. He was wrong. That morning, Elder Su introduced a technique known as echo movement, an art so fast it outpaced sound itself. She demonstrated it by vanishing before Tianshan's eyes and reappearing behind him, whereupon she flicked his earlobe with such force that birds scattered from nearby trees. Tianshan nearly ascended from the sheer surprise. Meanwhile, Drowsy, his so-called companion, emitted a musical chirp that could only be interpreted as applause. The betrayal stung almost as much as his ear. Sixth day of the training. Little May, driven by a mixture of boredom and fox-like mischief, decided to infiltrate the training field disguised as a bush. A literal bush. It fooled no one, least of all Elder Su, who kicked her into the horizon with clinical precision. At least it was not lethal. Tianshan laughed. And for that, Elder Su kicked him too. Discipline, she said coolly, is contagious. Ninth day of the training. Today's lesson was swordplay. Blindfolded. According to Elder Su, eyes can lie, instincts do not. Tianshan, trusting his instincts, promptly walked into a tree. Then again. One could almost hear the trees sigh. 12th day of the training. The dreaded platform, lake training returned. It began with dignity. Tianshan stood tall, balanced, focused. He fell in within 30 seconds. Repeatedly. By the fifth splash, local fish had started to circle him reverently. One in particular, a sleek orange fellow, lingered often. Tianshan named a herald. Feng Yin, observing from shore, sketched the fish in her notes for research. Little May attempted to fish Harold out using her tails. Chaos ensued. 15th day of the training. Spiritual sense training. Elder Su stood motionless for 20 full minutes, expression unreadable, aura calm. Tianshan, fooled by the stillness, relaxed his guard. She punched him through 3 wooden support pillars. He didn't even see it coming. Lesson of the day: never trust silence, especially not the kind that precedes catastrophic violence. 17th day of the training. Tianshan spent the morning holding a difficult stance. For 3 hours. He collapsed in a graceless heap just before the 4th hour. Elder Su handed him tea. It was bitter. Painfully bitter. Possibly weaponized. When he gagged and looked up accusingly, she replied, "It restores internal circulation, Tianshan." She also, for the first time after the training, referred to him by name. Not idiot. Not hopeless. Tianshan. That stunned him more than the tea. 21st day of the training. Feng Yin began taking an odd sort of pleasure in attending Tianshan's daily recovery. She brought towels, prepared ointments, sat beside him like a silent judge delivering nightly verdicts. Warm towels, warm expression. She said little, but the corners of her lips always lifted, just slightly, when Tianshan groaned in pain. Little May perched on his shoulder regularly, flicking her tail and offering sage advice like, "You should bite her next time." Drowsy, for reasons unknown, began to nod in sync with Elder Su whenever Tianshan failed to dodge an attack. It was clear now, he had lost command of his life. 25th day of the training. Elder Su sparred with him using only one finger. Tianshan gave it everything. He still lost. But when he lay flat on the ground, gasping like a fish out of water, she gave him a nod. Not the sarcastic kind. A real one. The kind that said, "You might not be useless forever." He almost cried. Then she struck him again for lowering his guard. CH 92. Change in plan. 27th day of the training. At the end of a particularly brutal training session, Elder Su handed him a jade vial. "A 6-star recovery pill," she said. to mend internal damage. It tasted like charcoal, and something suspiciously metallic. But it worked. Within moments, his circulation had improved, the pain dulled, and he no longer felt like a series of broken sticks glued together. A miracle. And also terrifying. He wondered, privately, when can he also make that pill? 30th day of the training. Tian Shun, drenched in sweat, stepped onto the training ground with silent determination. And, for the first time, he landed a hit. Just one. A flick across the edge of Elder Sue's sleeve. She blinked, paused, then smiled. And Tian Shun, despite every broken rib, every drowned minute, every muscle torn and rebuilt, smiled back. It was madness. He was starting to like this. In the shaded corridor beyond the training ground, Elder Sue sat cross-legged, her expression unreadable as she poured herself tea. She had watched Tian Shun's progress for 30 consecutive days, through failure, through foolishness, through futile flailing. And now he had struck her sleeve, not her hand, not her weapon, but her sleeve. It was enough. For now. Not hopeless, she murmured softly, mostly to herself. From the rafters, drowsy chirped in agreement. Somewhere in the gardens, Little May's laughter rang out as she chased Harold the fish. The sect might not have known it yet, but Elder Sue's first disciple, he was finally becoming worth the trouble. Next day, sect training grounds, pre-dawn. A month had passed since the morning Tian Shun had first stepped into Elder Sue's private hell. Now he stood in that same training field, scarred, honed, posture upright, still nervous, still uncertain, but with a steel in his spine that hadn't been there before. Elder Sue, as always, stood at the center like a monolith of grace and murder. She eyed him. You've improved. Tian Shun blinked. No sarcastic remark. She raised one brow. I'm just tired of insulting you every morning. It's just a little disorienting. You're still an idiot. There it is. She stepped forward, fan unfurling with a flutter. Today, no blindfolds, no talismans, no games. She tilted her head. You'll come at me. Your real self. No tricks. Tian Shun inhaled slowly, then bowed. Understood, master. When he launched forward, his steps were fluid. Each movement carried the momentum of weeks of pain, learning, and instinct honed under pressure. The two clashed, steel to fan, chi to wind. It was still no contest in the grand scheme, but he lasted more than a dozen exchanges before his foot slipped and her palm struck his chest. He skidded back, collapsed, but didn't fall unconscious. She approached, towering. Calm. Your form is acceptable. Thanks, he muttered from the grass. But sloppy under pressure. There it is. She turned away, then said without facing him, rest for 2 days. Then we go on an adventure. Tian Shun's breath caught. I don't think I can go. Elder Sue tilted her head faintly. You're ready. He lay on the grass, dazed. Was he? Was he actually ready? A shadow passed overhead, drowsy descending to land atop his stomach. Chirp! Little May skipped across the grass in her human form, cheerfully ignoring decorum. Ready for what? She asked. Pain. A/N. The world shall know OUCHH. XD. Tian Shun replied automatically, then blinked. No, this time, I think I might be ready for progress. Feng Yin appeared nearby, holding a wrapped bundle. Your clean robes, she said, setting them beside him. Also congrats. For what? For impressing the most dangerous woman in the sect, she replied with a smile. And surviving. Little May leaned in, whispering. Good. You do have a thing for bossy women, don't you? She added, teasingly. Drowsy chirped in agreement. Tian Shun groaned. I'm surrounded by sadists. Feng Yin gave a hearty chuckle at that. Elder Sue's private courtyard. The wind rustled the peach trees as Elder Su stood in quiet contemplation. Her fan rested closed at her side. She thought of Tian Shun, of his resilience, his idiocy, his persistence, his soul, so bright and stubborn, refusing to bend, refusing to stay down. And despite herself, a small smile crept to her lips. "Let's see what you'll do, fool." Then she turned, vanishing into the wind like the deadly spirit she was. But this time, there was a flicker of something gentler in her presence. Just a flicker. Again, next morning, Phaluan Sect, Northern Summit. Elder Su's courtyard was unusually quiet that morning. The birds dared not sing. The wind passed gently through the peach blossoms, but even it seemed muted, like nature itself sensed the tension that crackled beneath the serenity. At the heart of it, Elder Su stood still, gazing toward the distant horizon where mountain met sky. Her robes fluttered like banners of calm war, and the fan at her side rested unopened. She had plans. She intended to take Tian Shun beyond the safety of the sect, to test what he had become, and what he could yet be. But as the wind shifted, so did fate. A pulse of spiritual pressure cut through the air like a gong. Then another. And another. Moments later, 3 jade command tokens ignited in the air above her courtyard, hovering in formation before disintegrating into glowing runes. A high-priority summons. Sect-wide. Emergency council meeting. Mandated attendance by high authorities only. Her fan opened with a single flick, the sharp snap echoing like thunder. "Trouble," she muttered. Phaluan Sect, Sect Hall. The main Elder Assembly Hall hadn't hosted a full council since the collapse of Jadewing Valley 3 years prior. Now its ceremonial incense burners flared, its ancestral mirrors shimmered, and the full gathering of Phaluan's leadership, 24 core elders, 5 peak masters, and 1 terrifyingly cheerful headmaster, filled the chamber. Elder Su entered last, taking her place silently near the northern quadrant. A few heads turned at her presence. She rarely bothered with ease unless forced. But today, everyone was here, including the sect leader. He gestured, and the images shimmered above the central mirror, 6 still frames suspended in chi. They showed broken landscapes, distorted ley lines, dead zones, cultivation poisonings, demonic chi ruptures, and a familiar region at the edge of the Phaluan's outer territories, the eastern wilderness. Elder Han, not haughty as before, clicked his tongue. This shouldn't be happening. That region was pacified decades ago. Sect Master's voice rang clear and grim. It was, until last night. The image above showed a satellite sect, Lotus Pavilion, reduced to ruins. Not scorched, but twisted. Bodies petrified into statues. Spiritual beasts turned feral and mad. A corruption not of this world. Elder sufronet slightly. Not natural. Sect Master nodded. Correct. We suspect outside interference. Artificial, possibly ritual-based. Demonic sects? Someone muttered. Or worse, said Elder Mo, her hair tied in 9 black braids to match her 9-spirit soul. Abyssal demon? Asked Elder Lay with narrowed eyes. No proof yet, said the sect master. But we can't ignore it. The outer sects are panicking. Several disciple convoys were rerouted last night. He added and turned to Elder Su. You were scheduled to leave today? She inclined her head. With my disciple. That word, disciple, lingered in the air. Some elders blinked. Su had never taken a disciple before. Even sect master's brows raised, ever so slightly. She said nothing more. He gestured toward her. Then you're best suited to lead this. She raised one elegant brow. I wasn't planning on leading anything. You are now. Murmurs followed. Her fan snapped shut, showing she was pissed. Fine. An hour later. The same training grounds. Tian Shun stood by the northern cliff ledge, fresh robes on, his body almost entirely held together by willpower and stubborn pride. He was waiting. for the journey, for the next ordeal. Instead, he saw her descending through the mist, robes trailing behind her like a storm given form. "Change of plans," she said simply. He blinked. "Am I in trouble?" "Not yet." "Oh, good. It's a rare day when I'm not. We're going to investigate a sect-level disaster." He froze. "Can you protect me? Even my own safety is but a mere question now. I miss the blindfolds." "You won't need them." She tossed him a token. Tian Shin blinked. "I'm sorry, I don't think I have enough strength for this." "You don't?" "Then why?" "Because I said so. There it is." Feng Yin approached Little Mei and Drowsy, who were watching Tian Shun pack furiously like someone convinced he would never return. Feng Yin whispered, "She's taking him outside the sect already? Isn't it too early?" Little Mei nibbled on a sweet bun. "It's perfect. He just started liking pain. Now she'll introduce contextual fear. You're both evil." Drowsy chirped solemnly in agreement. That exact night, Ilder Suis Quarters. As night fell and preparations for departure began, Elder Sue stood alone again, staring into her old teacup. She sipped as she reflected off her actions the past month. She took a disciple out of nowhere and for no reason specific. Well, there was one, but she forgot that. He was still foolish, still slow, still reckless, but no longer soft. Perhaps it was time to test not just his skills, but his heart. She whispered aloud to the stars, "Let's see what kind of man you become when the world breaks around you." Then she vanished again into the wind. CH-93, oh damn. This night was too quiet. A dangerous kind of quiet. The kind that implied the world was holding its breath. Tian Shun adjusted the straps on his travel pouch for the third time and fidgeted for the fifth. He was ready now, after the last major disaster. Kind of. Almost. Maybe. Okay, not really. He grumbled, not wanting to run away again. Elder Sue, beside him, simply stepped past him, her robes billowing like a herald of frost. Drowsy chirped a mournful farewell from a branch. Little Mei waved from behind. Feng Yin stood with her arms crossed, with smile on her face, but worry on her heart. "Go now. She's not going to slow down." She called out. "I know." Tian Shun called back, jogging to catch up with his master, who was already descending the sect's misty stairway like a moving glacier of purpose. He sighed and kept walking. South were paths. The road south of the sect was rarely traveled. Most disciples used flight talismans or direct teleportation formations. But Elder Sue, no shortcuts. "We walk," she had said. "If your legs can't carry you through the mountains, they won't carry you through battle either." Tian Shun gritted his teeth and kept pace. Actually, he's just pretending. He doesn't feel tired at all. Ancient pine trees whispered overhead, their needles dusting sunlight like falling stars. The air was crisp with the scent of moss and chi-rich herbs, and the mountain paths wound through glens and valleys like nature's own script. "Do we know what's actually happening?" he asked once during their second hour of walking. "No," she replied plainly. "Then why are we going?" "Because I was told to." "That's odd of you." She glanced sideways. "I was forced to say yes. And the fact that it involves a literal sect burned down to ashes makes it even scarier." "Ah, so the same suicidal reasoning, just with paperwork attached." She didn't answer, but her fan snapped open, which meant she was amused, or annoyed, or both. He hadn't learned how to tell the difference yet. They stopped by a stream shaded with blue leaf trees. Elder Sue sat on a flat stone, pouring tea from a travel kettle she conjured from her storage ring. Tian Shun knelt nearby, chewing dried meat and rice balls Feng Yin had packed for him. He peeked at her cautiously. She looked almost peaceful. So naturally, he had to ruin it. "Why'd you take me as a disciple?" Her hand paused on the teacup. "Do you want the real answer?" "Yes." "I was bored." Tian Shin blinked. "That's it. Also, you were loud. I'm sensing a pattern." But now, she added, sipping slowly, you've become annoying. He wasn't sure if that was insult or what. He simply chewed his rice ball slower. Would it have mattered if I failed? No. Harsh. I would have let you die. Harsher. But you didn't, she said. Then looked at him, eyes cool and silver beneath her lashes. And now you don't get to quit. He looked back at the stream. The water flowed gently, undisturbed. But under it, he imagined there were stones being worn away, moment by moment. Maybe that was what training with her was like. Painful, slow erosion, until only the core remained. That night, they made camp in a ruined watchtower nestled in a forested pass. Elder Sue didn't bother pitching a tent. She simply sat atop a stone boulder, her back straight, her eyes closed in meditation. Tian Shun, on the other hand, had a bedroll, a tiny campfire, and the overwhelming realization that this was the first night he'd spent outside in a while. The stars looked beautiful out here, and clearer. He poked at the fire with a stick. He glanced at Elder Sue and asked, "What if I screw up?" Elder Sue didn't open her eyes. "Then we improvise." That doesn't sound very reassuring. You should have asked for reassurance from someone less practical. Why are you like this? I could ask you the same. He sighed faintly. The fire crackled. A nocturnal beast roared somewhere far away. Tianshin settled onto his back, staring at the sky. It was strange. He was exhausted, bruised, and still mentally shaken from the meeting back at the sect hall. He had no idea what they were about to walk into. But he didn't feel worried either. He had strength to fight back, at least a little. Like he had a say in what came next. He drifted to sleep to the sound of the forest, and a quiet voice saying, just before he slipped under, "Good night." Next morning, "Wake up." A foot nudged him awake. Tianshin blinked blearily. "Is that your way of a wake-up call?" Elder Sue had already doused the fire, packed her satchel, and tied her hair into a high knot. "No, this is..." She tossed a peach at his face. He caught it. A bite revealed it was juicy and delicious. "Thanks." She said nothing, but the corners of her lips twitched. They continued down the mountain trail. No longer like master and student, not quite equals either. Something in between. Something strange. And for once, something that didn't feel hopeless. By midday, the path narrowed into a canyon gorge flanked by slate-gray cliffs. The wind grew stiller. Birds no longer sang. Even the insects had vanished. Tian Shun tugged his robe as a clammy mist crept in, brushing across his skin like fingers searching for warmth. Elder Suslov. That was his first warning. She never slowed unless something deserved it. Tian Shun reached for his sword, not because he thought he needed it, but because not holding it would make it worse. "Is this it?" he asked quietly. Elder Sue's fan was already open. Close. As the journey continues, so did the terrain. The forest changed. Gradually at first. A thinning of leaves, a souring of the air, a heaviness in the wind that clung to the skin like unseen cobwebs. Tian Shun noticed it midway through their fourth day of travel. He didn't say anything at first, because traveling with Elder Sue had taught him that commenting on ominous things often invited them to become more ominous. But eventually, when even the trees began to look wrong, he dared to speak. "Master, is the ground supposed to be like this?" Elder Sue did not slow her pace. Her fan remained closed, but her eyes glinted with sharp awareness. "I don't know," she calmly said. "Then what do you know?" He cursed inwardly, then kept walking. They moved in silence, each step swallowed by thickening fog. The trees thinned out until only twisted stumps remained, gnarled like the hands of buried corpses. Up ahead, a gate appeared, half collapsed, moss-grown, its once golden plaques now blackened with soot and time. Inscribed on the crumbling stone, "Lotus Pavilion." Tian Shun's breath caught. "We're here." Elder Sue said nothing, but her eyes shimmered faintly with silver light. She stepped through the gate first, and the air changed. It pressed against them like a second atmosphere, denser, foul with corrupted chi. Even the spiritual energy in his meridians recoiled, like it didn't want to be here. They passed through a shattered grove, once clearly a sacred orchard, now with trees bent into unnatural arches, their bark blackened with chi burns. Tianshan slowed. Every step felt like it took a piece of him. Not in pain, exactly, but in lightness. His spiritual balance felt dulled, like a calligraphy brush dipped in muddy ink. Even his breathing grew shallow. Feels like we're walking into something's mouth. He muttered, which didn't get any response. They came to a rise overlooking the Lotus Pavilion, or what remained of it. Tianshan stopped cold. Elder Sue stood beside him, silent. Below, nestled in the valley, the once beautiful satellite sect lay ruined. Then Tianshan heard it. Whispers. Not loud, not intelligible, but present. Faint. Too many voices for a place this empty. I don't like this. Good, Elder Sue said. It means you're still sane. Buildings collapsed. Trees grew inward, spiraled like twisted bonsai cages. The air shimmered with oil, slick darkness, corrupted chi. An entire lake near the central courtyard had turned into obsidian glass. And the statues. Dozens of them. People, frozen in mid-motion. A disciple shielding a younger child. A sect elder raising his blade. Another elder in mid-chanting. Another sword wielder, judging by his frozen stance, was trying to retreat. His face locked in terror. All of them calcified, petrified. As if their very life essence had been flash-frozen by some malevolent design. Oh, damn. Tianshan whispered and swallowed thickly. He tried not to look at the petrified statue beside the path. He didn't ask if they were too late. He already knew. But they hadn't come to mourn. They came to solve this. Even if it meant walking straight into hell's waiting room. But all that left was faint whispers he can't even be certain of. Elder Sue's robes rustled in the wind. Now you understand. CH-94. Miss him. The sun hung lazily above the Feluan sect. Its golden rays filtered through layers of cloud and mist like a divine lantern straining to pierce the veil. It was a peaceful afternoon. Too peaceful. The kind of peace that didn't soothe, but unsettled. Feng Yin didn't trust it one bit. She stood atop one of the outer courtyard platforms, hands behind her back, spine straight as a sword, watching the distant mountain paths vanish into the horizon. Somewhere beyond those silent ridgelines, Tianshan was walking beside a woman colder than moonlight and twice as sharp. The wind curled past her robes with a hush, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. She exhaled softly, in worry, in restraint. No matter how she presented herself to Tianshan, she still was but a woman in love. If she let her mind drift too far, it would reach him, and then it would stay there. Still no news? Asked a voice behind her. Little May patted up a woven basket of herbs hanging from her arm, her boots caked with mud and a leaf stuck boldly to her cheek. She looked like she'd fallen down a hill or two. No, Feng Yin replied without turning. But that's normal. Oomph. Little May puffed her cheeks. Normal shouldn't feel this long. Feng Yin gave her a side glance. One brow arched in mild amusement. That's called missing someone. Little May blinked, then furrowed her brow in offense. That sounds like weakness. Maybe, Feng Yin admitted, her tone gentle but firm. But it's the kind of weakness that means you care. The younger girl fidgeted with the strap of her basket. Her lip wobbled like she wanted to argue, but didn't know how. He always finds a way back, doesn't he? Feng Yin asked, more to the horizon than to Little May. Little May shrugged. Master's too annoying to die. The heavens wouldn't know what to do with him. That earned a chuckle. It surprised them both. Later, by the whispering brook, a silver ribbon of water wound its way through the valley floor, murmuring secrets as it slipped over stones. Willows bowed gracefully to its current, their trailing leaves brushing the surface like idle fingers. Feng sat by the brook. Across from her, Little May balanced on a boulder, awkwardly trying to pluck lotus stems with her foot dipped halfway into the mud. "You're getting more on your robe than in the basket," Feng commented dryly. "That's because I'm not completely used to my human form. Plus, these lotus stems keep fighting back." Little May huffed, trying again. "These plants are vengeful." Feng snorted. A beat passed, and then Little May asked, in that too light voice she used when something truly weighed on her, "Do you think he's fighting something terrible right now?" Feng didn't answer right away. She let the question linger like mist above the water, delicate and undisturbed. "Probably," she finally said. "But he has her. That sadist." Little May grimaced. "She's so scary, like she was born to smack people." Feng smirked. "She's strong." "So is he," Little May mumbled, not quite convincingly. Feng tilted her head. "You don't think he'll win?" "I think." The younger girl sat on the rock properly now, hugging her knees and watching the flowing brook. "He'll win, but not without losing something." Feng Yin's hand stilled. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves. A bird cried high above, unseen. "What do you mean?" "I don't know," Little May mumbled. "Just a dream I had." Feng Yin turned her now, fully, eyes narrowing slightly. "A dream?" She nodded without looking up. There was blood and broken things, and him, standing alone. Dreams. In a world of mortals, they were just echoes of thought. But in a world of cultivators, they were warnings, omens, whispers of fate that slipped through cracks in reality. Feng Yin's fingers tightened on the bamboo basket. "We can't lose him. We won't lose him." "I know," Little May said quietly. "That's what scares me." Feilun sect, Uner Pavilion. The moon had risen by the time Feng Yin wandered to the inner practice hall. She hadn't meant to. Her feet simply brought her there, like the gravity of memory had pulled her in. The hall was quiet, save for the whisper of old paper fluttering in a forgotten draft and the soft creak of worn floorboards beneath her step. Moonlight filtered in through latticed windows, casting fractured patterns across the training dummies. One dummy had fresh cracks across its chest, clean, deep, deliberate. The kind Tianshan left when he was angry at something he couldn't punch directly. Like fate. Or expectations. Or himself. She moved closer, brushing her fingers across the damaged wood. A tiny smile formed at her lips. Still impulsive. Still reckless. But trying. Always trying. A broken talisman lay, half-tucked under a bench nearby. She recognized it. A wind talisman. He'd used it once during a spar with her. It hadn't helped him win, but he tried anyway. His chi still lingered here. Faintly wild. Warm. Stubborn. Like moss refusing to die in shade. She sat beside the bench and closed her eyes. And waited. Minutes passed. Then an hour. She didn't meditate. She didn't cultivate. She simply existed in the space that still remembered him. And in that silence, she felt him. Not his actual presence, not a transmission or tether, but in the way this space refused to forget him. Like footsteps pressed into snow, preserved by chill winds. "Don't make me go find you," she murmured to the night. "Or I swear, I'll drag you back and beat you myself." She leaned back and exhaled. The stars outside blinked gently, and she almost smiled. The sect's edge. Little May lay curled under a thick quilt, her small body swallowed by soft fabric and soft moonlight. But she didn't sleep. Not really. Her eyes fluttered behind closed lids. She dreamed. Not of warmth. Not of familiar hands or playful days. She dreamed of blood. Of blackened trees reaching for the sky like skeletal fingers. Of statues, people, bloodied, torn it apart, locked in screams she couldn't hear. Of a lake made of blood, rippled with crimson veins like lightning sealed within. And Tianshan. He stood at the center of that blood lake. back turned, alone. His shoulders slumped with exhaustion. His silhouette trembled, not from fear, but from something worse. From acceptance. He whispered something. She couldn't hear. She reached out. But before her fingers could graze his robe, the dream ended. She woke with a gasp, chest tight, sweat clinging to her brow despite the cold night. The moon hung outside her window like a watcher with no eyes. And the silence felt wrong, like the world was listening. She sat up, the quilt clutched her chest. Her heart wouldn't calm. Her eyes wouldn't stop searching the shadows. She whispered into the stillness, as if he could hear it across mountains and mist, death and danger. Come back. She gritted her teeth. Master. Elsewhere. The sun had long passed its zenith, casting the world in dusky amber as Lan Yuru descended from the cliffs overlooking Blackscale Marsh. Her jade-green robes clung to her frame, damp from mist and blood. She wiped a smear of ichor off her cheek, her sword humming faintly in its sheath, not from energy, but from satisfaction. The battle was over. The mutated swamp serpent lay coiled in its final resting place behind her, riddled with frost-laced gashes and the scent of crushed lotus herbs. Another rogue beast dealt with. Another village protected. Another day without him. Lan Yuru sat on a lichen-covered rock by the water's edge, pulling off her outer cloak. She wrung it dry, watching as crimson, tainted droplets fell into the murky stream and disappeared like forgotten memories. She didn't sigh. Yueru didn't do sighs, but her shoulders, usually squared like spears, slouched ever so slightly. Idiot, she muttered, not to herself but to the sky. A crane flew overhead, wings spread wide, carrying the wind with it. I wonder what kind of nonsense you've gotten into this time, Tian Shun. Earlier that day. Mission grounds, outskirts of Blackscale Marsh. The mission had sounded simple enough. Scout out the marsh. Confirm rumors of unnatural beast movements. Exterminate if necessary. It was a routine disciple task, barely worthy of someone at her level. But Lan Yuru had accepted it without protest. She needed the distance, the quiet, the isolation, away from the curious whispers in the sect, away from Tian Shun, who wasn't even around, as if she were missing her shadow. The path to the marsh had been long, but uneventful. It was only deep within the fog-blanketed wetlands that she'd encountered resistance. A serpent with 3 eyes and blackened scales had emerged from the water like a ghost. It moved like silk and struck like lightning. She didn't hesitate. Sword drawn. Footwork sharp. Her frost breath technique painted the reeds with glimmering ice, and the duel that followed was a dance of steel and venom. In the end, she prevailed. Barely a scratch. Not bad, all things considered. But as she wiped her blade clean and slid it back into its scabbard, her heart beat with an ache that had nothing to do with the fight. It wasn't the danger she hated. It was the silence afterward. CH-95, nothing. The sky above Lotus Pavilion was wrong, broken, stormy, and wrong. A dull, overcast hue blanketed the ruins below like a mourning shroud, and the very air pulsed with the aftertaste of calamity. The once sacred sect, famed for its graceful cultivation techniques and spiritual harmony, was now a graveyard of shattered bridges and crumbled stone pagodas overgrown with vines. Tianxin stepped cautiously beside Elder Su, boots crunching over broken ground. The still ponds were filled with black algae. The wind carried no birdsong, only whispers of unknown kind. So this is what's left of the Lotus Pavilion. Tian Shun muttered, surveying the devastation. Elder Su nodded slowly, her sharp eyes scanning the surrounding pillars that jutted out of the earth like broken ribs. It was once among the top 10 powers. She said quietly. And now, reduced to a cursed echo. The fall was sudden, unnatural. She paused, her voice trailing off as she knelt beside an altar stone. Her fingers traced the statues. Tian Shun tilted his head. You think a cultivator caused this? Oder Swiss leaps praised in. No, something else. A phenomenon or an artifact awakening. Something powerful enough to fracture the realm's fabric itself. Tian Shun frowned. That bad? She didn't answer. But she stood up with her sleeves rippling like silk banners, the quiet fury in her aura enough to make Tian Shun shut up. They arrived at the heart of the Lotus Pavilion, a massive open space where concentric rings of marble once surrounded a lake of enlightenment. Now the lake was dry. The center of the space held a crater. Charred, deep, wide. Tian Shun approached the rim and squinted down. The edges glimmered faintly. Spatial rift? He asked. Ilder Sunadif. Spatial disturbance. Someone opened a gate that never closed properly. She reached in her sleeve and pulled out a small talisman. It flickered with unstable light. This is spatial detection talisman, she explained as she used it. Used to stabilize teleportation formations. The talisman brightened up for a while, then cracks appeared in its surface. It's cracked, Tian Shun said, leaning in. It shouldn't be. Her brow furrowed. Not unless it was overwhelmed. Tian Shun got twisted. He took a deep breath, letting his spirit sense expand across the courtyard. A pressure pushed back, like diving into cold water filled with hands that didn't want to be touched. He pulled back, grimacing. Yeah, that's cursed, all right. And the ground trembled. Ever so slightly. WHHHRRRHHH. A low vibration rippled through the earth. Elder Su immediately raised a barrier, pushing Tian Shun behind her as golden runes spiraled from her fingertips. The crater in the center lit up, symbols appearing along its edges, each glowing one after the other. 1, 2, 3, 16. A formation long dormant was waking. Tian Shun's eyes widened. That wasn't me. I know. Elder Su was almost speechless. Something else triggered it. The runes pulsed once more, and then a column of violet light exploded upward from the crater, ripping the clouds above like a spear of fate. Elder Su's expression shifted from stern to concerned, and Tian Shun had seen enough to know that if she was worried, it was very bad. Back away, she shouted. Tian Shun tried, but the light bent, reached like it chose him, and then the wind howled. The sky screamed, and the ground beneath Tian Shun's feet split open. No. Elder Su reached out with a flash of golden chains, trying to snare him. But the violet light coiled tighter around him like silk threads spun by a mad spider. His body lifted off the ground, spinning as his form began to fade. Elder Su, I'll find you. She called out, her hand mere inches from his boot. Don't resist it. Let the flow guide you. If it's a realm tunnel, anchor your identity. What does that even mean? Fwoosh. And he vanished, gone without even an echo. Elder Su stood alone now, staring at the flickering violet space that closed behind him like a petal falling shut. Her eyes narrowed. Wait for me, Tian Shun, she whispered. Elsewhere, a place unknown. Tian Shun landed hard. His body slammed into soft grass, but the impact still knocked the wind out of him. Wham! He coughed, rolling on his back, gasping like a fish. The sky overhead was a strange, swirling tapestry. Where the hell am I? He muttered. His voice sounded off, childish. He sat up. The land around him was alien. Floating boulders drifted across the horizon, tethered by glowing vines. The sun didn't shine. It loomed, large and almost sentient, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. He stood shakily, checking his limbs. No injuries, spirit intact, but his storage ring was flickering. Its contents wouldn't open. Then something moved. A ripple in the trees ahead. He turned and saw a figure standing beneath a warped willow tree. It was a woman, or something shaped like one, draped in silken cloth, her hair flowing like moonlight, eyes shimmering with twinkle. She raised a hand. Tian Shun instinctively took a step back, hand near his sword. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice was a harmony of tones, young and old, soft and sharp. "Just your average Joe," he replied, managing a smirk. "A portal took me here." She tilted her head. Tian Shun stiffened. She pointed behind him. He turned and saw a tree. Twisted, tall, bound in chains, with something inside it. A pulsing white crystal. "It's calling to you," she said, then vanished. Tian Shun approached the tree cautiously. Its bark whispered. Its roots moved, and the white crystal in its center beat like a heart. His instincts screamed danger, but something inside that crystal wanted him, or knew him. He stood there, staring, silent. Then, slowly, his fingers reached out. Just before touching it, he whispered, "You better be worth the detour." Tian Shun touched the crystal. A breath. A blink. A stillness. And then, nothing. Not a sound. Not a ripple. Not even the satisfaction of glowing special effects to mark the start of a life-changing inheritance. The moment his fingers brushed the pulsing white gem at the heart of the chained tree, it simply dissipated, turned into glimmering specks of light that scattered into the air like dust motes fleeing from purpose. "What?" He stared at his hand, turning it over. Still 5 fingers. No runes. No pain. No surge of power. The only change was the stillness. The land around him, once shimmering with alien rhythm, now lay muted, as if it had exhaled. But something told him it wasn't gone. Just inside him. Somewhere. Suddenly the wind shifted. He turned, and in the distance, a circular portal formed in mid-air, soft and clear like a ripple in a lake, yet rimmed with the same violet light from before. A way back. Tian Shun approached it cautiously. It didn't hum or beckon. It just was serene, confident, as if saying, "You've done what you were meant to. Now go." "Creepy but convenient," he muttered. He exhaled slowly, then stepped through. Whoosh. The sensation was like slipping through oil and ink. Then light. Wind. And suddenly, he was standing once again in the heart of the ruined Lotus Pavilion. The crater at his feet still smoldered faintly, but the violet column had disappeared. The altar stones were cracked. The lake remained dry. Tian Shun. Before he could even process the change in scenery, Elder Sue's voice cut through the air like a whip. In the next moment, she was in front of him, grabbing his shoulders with surprising force. Her usually composed expression was a whirlwind of emotions: relief, concern, and slight joy. "Are you all right? Are you injured? Did you see anything?" She fired rapid questions like a spiritual cannon. Tian Shun blinked. She glared. He flinched slightly. "I'm Fine. I think. I touched the crystal and—" He looked down at his hand again. Nothing happened. Elder Sue narrowed her eyes. "Explain everything. Slowly. In order." Tian Shun gave her a full rundown. The strange landscape. The sentient sky. The woman under the willow tree. The chained tree with the white crystal. And finally, the moment it vanished on touch, and he was sent back. Elder Sue listened in silence, arms crossed. When he finished, she tilted her head slightly. "That's it." He shrugged. I didn't exactly have time to dissect the metaphysics of the realm. No trap, no inheritance, no vichens. Nope, just weirdness. Elder Sue exhaled sharply, pinching the bridge of her nose. That was not a normal realm jump. No kidding. I've studied minor realms and pocket planes for centuries. There's always something: temporal shifts, soul pressure, chi compression, anything. But your spirit remains unchanged, and even your attire is unaffected. She gestured at his robes. Tian Shun patted his sleeves. "Guess I make a handsome multiversal hunter." Elder Sue wasn't amused. It's dangerous to treat these events lightly. Hey, I didn't ask the portal to yeet me into extra dimensions, okay? She sighed again, and this time her voice was softer. At least you returned. That made him pause. And in that moment, the silence between them wasn't just from awkwardness. It was heavy, weighted, a reminder of what could have happened. He nodded. Me too. Searching for clues. They remained in the crater, Elder Sue now reactivating the cracked talisman and scanning the residual energy. This realm, wherever you were, it left no trace here, she muttered. The portal collapsed the moment you vanished. The laws tried to erase the incident. Erase. Tian Shun frowned. She looked at him, as if trying to hide what happened. He stiffened. That tree, the crystal, do you think it implanted something in me? I can't sense anything foreign inside you, Elder Sue said. But that doesn't mean it's not there. Tian Shun looked down at his chest, half expecting a glowing sigil to appear. Nothing. Just his steady heartbeat. CH-96, still stillness. Night. They didn't leave the ruins immediately. Instead, Elder Sue constructed a temporary hut and lit a protective incense circle around the pavilion's fragments still intact. I need time to analyze the talisman's decay pattern, she said. And you need to meditate. Why? In case the delayed effects start unraveling your soul like noodles. Not so lovely. Tianshin sat cross-legged under the remains of a lotus pavilion. He tried to focus, but was unable to. He opened his eyes. The night sky above Lotus Pavilion was filled with streaking silver clouds and faint stars. He whispered, almost to himself, "Would it leave inside me?" Later that night, Elder Sue opened her private jade slip and recorded a message to herself. Anomaly 116. After entering the Lotus Pavilion ruins, spatial phenomena of extreme magnitude were triggered. Suspected artifact awakening. Tian Shun was selected, perhaps targeted, by the remnants of the Lotus Pavilion hidden mechanism formation. On his return, no visible chi change detected on him. No bloodline awakening. No soul fracture. Yet, I suspect, implantation. Something wrote him back. And I don't know whether to kill it or help it bloom. Morning. The morning air still held the stale weight of broken dreams and scorched harmony as Tian Shun rose from his seated meditation. He hadn't slept. Not really. Just hovered between wakefulness and drifting thoughts, his consciousness brushing against the edges of something inside him that refused to speak. No answers came. Still stillness. He rubbed his temples, then turned toward the low glowing protective incense ring Elder Sue had set up. She was already awake, standing near one of the cracked marble arches that framed the broken lake basin. Her robes fluttered in the breeze like the last remnant of an era long past. "Any change?" she asked without turning. "No dreams, no visions, no mysterious voices whispering secrets into my soul, unless a faint craving for peach buns counts." Elder Sue didn't smile. She hadn't since yesterday. Not like she does anyways. Her face was set in that delicate expression of calm scrutiny, eyes sharp like a surgeon deciding whether to dissect or simply observe. "We'll begin another round of inspection," she said briskly. "There may be lingering traces we missed last night." Tianshin grunted. "Should I touch more strange crystals while I'm at it?" Elder Sue shot him a side glance. "Try it, and I'll lobotomize you myself." He chuckled while inwardly muttering, "Aw, you do care." She ignored the quipter and stepped toward the crater again. The talisman she carried was already flickering dimly, its runes trying to rekindle. Tian Shun followed, scanning the surroundings with sharpened senses. Despite the wind and gentle stir of air, there was a deadness that refused to lift, as if the land had decided it had already screamed enough. "I've been thinking," he murmured. "What if that thing wasn't a trap or a trial? What if it was a piece? Elder supposed. A piece? Of what? I don't know. Maybe not something meant to change me. Just something to fix me." She narrowed her eyes. "And fix what?" He shrugged. "That's the spooky part, isn't it? Elder Su knelt and pressed the talisman against the smoldered edge of the crater. Faint sparks crackled, reacting to leftover essence. It's degraded too far, she muttered. Most of the trace signatures have dispersed. Tian Shun crossed his arms. So we're back to zero. No, we know you were chosen, she said quietly, which means something about you drew the formation's focus. Lucky me, he muttered. I'm magnetic for ancient relics with trust issues. She didn't laugh. Again. Instead, she stood and dusted off her sleeves. Let's sweep the central ring. The formation might have left anchor points. Hours passed. They scoured the inner sanctum of the Lotus Pavilion ruins. From toppled statues of elegant sword maidens to shriveled prayer gardens, once brimming with enlightenment-seeking flora, they searched every nook and cranny. But the answer remained the same. Nothing. No lingering formation. No mysterious artifacts hidden in the moss. No ancient whispers encoded into the wind. Only silence. Only ruin. By the time the sun passed its peak, even Elder Su seemed reluctant to continue. She stood at the edge of a shattered bridge that once led into the old meditation grounds, arms crossed. This place has been purged, she said. Tian Shun raised an eyebrow. Purged? Deliberately cleansed. Not by nature. By whatever, I don't know. Tian Shun was speechless. Woman, he quipped. Elder Su turned towards him. Say that again. He turned against, trying to change the topic. It wasn't just a hallucination. Its presence was too vivid, too aware. Elder Su grumbling linadif. The woman you met there may have been an avatar or a residual soul. Perhaps a warden of the realm, or something far older. Older than the sect that created this place. Tianshan looked up at the cloudy sky. Maybe older than all of us. By late afternoon, they stood once more at the cracked altar stone where Elder Su had first examined the faded statues. We should leave, she said, eyes scanning the sky again. The natural balance here is fractured. Lingering too long may alert things. Tian Shun raised a brow. Things? The sort that move between cracks. Oh good, he said dryly. Can't wait to meet those. Elder Su began forming a temporary flight array, weaving lines of golden light into a floating platform. You sure you don't want to do one final touch and see? He teased as he stepped aboard. She gave him a pointed look. You're not allowed to touch anything until I say so. Okay, you always go being strict teacher on me. This one her sigh that could have split mountains. On the flight back, the wind whispered across the glowing array beneath their feet, clouds parting ahead as Elder Su guided them eastward, back toward Feluan's sect. Tian Shun sat at the edge, legs hanging over, eyes lost in thought. I've been feeling off, he admitted suddenly. Elder Su, who'd been silent for the last 10 minutes, turned slightly. Explain. Not weak, not injured, just, he tapped his chest, like something's rearranged in here, but I can't tell what. She observed him for a moment. We'll run a full diagnostic when we return. What if there's nothing to find? Then we wait. He frowned. Wait for what? For it to reveal itself, she said calmly. Anything powerful enough to mask its presence from me is either patient or predatory. He chuckled dryly. I'm either pregnant with a magical parasite or dating a dormant god. You joke, she said, but this is serious. He nodded, eyes narrowing. I know. A long silence passed. Then, Elder Su broke it. Are you afraid? Tianshan looked down at the clouds racing beneath them. No. Why? He smiled faintly. Because if something did hitch a ride inside me, and not like it's the first episode of my dumb ways to cry to... He looked up at the sun breaking through the veil above. Weirdo. She intoned. Feilun sect. Evening. The golden light of the array dimmed as they descended into the southern courtyard of the inner sect. Familiar stone tiles and trimmed hedges greeted them like a breath of normalcy. Tian Shun stretched his limbs. Feels good to be somewhere that doesn't smell like doom. Elder Sue dismounted gracefully and handed him a glowing jade slip. It's a protection seal. Keeps any foreign soul signature suppressed. Wear it until I say otherwise. He took it, whistling. You're really not taking chances. You're reckless, she replied, and prone to flirt with danger, literally and metaphorically. I know I'm handsome. She walked off without acknowledging that one. Tian Shun watched her retreating figure, then glanced at the jade slip still warm in his palm. A soft hum pulsed from within it, resonating faintly with his heartbeat. He rolled the jade slip between his fingers, watching the delicate runes shimmer like starlight trapped in crystal. He clipped it to the inside of his sleeve, feeling the faint pulse of the seal against his wrist. A cooling tingle crawled along his skin. He didn't know whether it was the seal or the thing inside him reacting. Maybe both. Guess it's just you and me now. He muttered to the seal, sliding it into place beneath his robe where it latched onto his dantian like a whisper of silk turning into steel. As he strolled through the courtyard, disciples bustled around, their eyes widening as they recognized him. Some offered respectful nods. Others kept their distance. Whispers trailed in his wake. He wasn't in the mood to entertain curiosity tonight. Instead, he slipped into the quieter northern pathway, weaving through moonlit gardens toward the secluded training platform. No one would bother him there. He sat down, letting his senses sink deep. Nothing. No whisper, no pulse, no strange voice saying, "Hey, how come there's someone here?" But his fingers curled unconsciously. Something had changed. And whatever it wasn't done yet. CH-97, Breakthrough. The moon hung heavy and swollen above the sect's lofty ridges, its silver light pouring across the rooftops like milk spilled from heaven. Tian Shun pushed open the modest door to the courtyard residence where he, Feng Yin, Little Mei, and their lazy birdie had taken root since joining the sect. A delicate warmth spread through him. Not from spiritual qi, not from whatever arcane hitchhiker might be nesting in his soul, but from a simple sound of clinking bowls and familiar voices. "You're back." Little Mei's muffled shout came from inside, punctuated by a loud slap of something hitting a table. "If you think we're saving you the crispy dumplings, you're dreaming." A lazy voice yawned from further within. "Let him come in before you start yelling. He might have been eaten by a formation ghost, or got beaten to death by Elder Sue." Feng Yin's voice. Low but smug. Tian Shun blinked, then smirked. He stepped in. "You say that like I wouldn't enjoy dying that way." 3 heads turned toward him. Feng Yin leaned against the far wall, one knee drawn up and her chopsticks poised in midair. Her long black hair was tied loosely, and a faint quirk danced on her lips as she sized him up. "But you're okay," she said. "And you're warm," he replied, walking past her with a lazy flick to her ponytail. "Touch me again, and you're not getting any sleep tonight." Okay. At the low table in the center of the room, Little Mei was already stuffing a dumpling into her mouth. The tiny gremlin of a girl, hair always 2 degrees from being a bird's nest, waved with a happy MMF before motioning for him to sit. Drowsy, their smug chicken goddess sprawled across the window ledge like it had aged 20 years in 2 days. Her one leg pointed in Tian Shun's direction before she rolled over and snored louder. Tian Shun dropped into the space beside Little Mei. "What's for dinner?" "Steamed buns, crispy dumplings, bamboo broth, and a very burnt attempt at sticky rice." Feng Yin's voice was too calm to be innocent. "She distracted me mid-stirring," Little Mei accused, pointing a greasy chopstick at Feng Yin. Feng Yin replied smoothly. "The stars envy me as the first wife," I said. "Not my fault she lost her mind over it. Hell, woman." Tian Shin chuckled. "I miss this," he said quietly. Feng Yin paused mid-bite. Her gaze softened, just for a flicker. "You're not bleeding. That's good. I missed you too. No, you 3 actually." They all fell into a steady rhythm after that. Banter. Food. He told them as part of the adventure, and in turn he got their stories of cultivation drills, scroll thefts, and a terrifying elder who had unknowingly trained Feng in a sword style by slicing lightning bolts in half during thunderstorms. Which I also plan to try, Little May announced proudly, with her bust demonstrating gravity. The meal ended with Little May slumping against the wall, mumbling about dumpling and dream gardens. Tian Shun dragged her to the bedchamber, tucking the astral beauty under a soft blanket, then walked onto the courtyard balcony. The wind was cool, soft. Moonlight dusted the quiet tiles. A subtle peace settled over him. And yet, his chest still hummed. A low, quiet murmur. Not pain, not foreign, just, what? Feeling off. Feng Yin's voice drifted from behind him. She leaned beside him on the balcony, arms interlocked with his, her eyes half-lidded with thought. He nodded slowly. Like something's not mine anymore. Or maybe it always was, and I'm just now waking up to it. That's called emotional growth. He just snorted. She tilted her head, studying him. She said, maybe whatever touched you just passed through. Sounds logical, but oh well. He turned toward her, meeting her gaze. If I turn into a demon or something alike, will you stop me? I'll kick your ass first. Then, depending on how cute your demon form is, I might reconsider. He smiled. That's just how she was. They stood there for a while, quiet beneath the sky. Two cultivators. Two survivors. Both pretending they weren't afraid. Eventually, Feng Yin turned to leave. You should rest, she said. Tomorrow, the sects sending people to investigate the Lotus ruins again. Elder Su wants to brief the Grand Elders. He nodded absently, but he didn't move. Not for a long time. Next morning, Tian Shun sat cross-legged atop the training platform at the edge of the forest glade. Mist curled around the trees. Birdsong trickled from the canopy. The world was still waking, and so was he. Spiritual chi flowed through his meridians in smooth arcs. Quite a thing Tian Shun normally do. Not like he was any normal. Then, something clicked. More like a door opening somewhere deep inside him. Like tornado, spiritual chi spiraled around him, trying to have him implode. He gasped. His body began to change, not physically but metaphysically. A new sphere of presence swelled at the core of his being, luminous and complete. Core formation. He had broken through. Just like that. Raw, clean, almost quiet, but not without consequence. His vision swam. Symbols flickered across his core. Not of this world. Not of any cultivation text he'd ever read. And his pulse, no, his soul, beat in rhythm with something far above him. Boom, boom, boom. Something in the heavens stirred. The sky above shifted, clouds swirling, chi gathering. Not a tribulation, but a resonance. From within his robe, the jade seal Elder Su had given him shattered. He opened his eyes just as a strange wind howled across the platform, tearing through branches like paper. Feng Yin burst from the side hallway, blade in hand. Tian Shun, what did you? She froze. His aura was intense, more intense. She stepped forward cautiously. Did you break through? He looked down at his hands. They shimmered faintly with silver script that faded before he could blink. Yeah, he said softly. I think I did. She exhaled, lowering her blade, but her eyes were wary. And he smiled faintly. She didn't lower her guard completely. Feng Yin's brows knit in that tiny worried crinkle she always denied having. Tian Shun took a breath, slow and deliberate. The air itself responded, curling into his lungs like it belonged to him. He looked toward the heavens, then back at her, and shrugged. Just tune up a bit. That's confusing, she muttered, though her hand fell away from her sword. He stood, brushing dirt from his robes as residual chi crackled in ghostly trails around him. I didn't try to break through. It just happened, like some path was already carved and I stepped on it by accident. Accidents don't usually shatter Elder Su's jade seals and make the sky growl, Feng Yin said, arms crossed. Her voice had dropped to a murmur, less teasing now, more calculating. He glanced down at the broken shards, still faintly glowing in the grass. Didn't think that would happen, he admitted. You never do. Silence stretched between them like the mist. Finally, she exhaled and sat beside him, legs folded, hair swaying in the breeze. He could tell, behind her calm, she was already calculating 8 backup plans in case he exploded or summoned something from beyond the veil. Any strange voices whispering inside your head yet? She asked. Just yours. TCH, you should take lessons for that. He grinned. Well, maybe. Feng Yin snorted, flicked a pebble at him, then leaned back on her hands and tilted her head skyward. You're getting smug now. I don't like it. Too bad. It's your fault, anyway. You made me like this. Charmer. She raised a brow. I'll show you real charm if you keep talking like a romance scroll. Tian smirked, letting his head tilt just enough to give her a sidelong look, languid, knowing. Oh, will it involve more tales about your legs under moonlight? Feng Yin choked on her own breath. You little. But her lips twitched, and she turned her face away quickly, pretending to glare at the horizon. That's it. I'm going to beat you up. I am stronger than you. How can you? How will you? She didn't laugh. Not really, but her shoulders relaxed, and the tension in her gaze softened. So what now? She asked quietly this time. Tian Shun's smile faded a bit. He watched the last wisps of spiraling qi disappear into the mist, then clenched his hand into a loose fist. I don't know, he said. I don't know where it leads. Then we'll find out, she said, like it was the simplest thing in the world. Together. He turned to her. She wasn't teasing now. No smug quick. No feint. Just truth. A pause passed, gentle, uncertain warm. Then Feng Yin stood, brushing her robes off like nothing had happened. Now get moving, breakthrough boy, or Elder Suze will grill you like a spirit beast steak. Tianshan groaned. Do I at least get dumplings after? Depends. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. If you behave, I might let you eat. Oh no, he muttered. You are the tribulation. She winked. Correct. CH98. Do you understand? Feng Yin walked beside him in her usual quiet grace, though her eyes flicked toward him every so often. Suspicion, concern, maybe a little curiosity. You still humming? She asked, voice low. He blinked. What? She said, tapping her own chest. You're giving off heat like a furnace. Makes me want to roast mushrooms on you. He smirked, slipping his hands into his sleeves. Then bring seasoning next time. Maybe I'll bring a skewer, she muttered, but the corner of her mouth lifted. They climbed up to the mountain peak where Elder Su resided. The climb was long, lined with ancient pine trees and interwoven with roots that had probably seen the rise and fall of sect leaders. As they passed the pavilion, 2 inner sect disciples nodded in greeting, but their eyes lingered on Tian Shun longer than usual. Word traveled fast, especially when it came to freak breakthroughs and ominous heavenly signs. By the time they arrived at the towering doors of the inner sect hall, Tian Shun could feel his heart picking up pace. Not fear, just anticipation. 2 bronze guardian statues flanked the entrance, their sculpted gazes watching like ancient sentinels. She made some changes, it seemed. The doors loomed ahead, adorned with carvings of Chilants and phoenixes locked in eternal dance. Feng Yin stepped aside, letting him open them. Tian Shun pushed the doors open. The hall was spacious, high-vaulted, with sunlight filtering in through arched windows. A subtle fragrance of sandalwood clung to the air, calming yet dignified. Elder Su sat at her jade desk, a delicate brush poised in her hand. She was a vision of composed elegance. Her gaze, always serene and unreadable, lifted as they entered. She felt some changes in Tian Shun, but she didn't pay it mind. Tian Shun, Feng Yin. She gestured, and the doors quietly swung shut behind them. A subtle formation triggered. Elder Su was always prepared. Tian Shun bowed deeply. Master. Feng Yin offered a respectful nod. Elder Su. Elder Su's eyes didn't leave Tian Shan. The sky stirred this morning. And now it seems it's your doing, report. Tian Shan stepped forward and held out the shattered jade seal. It broke during my cultivation, he said, voice steady. I wasn't trying to break through. It just happened. Elder Su's fingers brushed over the shards. Her eyes narrowed, not in anger, but calculation. There was no external catalyst? No pil, no triasure. Tian Shan hesitated. Feng Yin jumped in, arms crossed. His body started glowing. Then the wind got so intense it nearly turned me into a feather duster. El de Suez leaps twitched, barely noticeable. Come closer. Tian Shan stepped forward, and Elder Su rose, approaching him. She was tall, not in height, but in presence. Her spiritual pressure rolled off her in soft waves, enough to humble most disciples to their knees. With a gentle motion, she lifted her hand and pressed 2 fingers to his wrist. A soft hum, a current of spiritual sense flowed into him. And then, symbols flickered across his inner meridians. His core shimmered. For a split moment, the faint echo of a divine rhythm played between them. Elder Su's eyes widened a fraction. The shift was subtle, but it was there. But she said nothing. Instead, she stepped back, gaze unreadable. Do you know what cultivation realms implies? The 2 newbies shook their head in sync. Body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, also known as first phase of cultivation. These 3 realms focuses on empowering the body and making it tough enough to intake spiritual chi. Core formation, core reinforcement, and utopian core realm. The second phase focuses on spiritual chi. Core formation, in particular. She paused a bit. Seeing the newbies looking straight at her, she continued. In core formation, the spiritual chi that's stored in your body is compressed into a semi-solid sphere, replicating the principles of formation of celestial bodies. Introducing cultivators to the force of electromagnetism, which gives the cultivators a more major upgrade as where to before. Tian Shan stayed quiet the whole time. In his mind, there's only one thing loudly screaming. And I thought that cultivation was unscientific. Just then, system also came out of its non-consented quarantine. Cultivation is in accordance with the laws of the universe, so you can assume it as scientific. Oh, you still alive? He asked, surprised by the sudden interruption. The system is not considered as a living or conscious entity. Even the system was speechless by this, but still, as user-friendly as it was, it answered his query. Anyways, show me my status. Tian Shan put aside the useless matter and just came straight to the point. Host, Tian Shan. Cultivation, first stage of core formation realm. Auxiliary profession, formation master, 3-star, alchemist, 3-star, talisman master, 4-star, weapon refiner, 2-star. Physique, 14,340. Spirit, 13,000. Chi, 12,050. Luck, 10,006. Charm, 10,005. Martial arts experience, 0. Auxiliary profession experience. Alchemist, 600. Formation master, 900. Weapon refiner, 300. Talisman master, 2,000. Cultivation arts. Sun Revolution cultivation technique, 4-star. Master. Martial art. Poison aura finger technique, Venomiuo's beam technique, 3-star. Master. Storm chasing technique, storm riding technique, 3-star. Master. Body tempering technique, 2-star. Major accomplishment. Define por bestial sort intent ordinary yang physique. Storage. Soul sword, beast spirit sword. Spiritual beast companion. Little May, blood fox, drowsy, chicken empress. Undistributed attributes. Thunder element times 50, fire element times 300, poison element. Looking until he was satisfied, he blinked the window away. At last, Elder Su finally completed her speech. Now, you understand? Oh, a little bit, he replied dryly, but from his face she knew it wasn't even a little bit. Sighing, she turned to Feng Yin, who now looked like a serious student who understood everything. This, Elder Su was satisfied with. Elder Su gave her a satisfied glance, but said nothing. Instead, she turned to Tian Shun and nodded slowly. You will remain in seclusion for 3 days. I'll assign you a new courtyard. Feng Yin, you may accompany him. Feng Yin nodded like the wife she was. Elder Su's gaze softened just slightly. But you handled the breakthrough well. Tian Shun's brow lifted. Was that a compliment, master? She turned away, expression unreadable once more. Don't let it get to your head. As they turned to leave, Elder Su added, Tian Shun. He paused. Try not to seduce any more masters during your cultivation. Feng Yin choked while Tian Shun almost died of heart attack. They stepped out into the morning light. Birds flitted across the treetops. The world carried on, but something had shifted. Feng Yin nudged him with her elbow. So, new courtyard. Huh, he murmured. Should be fun. It is with you. Tian Shen laughed, light and true. The path down the mountain peak wound gently through lush greenery, the morning dew still clinging to the grass like reluctant tears. Tian Shen walked a step ahead, hands behind his back in a manner of a scholar who definitely didn't just get roasted by his master. Feng Yin walked beside him with her usual calm air, though her lips were twitching suspiciously. So, she said slowly, how many women have you seduced, actually? Tian Shun halted mid-step and gave her a long, sideways stare. You think I keep a ledger for that? She shrugged innocently. Let me clarify something, he said. I don't seduce. I exist. They get seduced. Oh, poor you, she said, patting his shoulder with mock pity. Such a burden, being so charming. I suffer in silence. Liar. He chuckled. It was easy, this banter with her, like tossing pebbles into a stream and watching the ripples dance. Ahead, their new courtyard came into view, nestled against the mountainside, surrounded by a veil of mist that reflected sunlight in faint prisms. A small waterfall trickled nearby, feeding into a serene pond with white lotus blossoms lazily floating atop it. The courtyard was quiet, elegant, and undoubtedly romantic. Feng Yin's eyebrows lifted. You sure this is for cultivation and not a honeymoon retreat? Don't ask me, Tian Shen muttered. Apparently I'm being supervised, not seduced. Feng Yin's smirk was practically glowing. We'll see about that. As they crossed the threshold of the courtyard, a subtle formation pulsed once, acknowledging their presence. The wooden floors gleamed with polish, and soft cushions were arranged on the veranda overlooking the pond. 2 adjoining rooms awaited them, separated by a sliding bamboo screen. Well, Feng Yin said, glancing around, not a bad place to explode if things go wrong. Tian Shen rolled his eyes. You're a comforting presence, truly. She stepped up beside him and leaned in slightly, her voice dropping. I mean it, she said. If something happens, I'll be here. Her warmth wasn't just in her words. It was in her eyes, that quiet fire behind them that never asked for thanks. Tian Shen looked at her for a long moment, the smile on his lips softening. Then let's make sure nothing does. And behind his casual tone, he meant every word. Just then, Feng Yin dropped the bombshell. You are forgetting our 2 little cuties. Oh, SHT. CH99, pet trouble. The calm silence of the new courtyard was shattered a moment later by a series of rustling noises, followed by something, or someone, barreling toward them with the speed and subtlety of a drunken tornado. A flash of red, a blur of fluff, and then, Master! Tian Shen didn't even get the chance to dodge before a crimson blur launched into his chest. He staggered backward as a small, but incredibly warm creature buried itself into his robes, nuzzling with such ferocity it could have drilled holes. Feng Yin sidestepped gracefully, letting the chaos unfold without so much as blinking. Little May, Tian Shen groaned, cradling the hyper-blood fox in his arms. You were supposed to be resting in our old home. The fox looked up with glowing eyes and quivering ears. I got here by sensing you through our spiritual connection. She sniffed dramatically, ears drooping. All because you left me behind. Before he could respond, a loud thud echoed behind them. Tian Shun turned in time to see a plump chicken. Not just any chicken, but a goddess chicken with eyes too intelligent for comfort. Land atop a nearby fence post like some avian guardian deity. Fomin squinted. Drowsy? The chicken empress blinked slowly, then let out a single, disdainful cluck. Cluck. It was a sound that screamed, "Fools! I was watching all along." Great, Tian Shun sighed, setting Little May down. The whole squad's here. Did I forget to put a do not disturb sign on a mountain? You did, Feng Yin said helpfully. Traitor, he muttered. Little May's tail swished. So, this is our new home? It's pretty and smells like you. Tian Shun raised an eyebrow. What were you sniffing before this? Feng Yin coughed, covering a giggle with her hand. Little May pranced around the courtyard like a happy puppy in a fox's body. She ran past the waterfall, circled the lotus pond, then leapt onto the roof, balanced there a moment, and declared, I love it. This is now my territory. Drowsy gave another cluck. Tian Shun translated. She disagrees. Feng Yin folded her arms, amused. How are you going to handle both a bloodthirsty fox and a narcissistic chicken under one roof? With dignity and patience. Splash. Little May cannonballed into the pond. Okay, Tian Shun amended, with no dignity and zero patience. By afternoon, the courtyard had gone from tranquil retreat to chaotic beast sanctuary. Feng Yin had conjured some simple formations to keep Little May from accidentally setting the curtains on fire again, while Drowsy had claimed the roof as her private throne. Tian Shun finally sat on the veranda, sipping tea that Feng Yin brewed with surprising care. The fragrance of osmanthus petals drifted up from the cup, reminding him faintly of spring nights in the old residence. Not that he'd ever admit that out loud. Feng Yin sat beside him, legs folded neatly, sipping her own cup in silence. You're oddly calm, he said. She didn't look at him. You're oddly dramatic. Tian Shun chuckled. Touché. She added. It's not bad, having them here. I know. Feng Yin glanced toward the roof, where Drowsy watched them like a silent sentinel. Even now, I can't believe you contracted that chicken. She chose me, Tian Shun defended. Apparently my aura's imperial grade. Feng Yin's lips twitched. Or she saw an easy meal ticket. Or maybe she saw destiny. Keep telling yourself that. Night fell, casting shadows across the courtyard as moonlight painted the pond in silver. Tian Shun stood beneath the plum tree near the edge, practicing his breathing technique. Feng Yin sat by the veranda, arms wrapped around her knees, watching the ripples in the water. Her hair glowed faintly under the moonlight, like threads of silk dyed with starlight. Little May slept curled beside her, her ears flicking now and then in dreamlike twitching. Drowsy? Still on the roof, unmoving. You're getting better, Feng Yin said. Tian Shun opened one eye. You always watch me while I cultivate. Someone has to make sure you don't explode. Not comforting enough. She tilted her head. Why are you still worried? He didn't respond immediately. Eventually, he exhaled. Feng Yin stood and walked toward him. Remember, we are in this together. They stood in silence. The wind stirred gently. Then, crash. They both turned. Little May had rolled off the veranda in her sleep and tumbled into the pond. Splash. Not again. Tian Shun groaned, rushing over. Feng Yin burst into laughter. Later that night, when the courtyard had calmed again, Tian Shun sat inside his room, cross-legged, eyes closed. Outside, the moonlight shifted. Feng Yin stood just beyond his door, hand resting on the wood, as if sensing his growth. She smiled softly, then whispered to herself, You really are a whole pack of trouble. And she didn't sound worried. She sounded intrigued. Next morning. Morning came too soon. The courtyard seemed to whisper, drenched in soft mist and birdsong. The lotus pond gleamed under the early rays, as though trying to pretend it hadn't been used as a crash pad by a certain fox girl. Tian Shun rubbed the bridge of his nose as he walked out of his room, stretching. Nothing like waking up to the sound of a fox snoring and a chicken giving judgmental clucks, he muttered. Little May was sprawled out on a pillow near the veranda, sleeping with her legs in the air, like a pup who'd just fought an army of ducks. Drowsy, perched on the railing like a holy artifact, stared into the sunrise as if calculating which world she would conquer next. Feng Yin had already woken up. Of course she had. She sat on a rock near the waterfall, one leg dangling as she meditated beneath the cascade of water. Her robes clung lightly to her form, her hair a soaked curtain down her back, yet there was nothing fragile in her posture. She looked like a woman who would walk barefoot through a battlefield and not blink. Beautiful and terrifying, Tian Shin thought. Just my wife. She opened one eye, sensing him. You're up late. Morning after a chaotic fox invasion. Forgive me if I needed to snooze, he said, walking over to the veranda. Tian Shun sighed. One day without chaos. Just one. Is that too much to ask? Apparently, yes. From the roof above came a single, imperial-sounding clucked. He looked up in despair. Please don't poop on the tiles again. No response. Just regal silence. He swore Drowsy's disdain could curdle spiritual milk. Moments later, another disruption, a small scratching at the doorway. He already knew who it was. Little May, he called. If you soak yourself again, I'm not drying your tail this time. The door creaked open slowly. A very wet, very fluffy fox peeked inside, tail drooping like a soaked mop. Her ears twitched with unrepentant shame. I was sleepwalking, she said defensively. And the pond ambushed me. Tian Shun sighed and held out a towel with practiced efficiency. You've got ambushed regularly, don't you? Well, it's a very aggressive pond. She trotted in, flopping onto the floor beside him, dripping all over the meditation mat. Tian Shun didn't even argue. At this point, his resistance to fox-induced chaos had been worn down to a smooth pebble. Little May curled up beside him, her tail wrapped tight. He looked at her, those bright crimson eyes blinking up at him. Not mischievous for once, but genuinely curious. Little May's nose twitched. You smell sweeter now. I hope that's a compliment. It's not, she said. It just means if you keep growing, I'll have to work harder to stay cute enough to get snacks. He laughed again, a real one this time. Outside, the wind picked up briefly, rustling the trees around the courtyard. Moonlight dappled across the floor through the half-open screen, and the scent of night blooming flowers filtered in, soft, fragrant, ancient. A voice floated through the air. Don't let her fool you, Feng Yin called from her side of the courtyard. She's already the strongest when it comes to manipulating you. Hey, Little May shouted. She's right, though, Tian Shin said. The fox pouted, but then nestled closer. The three of them were unconventional. A misfit cultivator, a quiet ice beauty, and a fox with attitude issues. Not to mention a chicken goddess whose life philosophy was 80% nap and 20% scorn. But right now, it felt like home. Hey, he said softly, eyes closing again. Yeah, Little May murmured, already halfway asleep. Glad you came back. She didn't answer with words, but her tail thumped once against his leg. A subtle you're welcome. Up on the roof, Drowsy blinked once more, her feathers rustling in the night air as she looked down upon them like a queen satisfied with her court. The stars were clear. The silence settled once more, and Tian Shun, surrounded by chaos and warmth alike, drifted into deep cultivation with the faintest smile on his lips. CH-100, Peaceful Times 2.0. The courtyard stirred with life, slow, quiet, but constant. Tian Shun moved through his morning drills with the calm of someone who'd finally accepted his life would never be peaceful, but could still be centered. His bare feet brushed the dew-wet stone. blade humming as he traced lazy arcs in the morning light. He inhaled. The air was clean. Birds chirped from the edges of the courtyard. A squirrel perched on the fence post stared at him with open hostility until Drowsy turned her head. The squirrel fell off the post with a terrified squeak. "Cluck," said the chicken empress. A clear warning. This domain was hers. Tianshan didn't miss a beat in his sword flow. From behind him, soft footsteps padded against the flagstones. A blur of red fur wrapped itself around his ankle like a moving scarf. "Master," Little Mate chirped. "You forgot to stretch." "I'm mid-drill," he said. "That's why you stretched before." She countered then, without warning, jumped and latched on his back like a clingy spirit beast she was. He sighed. "Is this your idea of weight training?" "Exactly," she declared, fluffing proudly. "I'm cultivating your core." Tianshan resumed his movements with Little May piggybacked on him like a particularly smug backpack. His form was slightly off, but he adjusted. He always adjusted. "Also," she added, "I dried my tail today. On purpose." "A miracle," he muttered. "No more pond incidents." From above came the most skeptical cluck imaginable. Little Mate glared up. "One more word out of you, Feather Pillow, and I'll report you to the kitchen." "Cluck," came the unimpressed reply. "I have connections." "May?" Tianshan warned. "No declaring spiritual war before breakfast." "Fine," she mumbled, "but only because I'm hungry." By the time they all gathered for morning tea, Feng Yin had already finished making 3 defensive talismans and looked suspiciously like she was planning another structural improvement to the veranda. She sat in her usual spot near the waterfall, sipping tea brewed from a blend of fire-tinged leaves and spring osmanthus. Her aura, as always, was a paradox, calm yet mischievous, but never distant. Tianshan handed her a snack. "You've been up since before sunrise again. Someone in this household has to be productive," she said without looking up. Little May raised her paw. "I caught a butterfly." "Did you eat it?" Tianshan asked. "No," she huffed. "It escaped." "Productivity," Feng Yin murmured dryly. Drowsy pecked precisely at a spirit fruit offered to her on a silk mat. She refused to eat directly from the ground anymore. Tianshan had no idea when that development occurred, but the chicken standards were somehow ascending without her ever entering seclusion. Feng Yin glanced at him over the rim of her cup. "You have stabilized your cultivation?" Tianshan allowed himself a small smile. "Yup, I'm trying to not explode anymore." "It's clumsy but effective," she said simply. They sat in silence for a while, Little May munching contentedly on a skewer of grilled meat buns, Drowsy settling into her usual rooftop throne, Tianshan watching the light filter through plum blossoms. It was easy to forget there were cultivators at all, that beyond the misty mountains and their calm, crumbling courtyard, the world burned with ambition, greed, and sect rivalries. Here things just grew. Afternoon rolled in lazily. Tianshan practiced with wind techniques, his control improving, edges sharpening, the very air around him starting to hum in subtle resonance. It wasn't dramatic. There were no booming explosions or flashy auras, just a gradual harmony with the world. Little May helped by chasing leaves he disturbed, declaring herself chief wind interceptor. Her tail spun like a fuzzy propeller as she zipped across the field. Eventually, she tired herself out and crashed into a bush. "You all right?" Tianshan asked without looking. "A little messy," she called back. Meanwhile, Feng Yin had set up a training ring, a set of concentric spiritual circles drawn with frost and ink. She moved between them with fluid grace, training a sequence of defensive and redirection techniques. Her robes danced around her like flowing glacier mist. Tianshan watched, sipping a ginseng tonic. "You know, I sometimes forget how lethal you are," he remarked. She caught a flying stone with a flick of her sleeve and launched it back, cracking a training dummy's head with surgical precision. "That's why I win." "Fair enough." "You'll learn," she added. "Eventually." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, right now, You're all instinct and luck. Hey, and my snack, she added. He frowned. I'm more than snacks. You're mostly snacks, Little May called from the bush. Drowsy clucked in agreement. I'm betrayed by my household. By evening, the household settled into a rare state of stillness. Little May had curled up in the rafters this time. Her tail looped around a support beam like a fuzzy snake, softly snoring as she swayed slightly with the breeze. Tian didn't question it anymore. As long as she wasn't in the pond, it was a win. Feng Yin lit a lantern by the veranda, its gentle glow casting long shadows across the courtyard. She joined it by the edge, their cups steaming with herbal tea that soothed the nerves and cleared the mind. Will you try for the third meridian soon? She asked. Soon, he nodded. I want to let the second settle first. There's some instability when I channel both sword chi and spiritual chi at once. Feng Yin sipped. Smart. And you? She hesitated. I'm trying to weave ice into my core technique. It's risky. You'll manage. I know. They sat in silence again, this time longer. Above them, Drowsy watched the stars, unmoving as ever. There was a kind of reverence in the way the chicken just existed, like she had no need to grow stronger, just needed the world to realize how strong she already was. Maybe that was the secret. Tianshan closed his eyes. He let the world fade. He let the wind move through him, not against him. He let his breathing slow until the spiritual threads around him began to hum. From somewhere inside, he felt it, the beginnings of synchronization, of resonance. It was quiet, but powerful. It didn't need to be loud. It just needed to be real. Night deepened. Little May dreamed of meat skewers. Feng Yin sat beside him, refining spiritual stones, her hand glowing with cold light. Drowsy dozed, but somehow kept watching. The stars shimmered above like scattered fragments of shattered treasure, and the moon rode high, silver and watchful. In the soft hush of night, the courtyard felt less like a home and more like a hidden world, sealed off from the chaos beyond the mountains. Tianshan slowly exhaled, his breath weaving with the wind as spiritual threads flowed gently into his meridians. The faint glow along his arms faded as he let the session end, not with exhaustion, but with a sense of quiet completion. Got anything to spill out? Feng Yin asked without looking up, still slowly turning a glowing spirit stone in her palm. Well, this piece is not that bad, he replied. She smiled faintly. But I like the walking disaster. He made things interesting. He nudged her with his elbow. You're not supposed to say that. She tilted her head. But it's true. From the rafters, a soft snort escaped Little May as she shifted in her sleep, one leg twitching. Her fluffy tail dangled like a banner of chaos from a beam. She's dreaming about skewers again, Tianshan said. She always is. Drowsy shifted on the rooftop, fluffing her feathers just enough to indicate she was listening, displeased by the idea that foxes dreamed louder than chickens meditated. Tianshan leaned back on his palms, gazing upward. Do you ever think, he began, voice softer now, that this might not last? Feng Yin didn't respond right away. Then, after 10 or so minutes, came a reply. Yes, which is why I appreciate every quiet moment we get. He turned to look at her. No sarcastic comment. I'm tired, she said, smirking slightly. Give me 10 minutes. They sat quietly again, the silence between them not heavy, but full. A kind of shared stillness that didn't need to be filled. The wind carried the scent of jasmine and mountain grass. The soft gurgle of the pond, the rustle of leaves, the quiet crackle of the lantern's flame. It all blended together into the kind of peace that cultivators chased but rarely found. Home wasn't a fortress or a sect hall. Sometimes it was just this. A fox, a chicken, a cup of tea, and a moonlit conversation beneath plum trees. Tianshan closed his eyes once more. Under the silver kiss of the moon, he continued to grow. Not with explosions, not with fanfare, but with the rhythm of life. with the sound of leaves rustling, with the scent of tea and pond lilies, with laughter and irritation and affection tangled into one messy, magical household. It wasn't legendary. It wasn't even particularly impressive. But for now, it was enough. And in cultivation, sometimes enough was the most powerful thing of all. CH 101. Elegance gets rewarded. The world outside the courtyard moved relentlessly forward, but here, beneath the sheltering plum trees and beside the ever-gurgling pond, time seemed to slow, fold in on itself, and reshape. 3 months had passed. 3 months marked by steady cultivation, countless shared breaths, and the silent weaving of spiritual energy between husband and wife. The seasons had shifted softly. The plum blossoms had long since fallen, replaced by the verdant green of early summer leaves. The lotus pond now teemed with life. Dragonflies skimmed its surface, and the gentle splash of frogs filled the quiet moments. Yet the courtyard remained a sanctuary untouched by the world's chaos, a place where the air hummed with latent power and unspoken promises. Tian Shun sat cross-legged on the veranda, the familiar weight of his sword resting by his side. His eyes were closed, calm and steady, as he guided the flow of sword chi in tandem with the spiritual chi patterns Feng Yin had helped him weave. Nearby, Feng Yin lounged on a large stone near the waterfall, her posture relaxed but poised like a cat ready to pounce. Her dark hair spilled over her shoulders, damp from the cool mist, shimmering as it caught the sunlight. The faintest smile played on her lips, part tease, part challenge. "Any complaints?" she called out, voice dripping with mock superiority. He opened one eye lazily. "Only that you keep looking like you're about to strike me down for being too slow." She laughed, a clear, musical sound that rippled through the courtyard. "I'm just reminding you who's leading this dance." He smirked. "Good to know you're still bossy." "Bossy, yes, but effective." She rose gracefully and stepped closer, her eyes gleaming with that same warmth that had first drawn him to her. The intimacy between them was unspoken but thick, like the charged air before a summer storm. They often trained together like this, silent partners in a sacred rhythm of energy and intent, each movement a conversation, each breath a vow. The breakthrough had been coming for weeks. Feng Yin's cultivation, always vibrant, had deepened in hue and density, glowing faintly with the soft chill of ice tempered by heat. Her cultivation progressed rapidly, fueled by the dual cultivation sessions they shared under moonlight and candle flame. There was power in their connection, a resonance that amplified both their energies beyond what either could achieve alone. Tian Shun remembered the night clearly. The night Feng Yin crossed the threshold from nascent soul to core formation realm. She had been elusive all evening, flicking teasing glances his way, her touch lighter than a breeze, yet grounding him like gravity. Their practice had started with quiet meditation, hands hovering near but not quite touching. Then, as the moon rose higher, the passion between them surged. Neither said a word. The world outside their courtyard melted away. In the stillness, their spiritual chi intertwined, weaving together in a dance of light and shadow, heat and cold. Feng Yin's movements were sharper, her presence more commanding. Yet her warmth hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown deeper, tempered by newfound power and confidence. They trained harder, longer, pushing each other beyond limits with a balance of challenge and care. Their dual cultivation sessions, while triple if count the mischievous little fox in, continued, frequent and intense, each a delicate balance of spiritual and physical closeness. There was no need for words. The energy between them spoke volumes. This took place for a week until the fruit of their efforts finally blossomed. When Feng Yin's core finally solidified, a radiant pulse rippled through her body, and a faint halo of frost-tinged flames circled her like a crown. She opened her eyes slowly, and for a moment, the fierce spark in her gaze softened into something almost vulnerable. Then, with a mischievous grin, she whispered, "Looks like I've caught up to you." Tian Shun laughed softly, reaching out to cup her cheek. "You'll always be a step ahead." This morning, as sunlight spilled across the courtyard, Tian Shun watched Feng Yin effortlessly deflect a series of spirit blades conjured from thin air. Her eyes gleamed with amusement as she toyed with him. "Your defenses are still sloppy," she teased. "Only because you keep distracting me with those weapons of yours." She arched an eyebrow. "Am I not supposed to?" "Not if you want me to keep up." They moved in a practiced rhythm, attack, parry, counter, with neither gaining clear dominance but both reveling in the contest. Little May, ever the mischievous observer, darted between them, her crimson eyes sparkling. "Let me try," she declared, summoning a small gust that caught Tian Shen off guard. He stumbled, but recovered with a grin. "All right, Fox, show me what you've got." The afternoon drifted by in a blur of laughter, sweat, and the faint crackle of spiritual energy. As evening settled, the courtyard quieted. Feng Yin and Tian Shun sat side by side beneath the plum tree, the soft scent of blossoms mingling with the cool night air. Tian Shun reached out, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Her eyes locked onto his, warm, mischievous, full of unspoken promises. They rose together, the moonlight casting long shadows as they moved inside. The world beyond the courtyard faded once more. Inside the quiet sanctuary of their chamber, their energies intertwined, forming a complex dance that transcended words. The room filled with a subtle glow as their spiritual chi flowed in harmony, reinforcing and refining each other. Together, they forged deeper into the core formation realm, this time with the absence of a certain someone, the pulse of their combined cultivation echoing like a heartbeat through the night. Outside, Little May's soft snores blended with the distant clucks of drowsy, guardians of their shared peace. And for the first time in a long while, Tian Shun felt truly anchored, not just by cultivation or power, but by love. The next morning dawned cool and clear, dew glistening across the leaves like tiny jewels. Mist curled around the stones at the courtyard's edge, slowly dispersing under the rising sun. Feng Yin was dressed immaculately, her robes embroidered with pale frost lotus sigils that shimmered faintly, subtle but unmistakable. The telltale signature of a newly ascended core formation cultivator. Tian Shun, meanwhile, looked less prepared, mostly because he'd been half dragged out of bed by his wife, who had apparently decided punctuality was more important than breakfast. "I still say this could have waited till after the meat buns," he grumbled, adjusting his sash with one hand and brushing fox fur off his other shoulder. Little May had refused to be left behind, and now sat atop his head in her small fox form, tail curled like a crown. Feng didn't bother turning around as she walked ahead, chin lifted. "It's traditional to report breakthroughs to our master. It's also traditional to let your husband sleep past sunrise if he's been used as a human furnace to help with your breakthrough." She smirked over her shoulder. "You're welcome, by the way." They ascended the side path toward the upper pagoda, where Elder Su resided, a quiet cliffside villa with a sweeping view of the valley below. Elder Su was already waiting on the veranda, her white robes fluttering like feathers in the wind. Her hair spilled down her back in a braid too neat for someone who claimed to live a retired lifestyle. She smiled when she saw them. Well, the frozen storm has bloomed," she said, her gaze settling warmly on Feng Yin. "And not a day too late. I felt the ripple from here." Feng Yin bowed gracefully. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Su." "Guidance?" "Elder Su Chakil. All I did was point at a wall and say, 'Break it.' You lit it on fire and walked through." A/N. Just to make sure, she meant it in a motivational sense, not a literal one. She reached into her sleeve and produced a slender jade scroll, wrapped in silver thread and stamped with the Elder's personal seal. A reward for the effort. Core formation is no small feat, especially when earned honestly. Feng Yin accepted the scroll with a nod. "I'll put it to good use." Tian Shun cleared his throat loudly. Elder Su's gaze drifted to him. Ah, the problematic boy lives. I was just wondering, Tian Shun said with a wounded look, where my reward was when I broke through 3 months ago. Su arched an eyebrow. Did you report it with ceremony and grace? I reported it. Lacks elegance. Feng Yin coughed delicately into her sleeve to hide a laugh. Elder Su strolled forward, hands behind her back, her tone turning wry. You're always welcome to break through again. Maybe next time, try doing it without making a fuss out of it. That was one time. One very weird time, she said, smiling. Tian Shun sighed. I'm grievously underappreciated in this sect. Little May squeaked from atop his head. He really is. He needs snacks and head pats. I believe that's your department, Elder Su said, lips twitching. Mine is handing out scrolls to competent cultivators who remember to bow. Tian Shun bowed, dramatically. Too late, she said now sweetly. Feng Yin finally spoke, eyes glinting. So do I outrank him now? Absolutely. What? Tian Shun turned, betrayed. You're supposed to support me. I do, Feng Yin said. Just not when I'm winning. Su laughed. Ah, you two are dangerous together. She turned back toward the villa, waving casually behind her. Come in for tea. I'll show you how to activate the reward properly. And maybe find a cookie for our underappreciated trouble boy. Tian Shun looked at Feng Yin. See? I told you complaining works. Feng Yin smiled. No, May worked. Little May's tail wagged in agreement. As they followed Elder Su inside, the sun rose higher, casting gold across the sky. The quiet mountain wind rustled the trees, and Tian Shun, grumbling and happy, took his place beside the woman who always led the dance. CH-102, let the drama unfold. The door to Elder Su's chamber slid open with a quiet hum. Inside, the room was a serene blend of simplicity and refined elegance. Walls adorned with ancient calligraphy scrolls, shelves lined with polished jade talismans, and a low wooden table surrounded by plush cushions. Elder Su motioned for Tian Shun and Feng Yin to sit, her sharp eyes gleaming with amused curiosity. Little May, still in fox form, curled up lazily on a silk cushion nearby, her tail twitching with a mix of boredom and anticipation. Drowsy clucked softly from a wooden perch beside the window, her feathers ruffling as the morning breeze drifted in. Su poured tea with practiced grace, the fragrant steam weaving through the room. So, newbie core formation cultivator, she said, leaning back with a playful smirk. Tell me, did the mountain tremble again, or was it a polite ripple this time? Tian Shun exchanged a glance with Feng Yin, who raised an eyebrow. Mostly polite, Tian Shun answered, wincing slightly. Though I can't promise there wasn't some noise. Feng Yin chuckled softly. And less shouting from me. Mostly. Su gave a dramatic sigh. It's improvement, slow but steady. Though if you two spent half as much time practicing your rom-com as you do your cultivation, you might run the sect one day. Tian Shun groaned. I'm still lobbying for that. Feng Yin smiled slyly. In your dreams, darling. Their laughter filled the room, light and easy, but beneath it lay the unspoken weight of everything they had endured and everything still to come. After a moment, Feng Yin's expression shifted. She set down her teacup, folding her hands in her lap. Elder Su, she began, voice steady yet carrying a note of gravity. Tian Shun and I would like to request a temporary leave from the sect. Elder Su raised a brow, eyes narrowing slightly. Without prior notice? That's not usually how things work within the sect. Feng Yin nodded. We understand, but there is something we must do, something that requires us to step beyond the sect's borders for a while. Elder Su folded her arms, her demeanor serious now. Can you elaborate? Tian Shun leaned forward, his tone equally solemn. Our origins are from the northern region, as you might know. We came here not just to grow stronger, but to escape the shadow of the demon sect. Feng Yin continued. The demon sect remains a threat, not only to us, but to the entire northern region. We have unfinished business there, matters that will define the path ahead. Sue's eyes darkened briefly, but her voice softened. You both carry heavy burdens, I see. Feng Yin took a breath, then met Sue's gaze. We wish to leave with the sect's blessing, if only for a time, to complete what was left incomplete. Elder Sue was silent for a long moment, contemplating. Then unexpectedly she smiled. Have you forgotten something? She asked, voice almost teasing. Tian Shen blinked. Feng Yin's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What do you mean? Elder Sue rose gracefully, walking to a cabinet and retrieving a small box carved from dark wood. She sat on the table and opened it, revealing a pair of jade pendants carved with intricate runes. These are tokens of passage, symbols of my trust and protection. If you go, you do so not as fugitives or lone wolves, but as representatives of Phalanx sect. Tian Shun reached out hesitantly. Thanks. Why are you not coming with us, right? You don't have to, you know. Old Der Swiss smile widened. I was going to say the same about Little May and Drowsy, but here they are. The fox on the cushion stretched and yawned loudly. Drowsy clucked once, as if in agreement. She turned back to them, her tone firm but warm. I'm coming too. Feng Yin and Tian Shen stared. I've been around long enough to know the dangers lurking just outside our walls. And frankly, she added with a sly glint, I'm tired of missing out on some great drama. Tian Shen exhaled, half relieved, half exasperated. Is this a warning or a promise? A bit of both, she replied. The room brightened as Little May jumped down and padded over to curl against Feng Yin's feet, and Drowsy hopped to perch on Tian Shen's shoulder. Feng Yin glanced at Tian Shen, her mischievous smile returning. Well, looks like you're stuck with more than just me. He just shrugged in response. What can I even say? Bring it on then. Elder Sue poured another round of tea, the warmth spreading through the room. Then it settled. We leave at first light tomorrow. The weight of the journey ahead settled over them all, but with it came a new sense of unity. Together, husband and wife, fox and chicken, elder and disciple, they would face whatever storms the world dared to unleash. Preparations began almost immediately. Elder Sue gave no room for delay. Tian Shun found himself saddled with logistics, hauling supplies into a travel bag larger than it had any right to be. Why do we need this many beans? He muttered. Little May, perched lazily on the stack of crates, sniffed a bean. For me. You don't even eat beans. I might. What if we pass a stew vendor? He looked at her, then the stack. You don't even carry anything. I carry emotional support. From somewhere above, Drowsy clucked, once in solemn agreement. Meanwhile, Feng Yin had taken charge of route planning. With a massive scroll unrolled across the garden table, she traced their potential path with precise fingers. We'll avoid the eastern region for now, she said. Let's go to the northern region first. The journey will be longer, but we don't want any premature encounters. He raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't be the first time something premature happened between us. Little May fell off the crate laughing. Feng Yin didn't even blink. Don't tempt me to embarrass you in front of our teacher. Please do. Elder Sue called from the doorway. I enjoy drama, especially with my tea. By evening, the group sat gathered for one final meal in the courtyard. The table was filled with simple but hearty dishes, grilled root vegetables, steamed rice, and sweet lotus buns. Drowsy, regal as ever, sat on her silk mat, pecking at a spirit fruit slice with the delicacy of an empress. Little May alternated between stuffing her cheeks and trying to steal Tian Shun's skewer. No, he said firmly, but I'm small and cute. You've had 4. I'm emotionally unstable. Feng Yin took a bite of her bun, completely unmoved. Then meditate. Even Elder Sue seemed more relaxed, sipping a plum wine blend and watching them all with a faint smile. You're an oddly harmonious group, she said. And you're volunteering to join, Tian Shun said dryly. She raised her cup. Not join, guide. That night, Tian Shun stood at the pond, gazing at the moonlight reflecting off the surface. Feng Yin stepped beside him, slipping her hand into his. "You're nervous," he murmured. She nodded. "A bit. Going back to where our journey, our purpose started. It feels like walking into a story we left unfinished." Her fingers tightened. "We're not the same old U.S. of the northern region." He looked at her. "We're stronger. Together." Feng Yin leaned her head against his shoulder, the soft brush of her hair sending a ripple through the still night. "Yes," she whispered. "Together." A breeze drifted across the pond, stirring the lotus leaves. Somewhere in the rafters, little May snored softly, mumbling something about dumplings in her sleep. Drowsy fluttered down silently beside them, folding her wings with regal calm, like a guardian watching over the night. Tian Shen exhaled slowly, his gaze on the stars above. "Do you think they'll recognize us?" he asked. "Our old sect. Your father." Feng Yin was quiet for a long moment. Then, calmly, "You haven't gone bald, so most probably they will." "Hey, that's mean," he grumbled. She turned to him fully, her expression now steady and fierce. "No more running, Tian Shen. This time we walk in on our own terms." He nodded. Not the boy who'd fled with nothing but a dull blade and a fox spirit at his heels, but the man who returned with power, family, and purpose. Behind them, Elder Sue stood at the veranda's edge, watching them quietly, arms folded within her sleeves. There was pride in her eyes, but also something deeper, a knowing, a weight of years and battles past. With it accompanied the soft flap of wings, signaled, drowsy, returning to her roost. And a very sleepy little May curled up near the edge of the veranda, tail swaying like a fuzzy metronome. Tomorrow, the journey would begin. The past would be faced. The horizon hinted at dawn, a pale gold brushing the sky's edge. Feng Yin squeezed Tian Shen's hand once more. "Let's write the next chapter of our lives ourselves." He smiled, eyes steady. Behind them, Elder Sue sipped her tea. "Let the drama unfold." CH-103, Journey Back. The dock groaned beneath the weight of supplies as the small spirit ship swayed gently against the morning tide. Pale mists curled around the pier like fingers reluctant to let them go, and the first rays of sunlight shimmered across the vast expanse of the great ocean. It stretched endlessly before them, deep, unknowable, and whispering secrets in its slow, eternal voice. Tian Shen adjusted the straps on his pack, gazing out at the horizon. "So, we really are doing this." Feng Yin stood beside him, dressed in traveling leathers with her hair braided tightly back, a fox fur clasp holding her cloak in place, a small gift from little May. She didn't answer right away, only watching the mist part as their ship, the Pale Lark, hummed to life with gentle spiritual energy. From behind them, Elder Sue appeared with the quiet grace of falling snow. "Try not to get seasick, pretty boy, or at least not on the first day." Tian Shen narrowed his eyes. "I won't." "Maybe not," little May corrected, hopping aboard in her human form. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and carried absolutely no luggage, her bag resting in the storeroom. "What's in your bag?" Feng Yin asked curiously. Little May beamed. "Snacks, snacks and extra snacks." Drowsy fluttered overhead and landed at the ship's mast, ruffling her feathers and letting out a long, imperial cluck, as if declaring dominion over the vessel. As the ship began to pull away from the dock, Feng Yin stepped beside Tian Shen, her voice low. "The ocean is old, wiser than most cultivators. Don't underestimate it." He glanced at her. "You sound like an old hag." For that his foot paid the price. "Ouch, sorry. I was interested the wrong. Okay." Tian Shen's response was silenced by the wind, which picked up suddenly, carrying the scent of salt, the chill of distant lands, and something deeper, older, lurking. The first 2 days passed without incident, save for little May loudly complaining about the lack of dessert. The Pale Lark glided smoothly over the waves, guided by spirit runes etched into its polished wood hull. Drowsy took her job seriously as lookout, perching atop the mast like an ancient guardian. Tian Shen stood at the bow often, eyes scanning the horizon. For the first time in a long while, he felt something in his chest besides restlessness. Excitement. The same storm that had them almost buried just months ago had now become a tide, pushing them forward. That night, as silver moonlight bathed the deck, Feng Yin approached him with 2 cups of warmed rice wine. "To the journey," she said simply. He accepted the cup, brushing her fingers with his, and to not falling off the boat. They drank quietly, watching the stars ripple on the sea. On the 3rd day, the weather turned. Clouds thickened like bruises in the sky. Wind howled across the deck, and spirit runes pulsed frantically to keep the ship steady. "Hold the lines," Elder Sue shouted, her voice slicing through the wind. Foxy wore the stern. Little May, in her fox form now, darted across the deck with surprising speed, pressing talismans into the ship's corners. Tian Shun drew his sword and plunged it into the deck, channeling his chi through the blade to reinforce the spiritual barrier. Feng Yin stood beside him, hands weaving a defensive formation in the air. Then came the wave. Not water, but a presence, a creature of the deep. A massive eye breached the surface, blinking slowly. The sea parted like curtains before it, revealing a glimmering spine that stretched across the horizon. Everyone froze, except Drowsy and Elder Sue. The creature lingered for a moment, watching, measuring. Then it sank back beneath the waves with a hum that reverberated through their bones. Silence fell, broken only by Little May's whisper. "What was that?" "The ocean's terror," Elder Sue said calmly. Day 5 brought them into the whispering belt. The air turned thin and cold. The waves stilled, glass-like. Drowsy clung to the mast, eyes closed. Elder Sue activated a spirit calming formation, wrapping them all in a bubble of calm. Even with the formation, Tian Shun could feel something brushing against his soul. When they finally emerged into clear waters, no one spoke for a long time. On the 7th day, the sea turned shallow, and trees began to rise from it like giants waking from slumber. The great verdant forest, towering trunks stretched toward the sky, their leaves shimmering with chi. Birds of impossible color flitted through the air. The scent of earth and ancient rain filled their lungs. They docked at a natural landing made of twisted roots. The moment Tian Shin stepped off the ship, the forest breathed. Leaves rustled in greeting. The wind carried a distant chime. "Just like the last time, same." Feng Yin whispered. "It always has been," Elder Sue replied. "Even before the first cultivator ever set foot here." Little May looked around cheekily. "I smell mushrooms." They ventured in. The forest welcomed them with a strange, living grace, vines shifting gently aside, flowers blooming as they passed, as though curious about their presence. Shafts of emerald light filtered through the thick canopy, and the air buzzed with subtle, pulsing life. Tian Shun ran his hand along a bark-covered trunk as wide as a house. It pulsed beneath his palm. "It feels everything," Elder Sue confirmed, her eyes scanning the shifting patterns of leaves above. "The forest doesn't forget, and it doesn't easily forgive because it obeys the law. Survival of the fittest. I hope it likes snacks," Little May said, offering a spirit fruit to a passing squirrel spirit the size of a small cat. It blinked at her, sniffed once, and promptly stole the entire pouch from her belt before vanishing into the foliage. "My snacks!" She cried out, tried to chase, but Tian Shin stopped her, coaxing her with lies. As they made their way deeper, the forest grew denser, its paths winding and full of mischief. A particularly chatty spirit tree refused to let them pass unless Tian Shun solved a riddle. He failed. Feng Yin stepped forward, solved it in 3 seconds, and smirked at him the entire time they walked past. "Your brain's good for hitting things," she teased, "not for solving riddles. I resent that." Only because it's true. The forest wasn't all fun and games, though. By the 4th hour, they encountered a nest of mist spirits, shimmering brightly. Tian Shun nearly touched one. halted only when Drowsy pecked his ears sharply. Ow! Okay, I get it, you're the boss. Elder Sue drew a small fan etched with golden runes and waved it once. The mist shattered, dissolving like smoke in a breeze. Stay focused, she warned. Deeper still, they came upon a glade ringed by luminous mushrooms. In the center stood a tree whose branches hung low, adorned with glowing fruits, pulsing with quiet energy. The Heartwood tree, probably 5-star one, Fong Yin said with reverence. This is quite a catch. Elder Sue swiftly stole, rightfully took it and shoved it in her storage ring even before Fong Yin finished her part. They rested a while near the tree. Drowsy settled into the crook of a branch, preening her feathers while Little May picked a glowing fruit and bit into it with a delighted squeal. Sweet, she said, and lemony. The last leg of the forest journey was quieter, more reflective. Even the wind seemed to hush as they approached the forest's final edge. And then, finally, the trees parted. The northern mountains stood ahead like ancient guardians, their jagged peaks slicing into the sky. Feng Yin's breath caught. There it is, she whispered. Tian Shun took her hand. She smiled faintly, leaning her head against his shoulder. Behind them, Elder Sue paused at the tree-line, gazing at the road ahead. Shall we continue the journey, lovebirds? She said, a little dissatisfied. Feng Yin flushed a little at that. Let's go. Tian Shin said, showcase him his shamelessness. Together, with spirits high and shadows looming, they stepped from the forest, toward the past they left behind and the future they would now claim. In a clearing of soft moss and pale flowers, they made camp. Fireflies formed constellations above their heads. Feng Yin lay beside Tian Shan, her head resting against his chest. We're close, she murmured. He nodded. To home. Drowsy perched near the fire, eyes half-lidded. Little May snored loudly, her tail wrapped around her like a blanket. Elder Sue sat cross-legged, eyes closed, lips moving in silent meditation. That night, the forest gave them dreams of the past, faces long gone, battles half-remembered, a fox spirit under a blood-red moon. Tian Shun stood at the edge, heart thudding. Feng Yin took his hand. Behind them, the forest rustled, a farewell or a warning. They stepped forward, and the northern wind greeted them like an old friend or an old troublemaking child that came back with more. CH-104. Let's make beast-taming sect great again. The wind carried a different scent now, earthy, dry, tinged with the faint crackle of residual talisman energy that shimmered in the air like sunlit dust. They had left the living heart of the great verdant forest behind, trading its vibrant greens and chattering spirits for the quiet desolation of the outer cliffs that framed the northern region. The terrain shifted into craggy hills and low, sloping plateaus of weathered stone, carved with forgotten symbols that glowed faintly beneath the light of the sun. Nestled beneath the camouflage of nature lay ancient ruins, and wide stone courtyards cracked open by roots and moss. Despite its age, there was structure in the chaos, like a slumbering beast arranged in parts. The eternal talisman sect ruins. Feng Yin said softly, once one of the great sections, now a refuge for the beast-taming sect. Scattered spirit barriers shimmered faintly between the broken spires, stitched together from salvaged talismans and formation flags. The place smelled of scorched earth, old herbs, and stubborn hope. The remnants of statues lined the approach road, most half buried under moss and vines, their expressions worn away by years of rain and wind. Here and there, children ran under watchful eyes of older disciples. A spirit wolf padded silently across a narrow bridge of wood and stone, sniffing the air warily. Little May shifted to her fox form and padded silently beside her, tail dragging slightly. Drowsy flew ahead, circling above the encampment with a single dignified cluck. The chicken's shadow briefly passed over an old training ground, now overgrown with spirit grass. Before they could step further, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Who goes there? A stern voice rang out. A group of young disciples emerged from behind a ruined archway, spirit talismans drawn and glowing with flickering defensive light. Their expressions were tense, wary. Their robes were patched, their eyes ringed with sleeplessness. They weren't children anymore. Their leader, a boy with freckles, squinted at Feng Yin. His eyes widened. "Why, young miss?" Another disciple gasped. "That's the young sect mistress, Feng Yin." The moment shattered. The talismans were lowered at once, and one of the girls nearly tripped in her haste to bow. "We're so sorry. We didn't recognize you at first. Please, follow us. The sect master will want to see you immediately." Feng Yin hesitated just for a moment, then nodded. "Lead the way." As they walked through the broken compound, familiar but battered sights greeted them. Despite the damage, signs of resilience abounded. New formations reinforced old walls. Now even spirit beasts helped move supplies, and younger disciples trained with renewed fervor. There was still life here, still discipline, still belief. They survived, Tian Shen murmured under his breath. Even through this, Feng Yin's eyes glimmered. They did more than that. They evolved. The central pavilion had been woven with heavy spirit cloth into the scaffolding to make a provisional main hall. Wooden beams bore prayer strips and protective glyphs, and an incense burner smoldered near the steps, its scent grounding the space with memory. Inside stood Feng Yin, seeming older than when they had last seen him, but unmistakably the same. His once jet black hair now carried streaks of gray at the temples, and the regal aura around him had shifted into something quieter, tempered by loss. He was speaking with a few elders when the disciples burst in. "Father," Feng Yin said, her voice slightly stuttering. Feng Yin turned, and for a heartbeat, everything stopped. He crossed the room in 3 long strides and enveloped his daughter in a tight embrace. "Yuan E." His voice cracked. "You're safe. Thank God." She returned the hug, tightly. "I told you I will be." Tian Shen bowed, slightly beside her. "Sect Master." Feng Yan's eyes turned on him, and without hesitation, he grasped Tian Shen's shoulder and pulled him into a half embrace. "You've grown," he said. "She's my wife after all," Tian Shen said awkwardly. Then Feng Yan's gaze shifted, finally registering Elder Su, standing with her arms tucked inside her sleeves, serene and silent. "And you must be—" Feng Yin stepped aside. "This is Elder Su. She's from the Feiluan sect. A teacher, a companion. A very strong monster," Little May offered cheerfully from the back. "In a good way." Feng Yin blinked, then gave a deep bow, feeling nervous about the little fox's rude comment. "Elder Su, we are honored." Elder Su inclined her head with a small, amused smile. "I've been called worse." Feng Yin chuckled despite himself. Anyone who's crossed half the continent with these two and is still standing deserves not just thanks, but tea. Many cups of it. "Then don't keep it waiting," Elder Su replied, still calm. Laughter broke the solemnity of the reunion, and the hall seemed to breathe again. Feng Yin's eyes met Tian Shen's for a moment, soft, proud, and steady. They were home, and the story, at last, was ready to continue. That evening, a feast was assembled as best as their resources could allow. Roasted root vegetables seasoned with spiritual herbs, wild forest mushrooms, and salted spirit beast meat were served alongside fresh spring water infused with qi-rich lotus leaves. It wasn't a banquet, but it was heartfelt. Disciples passed by to pay respects to Feng Yin, many remembering her as a fiery young prodigy. Others saluted Tian Shen, who they once mocked as a stray without talent. Now, they looked at him with something like awe. One bold disciple leaned in and whispered, "Is it true you tamed the star bee sword with your bare hands?" Tian Shen blinked. "Genuinely, no." "Oh," the boy said, disappointed. "What I tamed was just a metal stick," Tian Shen added. "My fiery wife tamed the real thing." Feng Yin laughed loudest at that. As the meal wore on, Feng Yin pulled Elder Su aside. I can humbly feel the hardships of cultivation you have taken on, he said quietly. Not just strength, but polish. Experience. The kind that only comes after facing too much. You aren't wrong, Sue replied. But I don't wear it like a badge. Only a reminder. I'm grateful you stood by them, he said. Feng Yin's stubborn. Tian Shun, well, he's stubborn too. But different kinds of stubborn. They balance each other, Elder Sue said. Like fire and wind, Feng Yin murmured. Sue gave him a faint smile. Let's hope they don't cause a firestorm. Later that night, as moonlight spilled across the cracked tiles of the courtyard, Feng Yin and Tian Shun sat on a bench beneath a shattered arch. The stars above the northern sky felt closer than they had in years. Do you think the beast-taming sect can rise again? He asked. She was silent for a long moment. I think it already has. Not in buildings, but in strength, in spirit. He nodded, then more softly. I was scared coming back. Me too, she admitted. But you know what? What? She leaned against him. I'm not scared anymore. His arm curled around her shoulders, and they sat in silence as the night wrapped around them like a cloak. Behind them, in the quiet darkness, Elder Sue and Feng Yin stood at a window, watching the pair. There'll be trouble, Feng Yin said fondly. She sipped her tea. Good. The world needs some drama, at the very least. With this, the ruins of the Eternal Talisman sect no longer felt like ruins. The next morning dawned quiet and golden. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the cracks in the ruins, casting shifting patterns on the moss-covered stone. Birds sang, spirit beasts prowled at the edge of the courtyards, their movements lazy, confident. The ruins felt less like a hiding place and more like a sanctuary now, an ember waiting to blaze again. Tian Shun awoke to the sound of someone humming. He opened his eyes to see little May perched cross-legged atop a broken column, sipping tea and swinging her foxtail like a metronome. You slept for too much today, she said cheerfully. Only when I'm deeply at peace, Tian Shun replied without lifting his head. Feng Yin emerged from the hall, dressed in a fresh robe of black and crimson. Her hair was tied higher today, eyes sharper. We start today, she said simply. Tian Shun stood, stretching. Training. Rebuilding, maybe planning. She corrected. Across the encampment, the beast-taming sect had already stirred. Disciples gathered in small groups, some sparring, others tending to beasts or refining talismans under the guidance of senior members. Elder Sue was meditating beside a shrine, her presence like a mountain, calm and unshakable. Feng Yin met them at the pavilion steps. He held a worn scroll and a faint smile. We found records of old beast control talisman buried in one of the collapsed libraries. We can barely make use of them, but we may need your help decoding them fully. Tian Shun raised an eyebrow. He jerked a thumb at Feng Yin. You mean her help, right? No, I meant both of you, Feng Yin said. She has the brains. You have the approach. It balances out. Feng Yin smirked. Told you so. And so, as the sun rose higher, they moved, not just as survivors, but as cultivators ready to carve a new chapter from the ashes. The northern region had not seen their kind in a long time, but that was about to change. CH-105, Demon Sectes Destruction. The morning sun filtered weakly through heavy clouds as the group gathered in the provisional main hall of the beast-taming sect. The air was thick with anticipation and quiet tension, though the ruins around them still bore scars of hardship. Inside the hall, the flicker of hope and resolve burned steadily. Feng Yin stood at the head of a roughly carved wooden table, maps and talisman charts spread before her. Tian Shun stood beside her, his eyes sharp and calculating. Elder Sue leaned against a broken pillar, arms folded, her gaze steady and unyielding. Feng Yin, with his elder advisors, sat around the table, their expressions grave but determined. This is what we know. Feng Yin began, pointing at the sprawling map of the eastern region. The demon sect has been growing bolder, expanding their territory for the past few years. Their leader, supposedly the strongest cultivator in their ranks, is at the core formation realm. Tian Shun's eyes flicked to Feng Yin, silently affirming the weight of her words. Then he said, "We've just reached that level ourselves. It means the time to strike is now, while we have a chance." Feng Yin nodded slowly. The beast-taming sect's survival has been a quiet one, but it has given us time to recover. Now, we will face the demons who forced us into the shadows. Elder Su's voice cut through the murmurs with cool precision. The core formation cultivator in the demon sect isn't just strong. They's cunning, ruthless. Direct confrontation would be suicide without careful preparation. But you have me, so it doesn't matter anymore. Feng Yan's fingers traced a route on the map, following the jagged mountains and rivers that separated their lands from the demon sect stronghold. "We will travel through the northeastern ridge," he explained. "It's treacherous, but less patrolled. From there, we can launch a surprise assault." A murmur of agreement passed through the room. "Little May, you and I will lead the vanguard," Feng Yin continued, glancing at Tian Shun and the Fox Spirit. "Tian Shun, you'll handle the rear guard and oversee supply lines. Father, your knowledge of the terrain and old sect routes will be invaluable." Feng Yan's face brightened with a rare smile. "It's like returning to an old battlefield." Tian Shun clasped his hands together. "Few powers are willing to oppose the demon sect openly." Feng Yin said, her voice firm, "But we will send envoys to few other friendly sections. They may not join the fight directly, but their intelligence and resources could tip the balance. Elder Sunadi de Provingli. We must also exploit what you have learned during your time in exile. Your mastery of talisman, spirit beasts, and guerrilla tactics will be key." The discussion stretched long into the afternoon, plans unfolding like a tapestry of careful details. Scouting parties, formation placements, signal talismans for communication, and contingencies for ambushes. At one point, Feng Yin spoke quietly. "The demon sect underestimates us. They see only the ruins. They do not see the fire rekindled in our hearts." Feng Yin's eyes shone with fierce pride. "Let them come to regret that mistake." As twilight deepened, the mood shifted from planning to resolve. The group dispersed to prepare, the weight of their task settling heavily, but without breaking their spirits. Tian Shun found Feng Yin near the outer courtyard, sharpening her sword beneath a lantern's soft glow. The glow cast flickering shadows that danced across her determined features. "You never lose that look," he said quietly. "Neither do you," she replied with a soft smile. "But this time, it's different. We're not just fighting for ourselves anymore." He reached out, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Like always, we'll face this storm together." Little May appeared suddenly, tail flicking in her human form. "And I'll be there to make sure you don't get too reckless." Feng Yin laughed, a lightness in the air despite the looming battle. "Someone has to keep you in check." Drowsy fluttered in, landing gracefully on Tian Shun's shoulder, her feathers ruffling with quiet approval. The next morning, under a sky streaked with pale pink and gold, the assembled forces of the beast-taming sect gathered at the ruined gates. The scents of incense and earth mingled as spirit beasts prowled. Warriors tightened their grips on weapons, and talisman banners fluttered in the cool breeze. Feng Yin addressed the crowd. "We have endured exile and hardship, but today we reclaim our legacy, not for vengeance alone, but for survival and for the future." Cheers rose, fierce and resolute. Feng Yin raised her sword, its blade catching the dawn's light. "For the beast-taming sect, for our loved ones who believe in us." Tian Shun stood beside her, spirit blazing. "Let's show the demon sect the strength they thought they'd crushed." With that, the company surged forward, moving swiftly through the broken lands toward the northern ridge. The journey was arduous. The northern ridge was as foreboding as the tale suggested. Steep cliffs, narrow passes, and cold winds that whispered threats. But the group moved with purpose and discipline, the combined experience of Feng Yan's knowledge and Elder Su's tactical wisdom guiding them through. Nightfall brought brief rest. Around campfires, stories of past glories were shared, along with quiet moments of camaraderie. Feng Yin and Tian Shen found themselves side by side again beneath the stars. The tension of leadership momentarily eased by the crackling fire and the gentle breathing of their companions. "Do you ever think about what comes after this?" Tian Shen asked softly. Feng Yin's gaze lingered on the dark sky. "Sometimes, but right now all that matters is the next step." He nodded, feeling the truth in her words. Days later, they reached the outskirts of the demon sect's territory. The signs of their enemy's presence were unmistakable. Talismans scorched into trees, patrols visible even from a distance, and the faint hum of dark spiritual energy hanging heavy in the air. "You move. I won't interfere until necessary." Elder Sue instructed, her eyes sharp. "Attack. Surprise and precise." Feng Yin added, "We don't have the numbers for an head-on battle." Tian Shen's group positioned themselves to cover the rear, securing supply lines and setting traps to slow pursuit. Little May darted ahead in fox form, scouting and relaying information with a silent efficiency that earned admiring looks even from hardened disciples. The final night before the assault was filled with a heavy stillness. Plans were reviewed, talismans prepared, and spirits steeled. Feng Yin stood before her assembled fighters. "Tomorrow, we fight not just for ourselves, but for everyone who has suffered under the demon sect's shadow. We strike as one, we fight as one, and we will win." The hall echoed with a unified shout. Tian Shen caught Feng Yin's hand in his, while secretly glancing at Elder Sue. "It will not be that hard, at least with her, as guarantee." She smiled, fierce and unwavering. At dawn, the forces moved as shadows through the morning mist, swift and silent. The element of surprise was their greatest weapon. The battle that followed was fierce, talismans flaring, swords clashing, and spirit beasts roaring. The demon sect was powerful, but the unity and resolve of the beast-taming sect proved stronger. Feng Yin and Tian Shen fought side by side, their movements a dance of precision and strength. Elder Sue's strategic guidance turned the tide when it seemed the enemy might overwhelm them. When the demon sect's core formation cultivator appeared, a towering figure cloaked in dark energy, it was Feng Yin who stepped forward to meet him. Their clash echoed like thunder, a storm of qi and will. In that moment, every sacrifice, every hardship, every tear shed fueled her strength. The battle ended with the demon sect broken, their leader defeated and their hold over the region shattered. As the dust settled, Feng Yin raised her sword high. "We are back." Tian Shen smiled beside her, spirit soaring. He had also gained quite a lot by this war. The northern region, once shrouded in despair, now knew the fire of the beast-taming sect had not died. It had only grown stronger. Smoke curled from the shattered spires of the demon sect's stronghold, mingling with the rising dawn. The battlefield was eerily quiet now, broken only by the soft moans of the wounded and the distant call of spirit beasts reclaiming the land. Feng Yin stood tall among her people, her robes torn and stained with battle, but her eyes shining like stars. Behind her, the beast-taming sect disciples gathered, tired, injured but triumphant. Many wept silently. Others laughed with disbelief. Some simply stared at the ruined landscape, realizing they had done the impossible. Elder Sue descended from the skies, her sleeves fluttering like banners in the wind. "It's done," she said calmly. Feng Yin arrived with a limping wolf beast at his side and gazed over the battlefield. "The eastern region is free." Tian Shen turned to Feng Yin. "And now?" She looked toward the rising sun. "Let's get back." CH-106. They need connection, not domination. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the scarred landscape as the beast-taming sect began their journey home. The air was thick with the mingled scents of smoke, earth, and the faint tang of lingering spiritual energy. Though the war was won, the fatigue was etched deeply into the faces of every disciple and elder. Feng Yin rode at the front, her gaze steady but distant, sword sheathed at her side. The taste of victory was still sweet, yet tempered by the reality of what lay ahead. Reclaiming the eastern region was only the first step. Tian Shun rode beside her, eyes scanning the horizon with a practiced wariness. The demon sect's forces may be broken, but there will be others who hear of our victory. They won't let us rebuild in peace. Feng Yin nodded. We've made powerful enemies, but we've also made allies. The sects we sent envoys to, they've sent supplies and scouts to support us on this journey back. Behind them, Elder Su walked among the disciples, her calm presence steadying the weary and the wounded alike. The fox spirit, Little May, shifted between her human and fox form, keeping a keen watch on the paths ahead. Days passed as the caravan wound through mountain passes and dense forests, the pace measured to allow the injured time to heal and spirits to rest. At night, fires burned bright, and stories of the battle's turning points were shared with laughter and somber remembrance. One evening, as the firelight flickered against the pavilion walls of a temporary camp, Feng Yin found herself sitting beside Tian Shun. His expression was softer in the quiet moments, a stark contrast to his fierce demeanor in battle. You fought with everything you had, Tian Shun said quietly, his fingers tracing the scar on his forearm where a talisman's backlash had struck. Feng Yin smiled faintly. So did you. I never doubted us. He looked into her eyes. I worry about what this victory means. We've disrupted a dangerous balance. The eastern region won't forget, and the demon sect's remnants will rally. She squeezed his hand. Then we should prepare. We will rebuild ourselves stronger. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had borne loss and hardship, but refused to be broken. By the time the group crossed back into the northern region, word of their triumph had already spread. Disciples from scattered enclaves emerged from hiding, bearing gifts and news of renewed hope. The ruins of the Eternal Talisman sect were no longer a place of refuge. They finally returned to their true home, the beast-taming sect. Feng Yin stood before the crowd, his voice ringing clear as he addressed the reunited sect. Today, we reclaim not just lands, but our honor and our destiny. The beast-taming sect will rise from the ashes, fiercer and united. The crowd cheered, and Feng Yin felt a fierce joy bloom in her chest. Training intensified. Some elders led lessons on advanced techniques and battle formations. Tian Shun worked with the spirit beasts, strengthening bonds and honing new combat tactics. Little May taught stealth and reconnaissance, her lessons quick and sharp. Each day brought new challenges, but also new growth. One crisp morning, a lone figure approached the sect's gates. Cloaked and hooded, the visitor moved with a silent grace that caught the attention of the guards. Feng Yin met the stranger in the main hall, curiosity sharpening her senses. My name is Lian Hua, the visitor said, voice calm but carrying an edge of urgency. I come from the Azure Phoenix sect. We have long watched your plight and your resurgence. Feng Yin stepped forward. What brings you here? Lian Hua lowered her hood, revealing striking eyes alight with both determination and caution. To discuss something important. Feng Yin exchanged a look with Tian Shun and Elder Su. The peace they had fought for felt fragile, and the path ahead darker than ever. Gathered once more in the hall, the elders and leaders pored over Lian Hua's warnings. She spoke of a hidden faction in the western wastelands, cultivating forbidden arts and amassing power through dark pacts with ancient beasts long thought extinct. Also, they are tied with the demon sect. Feng Yan's expression darkened. Such beasts would disrupt the balance of nature itself. This is no longer a simple sect rivalry. Feng Yin's grip tightened on the edge of the table. Then we must face this threat before it spreads. Tian Shan nodded. Our victory against the demon sect was only the beginning. The world is shifting, and we need to be ready. In the following weeks, the beast-taming sect sent envoys to the Azure Phoenix sect and other allied groups, forging alliances and gathering intelligence. Feng Yin and Tian Shun trained harder than ever, pushing their core formation abilities over limit. Together, They explored deeper techniques. Sect Master Feng Yin, meanwhile, prepared the disciples for guerrilla warfare and unconventional tactics, anticipating that future battles would not be won by strength alone, but by cunning and adaptability. One evening, beneath a sky flushed with the colors of sunset, Feng Yin and Tian Shun stood atop the highest tower of the sect's rebuilt pavilion. The wind whispered around them, carrying the scents of pine and earth. How much longer before we face this new enemy? Tian Shun asked, voice low. Feng Yin's eyes scanned the horizon. Dunno, but soon. But we'll be ready. We have to be. He pulled her close, the weight of the coming storm pressing on them both. No matter what comes, we face it together. She rested her head against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. Together. She agreed. The night deepened, and the stars blinked into existence, silent witnesses to the resurgence of the beast-taming sect. Feng Yan's voice echoed softly in her memory. The fire rekindled in our hearts. It was no longer just survival. It was a promise to protect, to rebuild, and to rise. The road ahead was uncertain, but the beast-taming sect would walk it as one, fierce, unyielding, and alive. The beast-taming sect had returned not only with victory, but with purpose. Back at their own domain, the sun rose on a new chapter. This time, it wasn't survival that drove them. It was evolution. Tian Shin stood in the courtyard, stripped to the waist, sweat gleaming along his shoulders as he faced a massive boulder marked and scratched. His hand traced the air, glowing strokes trailing behind his fingers, forming intricate runes in midair. With a breath, he struck. A pulse of spiritual force, subtle and clean, flared outward. The boulder trembled, and then cracked in uneven line, splitting into 6 even pieces. From the sidelines, several young disciples clapped in amazement. He didn't even use a weapon. Senior Tian Shun's power is terrifying. Feng Yin walked past the group, arms folded, a smirk on her lips. He better be good. He's married to me. The disciples laughed, but there was awe in their voices. It wasn't mockery anymore. They spoke with admiration, even reverence. Not long ago, this courtyard had been abandoned. Now it was alive with energy. Wooden dummies reinforced with talismans stood in neat rows. Beasts of all kinds roamed the periphery, some trained, some wild, but all respectful. Disciples sparred, meditated, and practiced formation control. A new training regime had begun. Feng Yin stood at the top of the pavilion, overlooking it all with a quiet pride. It's beginning to feel like a sect again. Elder Su stood beside him, sipping tea. It's only the beginning, she said. But it's a good beginning. Later that morning, Feng Yin led a group of disciples toward the Spirit Well, a newly cleared area where spiritual energy naturally pooled. She wore a new robe, crimson trimmed with black, her sleeves inscribed with beast-commanding talismans. Her hair was tied high, her aura sharp and fiery. Your beasts are your allies, she said, speaking to a small group of teenage tamers. But they're not tools. They respond not just to orders, but to your intent. Focus not only on domination, but connection. A girl hesitated, trying to direct a 3-tailed flame lizard that kept flicking its tongue disinterestedly. Feng Yin knelt beside her. You're trying too hard. You're commanding it like it's a soldier. But what does it need from you? The girl blinked. Trust. Feng Yin smiled. Exactly. The girl took a deep breath, softened her stance, and extended her hand gently. The lizard tilted its head, then padded forward and curled around her wrist. Gasps rose around them. Feng Yin stood. Power is earned, not demanded. Remember that. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the old talisman vault, Tian Shun worked with a team deciphering ancient scripts etched into jade slips. Little May sat cross-legged on a pile of scrolls, munching on a roasted mushroom bun while observing his work. You know, she said between bites, for someone who used to think talismans were boring, you become quite the nerd. Tian Shun didn't look up. They're still boring, but they're useful, especially when they explode. CH-107, goodbye. Little May giggled, kicking her feet. At least you admit it. He passed a scroll to a disciple. Copy this. It's a variation of the beast control technique, but it's tuned for resonance instead of suppression. Could be useful for bonding with domesticated beasts. The disciple nodded and hurried off. Tianshan finally looked at Little May. You've been quiet lately. She stretched luxuriously, her fox ears twitching. I'm watching, seeing who's got the spark. There's one or two who might even outshine you one day. I'd like to see that, he said genuinely. By midday, Sect Master Feng Yin gathered the elders and core disciples of the central field. We'll be rotating focus training over the next 7 days, he announced. Sword work, formation control, movement arts, spiritual resilience, and beast synchronization. You will push your limits. One boy muttered. I thought the war was over. Sect Master's voice sharpened. To behold peace, bear sword with grace, for only the ready can still war's face. No one complained after that. That evening, under the starlit sky, Feng Yin and Tian Shun stood at the edge of a new training platform overlooking the valley below. The sect is thriving, Tian Shun said. Feng Yin nodded. But there's still much to do. I want to rebuild the Beast Hall, maybe even establish a new core hall for the sect. He looked at her. You're thinking long-term. She smiled. Just doing what needs to be done. They stood together, the wind carrying the scent of new grass and distant storms. Then Feng Yin tilted her head. Race me to the waterfall, she challenged. Tian Shun raised a brow. You're on. They vanished into the trees, laughter trailing behind them. In the days that followed, the training intensified. Feng Yin took the youngest disciples under his wing, teaching the basics, discipline, breathing, meditation. He pushed the senior disciples to their limits, forcing breakthroughs through battle simulations and pressure exercises. Feng Yin taught advanced beast taming, even performing a live synchronization ritual with a golden-plumed thunderhawk, earning a standing ovation from the watching crowd. Tianshan worked on a new combat array, a rotating circle of talismans that adapted mid-battle to enemy movements. Even Drowsy got involved, perched on a high post, supervising sparring matches with the judgmental stare of a veteran general. Little May, meanwhile, had quietly begun mentoring a few gifted disciples who resonated with fox-type spirit beasts. She called them her kitties. They're adorable, she told Tianshan, but none of them is going to surpass me. Mark my words. I believe it, he replied. After all, you got a soft spot for chaos. On the 7th day, the entire sect gathered for a final demonstration of progress. Feng Yin stood before them all, her voice clear. We've taken back what was ours, but the journey isn't over. There will be more threats, more trials. What we've built here, this fire, must never fade. Tian Shun joined her, hand in hers. And together, he said, we'll make sure it never does. As cheers rose, Elder Su looked on from the pavilion, quiet pride in her gaze. Feng Yin stood beside her, mist in his eyes. And above them all, the banners of the beast taming sect fluttered high, the symbols freshly inked, shining under the sun. The morning mist clung to the valley like a farewell embrace. Feng Yin stood at the main gates of the beast-taming sect, her crimson robe gently swaying in the breeze. Beside her, Tian Shun adjusted the straps on his travel pack, while his two beast companions, Drowsy perched on his shoulder and Thunderpaw, while Little May, padded silently at his side, watched the quiet proceedings with unusual solemnity. Elder Su stood a few paces away, arms behind her back, her ever-present calm now tinged with something softer. Perhaps it was nostalgia, perhaps respect. She glanced around, her gaze lingering on the faces of disciples who now looked to her not with apprehension, but with reverence. Behind them, disciples and elders lined the pathway in silence. Not a ceremony, just a farewell. A real one, the kind that tightened throats and turned silence into meaning. Feng Yin stepped forward, his expression unreadable for a long moment. Then, wordlessly, He reached out and held his daughter close. The silence between them said what words never could. "You've made me proud," he finally whispered, voice thick and terrified, but mostly proud. Feng Yin's breath caught. She clutched him tightly, letting the warmth of his presence anchor her one last time. "You'll take care of them, won't you?" she asked, glancing back at the young disciples behind him, the next generation. Feng Yin smiled faintly, a spark of humor lighting his weathered features. "I'll take care of everyone, but you take care of him." She turned to Tian Shun, eyes glinting with warmth and love. "Always." Thunderpaw gave a soft chuff, as if in agreement. Drowsy rustled her wings in what could only be approval. Even the spirit beasts understood. Elder Sue cleared her throat lightly, not rushing them, but anchoring them back to purpose. "If we want to reach Phaelon before the season turns, we should leave now." Feng Yin nodded. She turned to face the assembled crowd one last time. Familiar faces, friends, mentors, juniors, all etched into her heart. "We'll return again, stronger. But for now, our path lies elsewhere." With one final bow, they turned and departed down the mountain road. Their silhouettes, framed against the rising sun, slowly vanished into the mist, a promise carried on the wind. 2 weeks later. The wind was warmer here. From the top of a jade-paved hill overlooking Phaelon's sect's massive gates, the central region stretched out like a painted scroll, rolling green plains dotted with shimmering lakes, distant cities built atop spirit rivers, and spires wrapped in drifting cloud veils. Spirit cranes glided between floating pagodas, and the sky shimmered with ambient spiritual energy. Feng Yin exhaled slowly, adjusting the clasp of her new robe. It was a sleeker cut than her old uniform, deep gray trimmed with silver threads that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Her presence was quieter now, more refined, but no less commanding. Tian Shun stood beside her, cloak fluttering in the mountain breeze. A new talisman staff hung across his back, carved from sun-stained jade and wrapped in silk cords etched with golden script. Drowsy rode the currents above them, her feathers catching glints of sunlight. Little May had slipped off at some time, maybe to troll some toddlers. Tian Shun didn't pay it much mind. Instead, he looked around the Phaelon sect. The first time they had arrived here, they were fugitives, their sect in brink of destruction, their future uncertain. Now, they returned as core formation cultivators, as warriors who had taken down a regional power and lived to tell the tale. Elder Sue strode ahead with the same unhurried grace she always carried. Her long sleeves fluttered behind her like banners. She had said little during the journey back, but today there was a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. The outer guards of the Phaelon sect stood straighter as they approached. A few even bowed. Recognition had replaced suspicion. Respect had replaced pity. The jade gates parted before them. A disciple with robes trimmed in the pale blue of the logistics hall greeted them, eyes wide. "Elder Sue, the sect master want to have a word with you." Elder Sue inclined her head. "Lead the way." As they passed into the inner grounds, Tian Shun glanced around. The sect had grown. New training pavilions had been built. He saw groups of disciples practicing movement techniques and spiritual beasts basking under the care of tamers by a stream. There was peace here, but it was the kind that could only last if guarded. "We should check in with the sect master," Feng Yin said. "Let them know what's happening in the eastern region. The demon sect may be gone, but their shadow remains." Tian Shan nodded. "And that envoy from Azure Phoenix sect? If she made it here before us, we may already have another mission." They followed the disciple deeper into the compound. Familiar faces appeared here and there, some surprised, others smiling. The weight of their journey began to settle in Feng Yin's chest. Home had shifted, not a place, but a path, a promise. They arrived at their newly assigned residence by a serene pond. Willow trees wept over the water, and lotus blossoms floated in silence. A small courtyard stretched between the main building and the training hall, quiet but welcoming. Elder Sue paused before entering. "I will report to the sect master. Rest if you wish." "Thank you," Feng Yin said. For everything. In return, Elder Sue gave a slight nod. You've earned your own legend now. Use it wisely. As she vanished toward the administrative tower, Tian Shen opened the sliding door and stepped inside. The air was cool, the rooms clean and simply furnished. A fresh tea set waited on the low table. Feng Yin wandered to the balcony overlooking the pond. The wind tugged at her hair as she took a deep breath. We made it, Tian Shen said behind her. For now. He came to stand beside her, shoulder brushing hers. Do you think we'll ever stop? She smiled faintly. No, but that's not the goal. The path itself is the reason. They stood in silence, watching the sun dip behind Feluan's towering peaks. A knock came at the door. A messenger bowed low. Apologies for the interruption. The sect master wishes to see you. And there is someone else here asking for an audience, a woman named Lianhua. Feng Yin and Tian Shen exchanged a chuckle at that. It seemed rest would wait. Their next step was already calling. CH-108. I don't like this. The main hall of the Feluan sect was a towering chamber of polished jade and carved spiritwood, its ceiling painted with constellations and great celestial beasts. The light filtering through spirit lanterns shimmered like moonlight, casting the assembled elders in shifting hues of silver and green. Feng Yin and Tian Shen stood quietly near the center, flanked by Elder Sue and a figure clad in the signature robes of the Azure Phoenix sect. Lianhua. Her robes were cloud white and pale blue, embroidered with the image of a rising phoenix. Her hair was bound in a single, elegant braid that fell over one shoulder. She was calm, poised, but there was something strained in the corners of her eyes. Sect master of the Feluan sect sat on the elevated dais, framed by his elders. He was a man of immense spiritual presence, his beard finely trimmed, and his eyes like still lakes, deep and unshaken. I appreciate your visit, Lianhua, he said with a faint smile. Your reputation precedes you. But if your purpose is to stir panic, I must caution you. The central region is not so easily shaken. Lianhua bowed respectfully. My intent is not to stir fear, sect master, but to warn you. What we faced in the eastern region was only a fragment. The true threat lies farther west. She unfurled a scroll, revealing a rough map. Markings denoted shifting power zones across the western wastelands. Strange sigils drawn in black ink pulsed faintly with dark chi. This is not a rogue sect. It's a movement. They call themselves the Void Hand. A faction of remnant demon sect elders has merged with warlocks from the wastelands and formed pacts with ancient spirit beasts believed long extinct. Some believe they predate even the great sects. A murmur spread among the elders. Elder Fan, a stoic man known for his work with elemental formations, raised a brow. Even if these beasts exist, the central region has endured worse. Our formations are strong. Our alliance is deeper than ever. Elder Yu, responsible for external affairs, nodded. And you claim this void hand remained hidden all this time, only to appear now? Seems speculative. Lianhua met their gazes without flinching. Tian Shen stepped forward. I can vouch for the eastern remnants. When we destroyed the demon sect stronghold, we found traces, scrolls, even rituals, all referring to a demonic source. They were not self-made. Feng Yin added. The way the demon sect operated, the resources they had, the curses they used, someone far older and darker was guiding them. Sect master stroked his beard. You speak convincingly, but the central region has long been protected by the balance of the top sects. Even if a threat stirs, it must first break through this balance. Lianhua's tone sharpened. You assume they'll strike from outside. What if they've already infiltrated? That gave a room pause. Elder Sue finally broke her silence. We've seen techniques that do not belong to any known faction. Illusions crafted from ancestral demonic arts. Tracking wards bound to the bones of extinct species. They are already experimenting within our borders. A heavy silence followed. Still, the sect master smiled. Lianhua, I admire your resolve. But for now, let us treat this as a matter of caution not crisis. I will instruct a team of scout disciples to investigate further. Until then, let us not sow fear in uncertain soil. Lianhua bowed again, though slower this time. Very well, but do not wait too long. They do not strike like armies. They spread like rot. Later that afternoon, in a quiet garden courtyard lined with plum trees, Feng Yin sat with Lianhua under a wooden pavilion. Tian Shun and little Mei stood nearby, the fox spirit lazily spinning a strand of hair while keeping a sharp ear. You knew they wouldn't listen. Feng Yin said softly. Lianhua nodded. I had hoped, but the central sects have grown complacent. They believe the wastelands are beyond consequence. Tian Shun crossed his arms. Then we prepare without them. Lianhua looked at him. You think it's that easy? You're not strong enough to even be the pawn in this game of power. Feng Yin looked up at the pale blossoms falling through the air. Then we'll train harder. And wait, not idly, but ready. Little Mei stretched, her tail flicking. Guess I won't be bored after all. That evening, Feng Yin met with Elder Su in the meditation hall, the soft hum of barrier talismans enclosing them. How you think about it? Feng Yin asked. Dunno, but I think it won't be that much of a threat. Elder Su replied carefully. Feng Yin exhaled slowly, saying nothing much else. Elder Su looked at her for a long moment, then smiled. You're no longer just the young mistress of a northern sect. Know that well. Feng Yin didn't respond immediately. She didn't have to. 3 days later, a coded message arrived from a border village in the southwest. A scouting party of the Feluan sect disciples had gone missing. All that remained was the battle area, charred with a huge hand print stretched and hollow. Lianhua stood beside Tian Shun, the talisman in hand. They've started. Feng Yin, watching the horizon from the highest peak of Feluan sect, whispered to the wind. Then let us see how deep the rot goes. The fire kindled in the eastern region had not burned out. The wind howled across the central borderlands, sharp with the scent of scorched earth and silence. Tian Shun crouched by a jagged ridge, fingers brushing the blackened ground. The handprint left behind by the vanished scouting party was massive, 4 meters wide, stretched and warped like some grotesque imitation of a human hand. Its edges shimmered faintly with residual dark chi. Even now I can feel the heat, he muttered. Whatever did this wasn't long ago. Feng Yin stood a few paces behind, her eyes narrowed. Her robe billowed slightly in the wind, the talismans woven into her sleeves reacting with a soft hum. There's no blood, she said. No remains. Just this. Elder Su stepped beside her, silent, her gaze tracing the horizon. The terrain was open, no mountains to hide in, no caves, no ancient forests. Just open badlands, cracked and wind-blasted. Elder Su said eventually. They were taken down in one move. Little Mei sniffed the air from her fox form, her silver fur standing on end. It doesn't smell right. It's like something swept through and erased everything. Lianhua knelt beside Tian Shun, eyes fixed on the imprint. This isn't just demonic. It's ritualistic. The way the energy lingers wasn't left by accident. It's a mark, a message, a warning. Tian Shun asked. Lianhua shook her head. No, an invitation. Feng Yin's jaw tightened. Then let's follow it. They spread out across the area, combing the land for any trace. An energy trail, a spiritual imprint, even a discarded artifact. Hours passed, but nothing was found. Drowsy circled above, but gave no cry of alarm. The world below was quiet, too quiet. It's like they were never here, Little Mei muttered, like something wiped them clean from the world. As the sun began to set, casting long, blood-colored shadows over the wasteland, the team regrouped at the edge of the canyon. Elder Su tapped her fingers against her staff. We're missing something. They left a trace, intentionally, but no path. Lianhua nodded slowly. It's bait. Feng Yin turned sharply. To lure us in. To keep us guessing. Lianhua corrected. This is psychological. They want us unsettled. They want the sect master second-guessing. and they want us wasting time. Tian Shun frowned. And it's working. They returned to Feluan's sect late that night, wind-chapped and empty-handed. The scouts remained missing. The land gave no answers. The sect master listened quietly as they reported. Throughout, his expression was calm. Continue observation, he said. But do not escalate. We won't move on shadows. Outside the hall, Feng Yin shook her head. We saw the darkness in the eastern region, and this is worse. Lianhua leaned against a stone pillar, arms folded. We have no proof, no trail, and until someone sees the rot for themselves, we're chasing ghosts. Tian Shun stared out over the training fields. The disciples sparred and laughed under the moonlight, unaware of the unseen threat pressing at their borders. I don't like this, he muttered. Neither did anyone else. The next day, Elder Su led a team of investigators back to the border, but the battlefield had changed. The handprint was gone. The blackened ground was clean, as if scrubbed by divine force. No scorch marks, no residuo. Even the ridge Tian Shun had touched the day before was smooth and unmarked. It's as if it never happened, a disciple whispered. The unease grew. Elder Su scoured the area through her spiritual sense, but they returned dull and inert. No trace of spiritual movement. No residual energy. Nothing. Feng Yin paced the meditation pavilion when they returned, tension coiling in her chest. They're mocking us, hiding just outside our reach. CH-109 in the shadows. Lianhua sat with one leg crossed over the other, her phoenix pendant swaying gently. This is a different kind of war. Not one of armies, but of shadows and silence. Tian Shun didn't speak. He stared down at a jade slip filled with the original battlefield notes, sketches, talisman readings, spiritual imprints. None of it matched what they saw now. I hate this kind of enemy, he muttered. I'd rather face a shown blade than a hidden ghost. That night, a soft knock came at Feng Yin's door. It was Elder Su. They've left us a puzzle, she said. And puzzles have keys. What do you mean? Elder Su handed her a sealed envelope. Inside was a single line written in black chi ink, faintly pulsing like veins of living energy. The rot is not on the edge. It grows from the root. Feng Yin stared at the words. They're already inside. Elder Sunadif. They want us to think this is just a problem in the wastelands. But what if it's here? What if they have already seeded itself within the central sects? Feng Yin's eyes narrowed. Then no one is safe. In the coming days, paranoia began to creep through Feluan's sect's inner court. A beast handler reported his spirit companion reacting violently to a disciple, only for the disciple to vanish from the dorms the next morning. No record of their name could be found. One of the talisman masters reported irregular activity, runes that changed after being carved, ink that dried in unnatural patterns. Tian Shun began tracing spiritual signals around the sect's foundation, comparing them to the baseline energy map from a year ago. Discrepancies appeared, subtle but present. Spiritual energy twisted where they once flowed straight. Points of pressure emerged where there had been none. Something is being altered, he said during a late-night meeting. Feng Yin looked up sharply. They're trying to bend it. From the inside. Little May yawned from her perch on the rafters, tail twitching. Lovely. Ghosts, spies, and structural corruption. Couldn't they just throw a fireball at us like normal enemies? Tian Shun didn't laugh. If they've infiltrated the foundation, then anything built atop it is unstable. Lianhua leaned forward. Then we dig the secret out of them. For weeks, they quietly investigated under the guise of regular training. No one could be trusted, not even among the inner disciples. Elder Su cloaked her energy and began observing the elders themselves. Feng Yin devised a new spirit beast contract technique that allowed bonded beasts to sense emotional and spiritual anomalies in their handlers. Tian Shun developed a talisman that could detect demonic corruption. They tested it on some weapons. 2 shattered instantly. We need to bring this to the sect master again, Feng Yin said. He has to know the scope now. But Elder Su was silent for a long time. What if he already does? The words chilled the room. And still, no enemy appeared. No attack. No army. Just whispers. And the growing certainty that something was wrong. By the end of the month, they had nothing concrete. No one to accuse. No proof to present. But something was but an undeniable fact. The grand meeting hall of Feluan's sect was unusually solemn. Where once serenity and scholarly debate echoed among polished jade pillars, now silence reigned. Lanterns burned low. The air smelled faintly of sandalwood and incense, but it did little to mask the weight pressing down on everyone inside. The inner court had assembled, all elders, peak masters, core disciples, and specially invited guests. At the head of the chamber, beneath the massive tapestry of the Feluan sigil, the sect master sat in meditation, his eyes closed as if waiting for a verdict from the heavens themselves. Elder Su entered first, followed by Tian Shun, Feng Yin, Little Mei in her humanoid form, and Lianhua. Their steps were calm, but not without urgency. They stopped a respectful distance from the main throne. Tian Shun, Little Mei, and Feng Yin bowed in respect. "Rise," the sect master said, eyes opening with quiet intensity. "You requested this council. Speak." Feng Yin glanced briefly at Tian Shun, then stepped forward. Her voice carried clearly. 3 weeks ago, a scouting team vanished near the southwest border. What was once a site of devastation has now been wiped clean of all trace. Since then, we have documented incidents within Feluan's sect itself. Beast resistance, rune anomalies, missing disciples. She raised a jade slip. "Here are the findings, cross-referenced with older maps and energy scans. There are shifts, patterns of warping spiritual flow within the sect grounds. Someone is altering our foundation." Murmurs rippled across the court. One elder frowned. "Foundation tampering? That borders on the absurd. We have enchantments in place. Protections older than most newborn factions." Elder Su stepped forward next. "And yet, something is overriding them. Subtly, we've uncovered talismans that degraded unnaturally. Spirit beasts who reject their handlers. It is not illusion." Lianhua held up a sealed scroll, dark chi-infused ink faintly glowing. This came from the vanished scouts. It was buried beneath the soil. A message left in demonic script was, "The rod is not on the edge. It grows from the root." Gasps followed. One of the peak masters rose. "Are you suggesting we have been infiltrated? That Feluan sect itself may harbor the enemy." "We aren't just suggesting," Tian Shan said, voice cold. "We are stating. There is corruption inside. It moves like fog. It hides like shadow. But it is here." Silence deepened. The sect master looked to Elder Yu, head of external affairs. "Have you anything to add?" Elder Yu hesitated, then reluctantly added, "I've received irregular reports from several border villages. Requests for aid that disappear from the record. Finishing en route. I thought it mere disorganization, but now I am uncertain." The sect master folded his hands before him. "And yet, you bring no names. No faces. No clear enemy." Tian Shun stepped forward. "They do not fight in the open. They twist the roots beneath our feet, preparing to fell the tree." Another elder scoffed. "This sounds more like paranoia. But should we interrogate every disciple? Tear through our own holes in fear?" Feng Yin spoke again, calmer now. "We are not asking for blind action. We are asking for vigilance. For permission to pursue this quietly." The sect master turned to Elder Su. "Do you agree with this assessment?" Elder Su was quiet, then nodded. "Yes." He turned next to Lianhua. "And you?" "They are not a false rumor. They thrive in disbelief. The longer you wait, the deeper it burrows." At last, the sect master stood. The light of spirit lanterns caught the silver threads in his robe. "Then you have my permission to investigate, but not to accuse without evidence. If you find a rot, you must expose it with certainty. Until then, this court remains stable." Feng Yin bowed again. "Thank you, sect master." He nodded once. Be swift, and be unseen. As the meeting adjourned, the inner circle retreated to the secluded pavilion. There, under layers of soundproof barriers, the real planning began. Little May lounged on a pillow, nibbling dried fruit. I still say we just bait them. Let them think we're blind, then catch them in the act. Lien Hua frowned. Too risky. They'll only show their hand if it benefits them. And we don't know what exactly will. Tianshan opened a new map. We need to identify where the foundational tampering had been done most. If they're trying to reshape energy flows, then certain nodes must already be compromised. Feng Yin tapped her finger to the central courtyard. This point connects 3 ley lines. It's also the oldest part of the sect. If I were hiding corruption, I'd start there. Elder Su raised an eyebrow. Conveniently next to the martial technique hall, a dangerous place to alter. They fell into quiet strategy, marking places of interest, assigning scouts, warding sensitive archives. For now, they had the sect master's approval and support, but they were hunting ghosts. And every hour the enemy remained unseen was another hour it grew stronger. Elder Su rolled up the map with deliberate care. Her gaze swept over the faces around her, wary, determined, but tired. We will start at dawn. Tian Shun, you and I will inspect the central courtyard's ley line convergence. Feng Yin, keep pressure off us by maintaining appearances. Little May, track any unusual behavior among inner disciples. Lien Hua, focus on monitoring the elders. Little May grinned. You want me to spy on people and pretend to be innocent? You wound me. Feng Yin didn't smile. Just don't get caught. Lien Hua folded her arms, expression grim. They'll know we're watching soon. And when they do, they'll either run or strike. Elder Su Ehalit, Her Tone Sharp. Then we must find them first. The candlelight flickered, casting their shadows across the parchment map. Shadows that blurred and twisted, as if the darkness itself was listening. CH-110, rotten to the bones. Dawn broke in pale silver over the Phaluan sect. The central courtyard, once a place of ceremony, of sparring, of youthful laughter, lay still in the early morning mist. The carved stone tiles shimmered faintly with dew, and the air was thick with silence, too heavy for the hour. Tian Shun knelt near the ley line convergence point, his palm pressed flat to the ground. Elder Su stood behind him, her foot lightly tapping the stone at her side, marking slow intervals as her spiritual sense swept across the space. There, Tian Shun said quietly, his fingers brushing the barely visible edge of an old formation glyph. This symbol, it's shifted. Elder Su narrowed her eyes. It should align with the west one, but now it tilts southeast. She reached down, touching the glyph herself. Her expression darkened. That's not accidental. They're deliberately siphoning energy. To where? Elder Swiss leaps thinned. That's the puzzle. A soft rustle of robes signaled Feng Yin's arrival. She wore her usual composed expression, but her steps were brisk, her hands clenched. No signs of activity near the dormitories. She said, but the Beast Pavilion reported a fox-hawk hybrid trying to breach its bindings last night. It was reacting to something it sensed underground. Tian Shun and Elder Su exchanged a glance. Something is stirring. Tian Shun murmured. Something beneath us. Meanwhile, in the martial technique hall, Little May moved with feline grace through the shadows, her steps making no sound on the polished wooden floors. She crouched near a reading alcove, where 2 inner disciples whispered quietly over an open scroll. Her ears twitched. The restriction array was gone, one said. I tried to redraw it, but it wouldn't hold it like it did before, and then it burned out on its own. I heard Elder Qin dismissed a whole talisman batch yesterday. The other whispered back. Little May's eyes narrowed. She leaned back into the shadows and vanished with a flick of her tail, leaving only a faint shimmer of foxfire behind. Lien Hua, elsewhere in the sect's elder wing, walked with slow, deliberate poise. Her phoenix pendant swayed with each step as her eyes subtly scanned the flow of qi around her. A A servant passed by. She nodded at him. He bowed and continued on. But behind her serene expression, her thoughts raced. She had traced 3 fluctuations in the spiritual flow surrounding elders' residences. The elders in question were respected for cautious but active involvement in sect conflicts. She stopped near a meditation shrine and pressed her hand to one of the prayer stones. It was warm. She left a phoenix feather talisman hidden behind it. Well, 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 she murmured. By evening, they regrouped beneath the pavilion. Tian Shun placed several jade slips down before them, confirmed 3 rerouted ley line nodes. He intoned, each one subtly adjusted to bend chi toward the opposite part. It's not enough to notice unless you're actively mapping it. Feng Yin unfurled one of her own scrolls. There's a collapsed tunnel near the alchemy vaults. Then she added, one that's supposedly been sealed since the last earthquake a decade ago. But records of it are missing in the archive. Maybe someone's building a path. Elder Su said grimly. A burrow, to be exact, Lianhua added. Through the heart of the sect. Little May tossed a spirit fruit into her mouth. And we're just sitting here talking. We can only strike when we know where to strike. Elder snapped. Silence fell. Then Tian Shun looked up. Let's start then. That night, under the cover of an overcast sky, the group moved silently across the sect grounds, which was an isolated stretch used occasionally for elemental practice, but rarely visited after dark. They arrived at an overgrown trail where the spiritual energy felt stagnant, as though something deeper was pressing it down. Elder Su drew a circle in the air. Runes flared, revealing a hidden entrance beneath the grass, an old talisman gate, sealed with demonic ink. Feng Yi knelt beside it, her eyes glowing faintly. This seal isn't designed to keep people out, she said. It's meant to keep something in. Tian Shun placed a cleansing talisman across the gate. The ground shuddered. With a whisper like a sigh, the gate dissolved. A staircase of carved black stone wound downward into a void that smelled of rot and dust and forgotten time. Lianhua summoned a flickering light with her chi. Let's see what our route looks like. The descent took them through narrow corridors lined with old bones, some animal, some not. Glyphs pulsed on the walls like living veins. At the base, they found it, a chamber. And within it, an altar. Upon it, a single lotus withered in black. Tian Shun's breath caught. This is a cultivation symbiote, Elder Su said, stepping forward. A parasite. It feeds on ley line energy, siphons spiritual flow, and spreads spores. It's alive? Feng Yin whispered. And it's only one, Lianhua added grimly. There may be more. Suddenly, the chamber trembled. A shape slithered along the wall. Long, fluid, shifting between shadow and flesh. A voice echoed, sibilant and low. Shriek. Elder Su raised her staff. We are not afraid of ghosts. In response, a blast of dark chi erupted. Tian Shun flung up a barrier. Feng Yin sent a flurry of talismans. Little May's form blurred into her fox avatar, tearing into the shadows. The specter hissed, scattering like mist. But the altar shuddered. Cracks formed in the walls. The whole chamber is linked to the root system, Tian Shun yelled. It's going to collapse. Get out. Elder Sukemandif. They fled up the staircase as the floor crumbled behind them. The walls groaned, and chi surged in violent pulses. They barely emerged above ground before the entire southern ridge trembled, and then went still. The staircase was gone, buried under the implosion. Feng Yi knelt beside the disturbed earth, her voice soft. We found one route. Lianhua looked up at the cloudy sky. But how deep does the tree go? Back at the pavilion, they sat in exhausted silence. Tian Shun finally spoke. We now have proof. An altar of demonic chi, then this corruption whatever. We can take this to the sect master. Elder Su didn't answer immediately. Then she said, we will but carefully. Whoever planted that, may not be working alone. Feng Yin looked down at the ground. The faint trace of the scream still echoed in her memory. There was something they should fear. She clenched her fist. We're doing just fine. A soft breeze stirred the pavilion curtains, but none of them moved. The silence was not restful. It was taut, like the moment before a bowstring snapped. Lien Hua slowly stood and walked to the edge of the open platform, gazing out over the moonlit sect grounds. Her phoenix pendant glinted faintly in the night. There's something else, she murmured. Tian Shun looked up from the cracked talisman he was still turning over in his hand. You think there's a larger structure connected to that altar? Elder Sunadif. Possibly a network, or maybe even worse. Little May shuddered, ears flicking back. I've read about symbiotes like that in the old bestiary. They don't travel alone. They do in clusters. When one gets discovered, the rest adapt. Feng Yin's brows furrowed. Then destroying the chamber may have only forced it to retreat. She stood and crossed to the center of the room, planting a clean talisman squarely on the table. We can't rely on the sect's defenses. Not anymore. If the corruption reached this far, then someone disabled or redirected protective arrays. And that takes access. Lien Hua turned. You're thinking an elder? Or someone using one as cover? Elder Su replied. There's too much missing. Tunnel records, barrier keys, talisman stamps. Someone's been erasing history. Her tone turned sharp. Then we must strike at the paper trail next. Find what's been scrubbed. If we can't see the corruption directly, we find its shadow in the missing pieces. Tian Shun glanced between them, thoughtful. I'll go tomorrow. There's an old registry. Only few people know that area. It tracks ley line fluctuations over the last 50 years. Little May stretched, tails curling. I'll slip into the beast canopies. A few beast cages were moved last week. No reason, no logs. I want to know why. I'll return to the Elder Wing, Elder Su said quietly. They each understood their tasks, but the weight pressing on them had changed. This was no longer just a hidden threat. This was a war slowly rising through the bones of the sect. Feng Yin looked at each of them in turn, her eyes steady but fierce. We fight shadows with light. But remember, shadows don't flinch unless you burn bright enough to make them bleed. Elder Su crack that it is might. Then let's give them dawn before they even expect it. Outside, the moon dipped lower, but their determination ascending just as higher. CH-111, Phalon disciples strike. Next day, Tian Shin stood beneath the tall shadow of the old registry building, his fingers stained with dust and residual qi from ancient scrolls. Rows upon rows of jade slips and ledger-bound books lined the shelves, some of them so old their protective wards had long since faded. Dust hung in the air, catching the light like suspended time. He found it, tucked behind a wall plate sealed by a half-active formation, a fragment of a ley line registry, with alterations. 3 energy nodes have been forcibly redirected, all centered toward one location. A name written in faded ink glowed faintly, Mirror Pavilion. He felt a jolt in his gut. It was a secluded structure often used by guest elders for deep meditation, one that had fallen into disuse years ago. The records said it was destroyed, but the chi signals said otherwise. Meanwhile, Feng Yin and Lien Hua stood within the inner archives of the Elder Wing, accessing scrolls marked only for High Council members. Elder Su had passed her sect token to grant temporary authority. 3 elder-level stamps revoked. Feng Yin said, eyes scanning a scroll. But only 2 were reassigned. One left unclaimed. Lien Hua's voice was low, and the missing one belongs to Elder Huai. Feng Yin looked up sharply. Elder Huai? But he died years ago in a sect conflict. Or so we were told. Lien Hua narrowed her eyes. I found no burial rites for him. No aneruri engraving. Just a vague note. Fell during outer conflict. Body unrecoverable. Feng Yin didn't speak for a long time. Then she said, we're dealing with someone who was here all along. Their eyes met in a silent understanding. What they were uncovering was no longer just a pattern of sabotage. It was something older, deeper. A rot that had taken root, while everyone else looked away. Little May crept through the beast canopies, her fox form light as smoke, tail brushing against roots and leaves. Her eyes flickered, picking out scent trails most would miss. She followed the scent of old spirit blood, faint but present. 3 beast cages had been shifted to the lowest pens. There, beneath the floor, was a hatch hidden with a false chi suppression array. She hissed and scratched a rune onto it, revealing a hidden passage laced with sigils. Dark chi pulsed behind it. She didn't descend. Not yet. She simply smirked and left a trail marker, a shimmer of foxfire that only her companions would understand. Founder Dan Rats. That evening, the pavilion brimmed with tense silence. Everyone had returned. Tian Shun placed his jade slip on the table. Mirror Pavilion. The ley line leads to it. Energy flows right into its foundation. Little May nodded. I found a sealed chamber under the beast canopy. Someone's been storing blood-warped beast essence. Feng Yin laid down her scroll. Elder Huai never died. His records were scrubbed. He still has his talisman stamp. And he's likely one of the leaders, one of the traitors. Elder Sulind Forvarth. That's 3 major pieces: chi diversion, beast experimentation, and rogue elder access. This isn't a rogue group of rookies. No, Tianshin said. This is a proper faction, ready to destroy Feluan's sect at any moment. Lian Hua unrolled a map of the sect. She marked 5 convergences, each subtly bent, all pointing toward the Mirror Pavilion. They've built a hidden disease in the sect's body. Elder Sue stood, her expression hard. Then it's time the sect's brain knew. They entered the grand hall just after dusk. This time, there was no call for assembly. Feng Yin, Tian Shun, Lian Hua, Little May, and Elder Su stood before the sect master, who sat in still meditation beneath the Feluan sigil. His robes glowed faintly, marked with the woven insignias of decades of service and wisdom. He opened his eyes before they even spoke. He said quietly, I understand the ground is restless. Speak out your thoughts. Feng Yin stepped forward. We have uncovered the faction responsible for the ley line corruption, demonic infestations, and the vanishing disciples. It is not a single infiltrator. It is a cell rooted in the old Mirror Pavilion. Tian Shun added, their structure spans the southern grounds. They have a sealed altar chamber beneath the beast canopy. At least one rogue elder, Huai, is active. Lian Hua unfurled the evidence scrolls. Altered stamps, forbidden formation glyphs, blood contracts twisted by demonic chi. Little May tossed a shredded beast collar onto the floor. They're raising corrupted spirit beasts, ones who answer to no known taming command. Elder Su's voice rang out, steady and clear. This is no longer subterfuge. It's insurgency. The sect master was silent for a long time. His eyes moved from scroll to collar, from each speaker to the next. Then he rose, shattering the stillness of the hall. His spirit aura surged, not violent but immense, like an ocean finally turning its tide. It pressed down on them like the weight of the heavens. Then the time for patience is over. He turned to the back wall of the chamber, where a locked sigil scroll rested. With a single motion, he unfurled it. A golden phoenix-shaped bird flared into the air, spiraling upward in arcs of divine light, visible from every corner of the sect. The sect master's voice echoed across the halls. Elders, peak masters, prepare your disciples. The Feluan sect declares war on the hidden faction within. That night, light blazed across the sect. Lanterns were lit. Defensive wards surged to full strength. Messages were sent to branch halls. Combat drills began in the training fields. Formation experts reviewed barrier lines. Every sword was inspected, and the Mirror Pavilion glowed faintly under the moonlight, its silence a mockery of the chaos it had hidden. Tian Shun stood on a balcony, wind tugging at his robe. His gaze locked on the southern grounds. Feng Yin joined him, sliding her hand into his without a word. It begins, he said. Feng Yin nodded. And this time, It won't be fought in shadows. He looked at her. You ready? She smiled, sharp, radiant. I've been ready all along. Within the mirror pavilion, deep in the hidden chamber, black lotus roots pulsed faintly in the earth. Figures cloaked in twilight robes stood in silence. A voice murmured from the darkness. They've declared war. Another replied, calm and unhurried. Good. Then let them come. Do they even know that our roots run deep? A third voice, hoarse and soaked in corruption, whispered from behind the altar in the mirror pavilion's heart. They shine their lanterns, thinking light burns away rot. But we are not rot. The figure stepped forward. It was Elder Huai, his robes once bearing Feluan's crest, now torn and darkened, stained with blood and ash. His eyes glowed faintly, not with life, but with the twisted sheen of demonic resonance. We are the marrow beneath the bones, the roots they watered with their ignorance. The chamber pulsed. The black lotus behind him unfurled slightly, revealing a core of flickering embers, congealed chi taken from beasts, disciples, and the sect's own foundations. Another cloaked figure knelt by the edge of a glowing formation. 2 more days, and the array will be complete. The mirror channel will be irreversible. Every strike against us will empower the altar. Elder Huai's mouth curled into a cold smile. Then let the sect come. Let them draw blades. We will bleed, yes, but so will they, and their strength will feed our rebirth. At dawn, Elder Su stood on the highest platform overlooking the mirror pavilion. Behind her, the sect master gave final orders to gathered elders, formation engineers, and troop leaders. Leave no blind spots. He commanded. If they escape, the corruption will only continues. Formation stones were planted around the southern quarter. Talisman masters inscribed suppression glyphs into the air itself. Core disciples took up positions, their auras blazing with readiness. From her vantage point, Feng Yin could see every step taken. She adjusted the sword on her belt and turned to Tian Shun, who was tying a cloth to his forearm. You sense it too, right? He nodded. The energy around Mirror Pavilion is off, like something wants to be found, on its terms. Little May appeared beside them, her hair loose and wild, dual daggers in hand. I scouted the west flank, found 3 beast marks. They're calling creatures through spirit fractures. Lianhua landed lightly near them, her pendant glowing. I've set distraction wards. If they try to flee through the underground veins, we'll know. Tian Shin exhaled, the air around him shimmering faintly. Maybe we can end this today. Elder Su raised her hand. The formation stones clicked into place with a low hum. On my signal, she said, we strike at the heart. From the sect walls to the treetop canopies, silence fell like a held breath. Then the pavilion pulsed, once, and with it, the earth cracked. From the pavilion's base, black vines erupted, hissing through the ground like serpents. One lashed upward, tearing through a statue and flinging its fragments into the sky. They already know. Lianhua shouted. The sect master's voice rang out, calm but thunderous. Feluan disciples, strike! And so the battle for the sect's soul began. CH-112, Black Lotus Heart Fragment. The mirror pavilion cracked open like a rotten fruit. From its heart, black vines surged across the courtyard, twisting, lashing, and sprouting thorns pulsing with demonic chi. Buildings trembled, and the sky dimmed as if the sun itself recoiled from the corruption rising below. Go! The sect master's voice cut through the chaos. Disciples charged forward in tight formation, talismans flaring in arcs of light. Explosions bloomed across the southern ridge as suppression glyphs activated, sealing off the escape tunnels and locking down the ley line nodes. The clash of steel, the flare of spells, and the cries of beasts rose together in a chaotic chorus. Tianshan drew his sword in one smooth motion. The air around him cracked with pressure as his chi surged. Shriek! A corrupted beast, once a Qilin, now deformed and seething with shadow, burst from the ground in front of him, its antlers laced with curse runes. Its eyes dripped with red mist, and its aura warped the air around it. Tian Shen didn't hesitate. With a flash of light, he appeared above the beast, sword descending like a comet. The impact split the earth. A shockwave rolled across the battlefield. Host killed 4-star corrupted beast and gained physique points times 950. Host gains spiritual chi points times 1000. Host gains soul points times 750. He landed with one knee on the ground, with the dropped attribute bubbles slipping towards him on their own. His eyes narrowed as 3 more corrupted cultivators rushed from the vine-wrapped pavilion. Their robes were those of Feluan disciples, but their eyes were hollow, gleaming with bloodlust. "Traitors!" he growled. A talisman flared in Feng Yin's hand behind him. "Don't hold back, Tian Shen. I wasn't planning to." He spun his blade in a wide arc, lightning cracked across the battlefield. Host killed 4th grade core formation cultivator and gained physique points times 1000 and a low-grade spiritual chi core. Host gains spiritual chi points times 1000. Host gains Titan Gauntlet, 5-star equipment. A burst of golden light surged from his arm as a heavy gauntlet manifested around his forearm, etched with ancient runes. It crackled with stored impact force. Tian Shen flexed his fingers, eyes glinting. "Now we're talking." On the west flank, Little May had taken her fox form, an argent streak darting through the smoke. She tore into corrupted beast handlers, claws leaving nothing but shredded robes and broken bones. Every slash of her tails sent enemies reeling, their auras dissipating into smoke. Lianhua's phoenix flames burned through the eastern vines. Her pendant unleashed a wave of spiritual fire that purified everything it touched, searing through runes and exposing the hidden burrows beneath. "Strike deeper," she cried. "They're shielding the core." Explosions rocked the nearby slope as enchanted barriers shattered. Feluan's disciples fought with grit and desperation, striking against mutated beasts and aberrant puppets summoned from twisted techniques. In the center, Elder Su hovered high above, her right arm glowing with dense layers of formation rings. She chanted, and pillars of light erupted from the 4 corners of the southern grounds, each one a lock on the Leoline artery. "We sever their flow now." Below, Feng Yin cut through a corrupted disciple with a single gesture. Her talismans burned with white flame, pure and unrelenting. She moved with precision, each step calculated to preserve formation integrity around Tian Shen. "We're close," she said through clenched teeth. Then the ground split open. A gnarled hand emerged, flesh twisted into bark, eyes embedded along its length blinking with corrupted chi. "Elder Huaizhu rose from the darkness. "No more kid games," he rasped, his voice layered with dozens of echoes. "You want the heart, right? Then feel its hatred." The black lotus behind him unfurled fully. Energy surged in from every corrupted disciple that fell, feeding the root system. "Everyone you kill feeds me." Tian Shen looked up, blood spattered across his cheek. But the Titan gauntlet pulsed in his hand. "Then I'll carve through your roots until nothing's left to drink." He dashed forward, light bursting from beneath his feet. Huaizhu raised a clawed hand. A volley of cursed chi bolts shot toward him. Feng Yin raised a barrier, just in time. "Go!" Tian Shen broke through with a roar, slamming his gauntlet into Huaizhu's chest. Crack! The black lotus shuddered. Huaizhu shrieked, flinging him back, but Tian Shen landed on his feet, panting. "Did you think I came unprepared?" Around him, Feluan disciples surged forward with renewed morale. The sect banners unfurled in spiritual wind. The battle had turned. From high above, Elder Su swept her arm forward. "Seal the second node," she cried. A chorus of cultivators chanted, and the ground erupted in a flood of white light. One of the ley line threads snapped visibly, severed from its corrupted conduit. Below, vines recoiled, writhing in agony. The black lotus at the pavilion's center dimmed slightly. Huaizhu snarled, blood pouring from his chest wound. You think severing roots matters? The seed has already sprouted. He raised his arms, and from the pavilion's corpse-like remains, more disciples emerged. But these were warped, their bodies altered, limbs too long and eyes glowing red. They were but pure aberrations. Feng Yin drew her sword, its edge shimmering with spirit fire. Then we will cut the seed out. She and Tian Shun moved in tandem, weaving through the aberrant cultivators with silent precision. For every enemy cut down, Tian Shun's system responded. Host killed a third-stage core formation corrupted cultivator and gained luck points times 500. Host killed 3-star aberrant beast and gained soul points times 200. The battlefield turned into a glow of notifications and blood-soaked wind. Elder Sue, her hair whipping in the rising storm, lifted her hand. Let the world be damned. Eclipse. Light surged upward. The third ley line fractured like ice under a hammer. Elder Huai screamed, his form cracking as lotus petals burned away. Tianxin leapt through the smoke, the Titan gauntlet primed. The black lotus pulsed erratically. Huaizhu dropped to one knee. You. Fuck. But the sect would not be silenced. From the sky, Elder Su unleashed a final phoenix-shaped burst. Burned to nothing. The lotus exploded in white fire. When the flames cleared, only ash remained. Elder Huai was gone, and the mirror pavilion had crumbled. Tian Shun stood amid the smoke, heart racing. Feng Yin stepped beside him, her eyes fierce. It's over. He nodded. This root's been cut, and for the first time in many years, the Phaluan sect began to breathe again. Ash still drifted through the morning haze, like snow falling over a battlefield of broken stone and scorched soil. The mirror pavilion was no more, reduced to a crater laced with blackened roots and scattered bones. The twisted chi had receded, leaving behind a void where corruption had once pulsed. But silence didn't mean safety. Tian Shun sat on a fragment of stone, gauntlet resting beside him. His breath came slow now, not from exhaustion, but from the weight of what had been won and what it might have cost. Host gains spiritual chi points times 950. Host gains charm points times 500. Black lotus heart fragment. The small shard floated in his palm, a speck of ink-colored crystal radiating dormant, cold energy. When he closed his fingers around it, a vision flashed across his mind, a sprawling network beneath the pavilion, deeper than anyone had reached. Still pulsing. Still alive. Tian Shun. Feng Yin knelt beside him, her hands warm against his shoulder. Her eyes were steady, though her robe was torn and stained for battle. It's not fully over, is it? He gave a small shake of his head. This was only the root, but not the seed. She sighed, then helped him up. Around them, medics tended to wounded disciples, while talismanists scanned the ruins for lingering curses. Elder Su stood atop the wreckage, conversing with the sect master, both grim-faced. Tian Shun. Lianhua approached, her flame pendant flickering dimly now. The altar beneath the pavilion was destroyed, but when we mapped the residual formation lines, they kept branching. Little May finished for her, leaping down from a fallen tree. There's a secondary node deeper underground. Some kind of incubation site. Feng Yin's expression darkened. You mean they planned for this loss? They invited it, Tian Shin muttered. His gaze drifted across the battlefield. All that energy Huaizhu absorbed, most of it was channeled away just before he died. Then it's a decoy, Elder Su said, having descended quietly behind them. The real altar may lie beneath the sect itself. This was merely a diversion to weaken our defenses. The sect master joined them at that moment. His aura remained calm, but the phoenix crest on his robe glowed with rare intensity. We will mourn the fallen, he said, voice steady. But we do not stop here. He looked at Tian Shun directly. You've glimpsed the corruption's path more clearly than most. From this point forward, you'll lead a special detachment, Root Division. Tian Shun stiffened, surprised. I understand. Good, the sect master said. We strike again. But next time, not just to survive, but to eradicate. Behind them, the Black Lotus fragment pulsed once, quietly, as if laughing. CH-113, Hot Spring. The first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of rose and gold. The smoldering remains of the mirror pavilion still smoked quietly, but the overwhelming sense of dread that had gripped the Phaluan sect for months began to lift. The battle was over. The rod had been cut at its root. In the heart of the sect, the vast courtyard was transformed. The tension that once filled the air was replaced by laughter, music, and the scent of festive food. Lanterns swayed gently in the morning breeze, their delicate light mingling with the early sunbeams. Banners fluttered, and the sound of drums echoed from the training grounds, signaling the sect master's decision to mark this day as one of victory and renewal. Tian Shun sat quietly by the pavilion's edge, the weight of the Black Lotus heart fragment resting like a stone in his palm. The fragment pulsed faintly, a silent reminder that while the outward threat was quelled, the true battle might only have just begun beneath the surface. Feng Yin approached, her steps light but purposeful. Her eyes, usually sharp with resolve, softened as she sat beside him. Hard to believe it's over, isn't it? She murmured, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. Tian Shun gave a small, tired smile. For now, but the sect feels alive again, like a being rasping on breath again after holding it underwater too long. She nodded. In the new scout division, you're going to lead it. He glanced at her, then down at the fragment again. I have to. If there's more to find beneath us, we need to be ready. The sect can't face another betrayal. Feng Yin said firmly, We'll stand with you. From across the courtyard, laughter erupted as Little May playfully chased a group of junior disciples, her fox form shifting seamlessly between human and beast with graceful ease. Nearby, Lian Hua's flame pendant shimmered as she sparred lightly with a fellow cultivator, her smile bright despite the lingering exhaustion. The warmth of camaraderie spread like wildfire. Inside the grand hall, the sect master had gathered the senior elders, the scout division disciples, and the disciples who had fought bravely in the conflict. The room was adorned with intricate tapestries depicting legendary battles of the past, their vibrant colors reflecting centuries of history. Disciples, the sect master began, his voice calm, but carrying the weight of command. Today we stand not only victorious, but reborn. The Mirror Pavilion's corruption threatened to tear us apart, to sever the very heart of Phaluan's sect. But together, we have cut that poison out. He gestured to the assembled crowd, pride evident in his eyes. Many fell to protect us. Their sacrifice must not be forgotten. But the sect endures because of their courage and because of your strength. The crowd bowed respectfully, some silently wiping away tears. To honor them, the sect master continued, I declare this day a festival of renewal. Let the walls of Phaluan ring with celebration, and may every disciple remember what it means to be part of this family. Cheers rose in response, echoing off the ancient stone walls. Outside, a massive feast had been arranged in the main courtyard. Tables groaned under the weight of delicacies from every corner of the realm. Roasted beasts, fragrant herbs, sweet pastries, and rare teas brewed with ancient techniques. The disciples mingled freely, exchanging stories of valor and narrowly escaped dangers. For a moment, the burdens of cultivation, scheming factions, and endless battles melted away beneath the joyous chorus. Tian Shun found himself seated beside Feng Yin at the head table, near the sect master and Elder Su. Between them, the conversations flowed easily, the bonds forged in battle deepening in peace. Elder Su leaned toward Tian Shun, her gaze sharp but kind. Your performance in battle was exceptional. The gauntlet suited you well. He chuckled softly. I had good teachers and good company. Feng Yin grinned. Don't forget your fox spirit ally. Little May, seated just a few tables away, caught his eye and flicked her tail mischievously. Tian Shun smiled back, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Later, as the sun dipped low, the sect's training grounds transformed into a place of light and dance. Lanterns were raised high, casting soft glows on the faces of disciples young and old. Music floated through the air, a mixture of flutes, strings, and the steady beat of drums. Feng Yin stood beside Tian Shun, her hand slipping into his as they watched the festivities. "Peace like this, it feels almost foreign," she said quietly. He squeezed her hand gently. "It's the reward we fight for, a chance to build, to grow." Suddenly, a burst of laughter drew their attention. Lianhua was teaching a group of young disciples a playful fire manipulation trick, her eyes sparkling with delight as flames danced harmlessly atop her fingertips. Nearby, Little May balanced on one foot, telling exaggerated tales of her scouting missions, her audience hanging on every word. Tian Shun felt the tension in his chest loosen, a rare moment where hope wasn't a distant dream, but a tangible presence. The sect master approached the pair, his steps measured but purposeful. He smiled, a rare and genuine warmth lighting his features. "Tian Shun, Feng Yin, come with me," he said. They followed him to a quiet alcove overlooking the valley below the sect. The air was cool, carrying the scent of blooming jasmines and fresh earth. "The future is uncertain," the sect master began, "but today we honor what has been reclaimed, the trust of our disciples, the strength of our bonds, and the spirit of Feluin's sect." He looked out over the sprawling sect grounds. "The scout division will be our spear against darkness. You carry the hopes of this place." Tian Shun met his gaze steadily. "I will not let you down." The sect master's smile deepened. "I know you won't." As twilight deepened, the festival of renewal wound down with quiet conversations and peaceful gazes at the stars. Feng Yin rested her head on Tian Shun's shoulder as they walked through the serene gardens. Soft lights flickered in the trees, illuminating petals falling like gentle rain. "Tomorrow, the real work begins," she whispered. He nodded, tightening his arm around her waist. "But tonight, we have peace." They paused beneath a towering ancient tree, its branches spreading wide as if embracing the whole sect. Feng Yin smiled, a fierce, radiant light in the gathering darkness. A soft breeze stirred the petals beneath their feet. Tian Shun tilted his head back, letting the faint moonlight brush his face. It was quiet, beautifully, hauntingly quiet. No alarms, no cursed talismans or shrieking beasts. Just the song of cicadas and the scent of blooming night flowers. Feng Yin looked up at him, voice gentle. "Did you ever imagine we'd be here again? Like this?" He shook his head. "Back when we fled from the north, I thought we'd never find a place to stand again. But now," he looked over the lantern-lit sect, "we have something worth defending." She smiled, and for a rare moment, leaned into him, not as a warrior, not as the young sect master, but simply as his wife. "Then let's protect it together." They stood there in silence, hearts beating in sync with the peace around them. From deeper within the gardens, voices rang out. "Senior brother Tian," a young disciple called, breathless as he raced toward them. Tian Shun turned, instantly alert, but the boy was beaming. "Sorry to bother you." The disciple panted. "But the elders said we're opening the spirit spring for the celebration, and you and senior sister Feng are the honored guests." Feng Yin raised an eyebrow. "The spring." Tian Shun laughed. "It's tradition, apparently. After every major battle, the sect reawakens the spring's qi, lets it wash away the bad luck, replenish the weary." Feng Yin tilted her head playfully. "So, it's a magical hot bath." He grinned. "Exactly." Later that night, in a secluded grotto beneath a flowering cliffside, steam rose gently from a crystal-clear pool. The spirit spring shimmered faintly with natural qi, its waters infused with minor healing and restoration properties. Feng Yin stepped in first, sighing in relief as the warmth seeped into her limbs. Okay, I take it back. Magical hot baths are divine. Tian Shun followed, groaning as he lowered himself beside her. We earned this. They sat in silence for a time, surrounded by stone lanterns and fireflies. The heat loosened tense muscles, and the faint chi threaded through their bodies, subtly mending internal strain from the battle. Think they'll let the scout division rest for a few days before sending us on another mission? Feng Yin asked, teasing. Tian Shin chuckled. Doubtful, but even if they do, I'm not going anywhere without you. She reached over and intertwined her fingers with his beneath the water. In the distance, faint drums still echoed from the main courtyard. Celebration, laughter, the hum of life. But here, beneath moonlight and falling petals, Tian Shun and Feng Yin sat shoulder to shoulder, quiet, alive, and for once unburdened. Tomorrow would come with new shadows and deeper mysteries. But tonight? Tonight belonged to them. CH-114, Unfair. The sun hung high over the Feluan sect, casting golden warmth across tiled rooftops and jade-green courtyards. Birds chirped lazily in the trees. Disciples trained in their respective peaks, and the scent of blooming spiritual lotus drifted from the herbal gardens. 6 months had passed since the fall of the Mirror Pavilion. The black lotus heart fragment remained sealed deep beneath the sect in Elder Su's personal warding chamber, surrounded by 13 arrays and enough talismans to make a beast king dizzy. No further corruption had stirred, at least none that dared show its face. And so for once, peace had reigned. Tian Shun, I told you not to touch that formation stone. Boom! A minor explosion rocked the edge of the Scout Division's training ground. Smoke drifted upward, followed by the sound of coughing. Tian Shun emerged from behind a scorched boulder, his sleeves singed, his hair puffed up with static. I was just trying to modify the output flow, he said sheepishly. Feng Yin stood nearby, arms crossed, talismans fluttering behind her like banners of judgment. You're the leader of the division, not its primary hazard. Tian Shun rubbed the back of his head. In my defense, it almost worked. Almost. Little May dropped from a tree overhead, tail swaying smugly. Another few seconds, and you'd have blasted a hole into the alchemy pavilion. Again. Oh, come on, Tian Shun muttered. That was once. And it rained peach wine for 2 whole hours. Little May added. Wasn't that a good thing? Feng Yin snorted, though her stern expression melted just a little. Only because the sect master pretended it was part of a grand ceremony. She stepped forward and brushed his robe with her fingers, gently dusting off ash. Just don't kill yourself experimenting with formations. Tian Shun looked at her and smiled. Only if you're not around to save me. She rolled her eyes, but didn't deny it. The Scout Division had grown under Tian Shun's leadership. Once a ragtag group assembled after the Mirror Pavilion's fall, it had now evolved into a sharp, agile unit. They specialized in detection, talisman warfare, terrain manipulation, and reconnaissance. Each week brought simulated missions, talisman decoding drills, and long treks in a nearby spirit forest to hone their senses. It wasn't always glamorous, but it was purposeful. And to Tian Shun's surprise, it was fun. Leader. A disciple called out, breathless and covered in moss. The Fog Valley test has been completed. Excellent. Are there any casualties? Just Su Wei, he got injured. He fell into a pond and got stuck in a spirit turtle's illusion for 3 hours. From nearby, Su Wei groaned, holding his forehead. The turtles kept lecturing me about humility. Tian Shun patted his shoulder. Good, considerate guidance. Meanwhile, Feng Yin had taken up an outer sect elder role at the inner sanctum. Despite her reluctance at first, she'd grown into the role with natural grace. Her lectures on talisman evolution, battlefield tactics, and spiritual harmonics drew disciples from all peaks. Elder Feng, is it true you once punched a corrupted core formation elder with a spirit-infused palm and vaporized half the pavilion? No, she replied, expression flat. Then what happened? I kicked him. The talisman exploded afterward. Applause of or resounded, with several disciples gasping. Her fan base had become intense, which only amused Tian Shen more. They worship you now, he teased one evening, sipping tea beside her on their private balcony. Jealous? I'd be more worried if you weren't already mine. Feng Yin smirked and leaned into him. Good answer. Life wasn't all smooth perfection. There were still incidents. Like the time little May snuck into the spirit beast sanctuary and released 3 dancing moonlight wolves into the Elder Sue's meditation chamber. They just looked so sad locked up. Or when Elder Sue tried teaching Tian Shan how to read ancient spirit bone patterns, and he accidentally activated a relic that summoned a ghostly choir of yaks. Still, no one died. No demons rose from the earth, and the sect flourished. One day, even Elder Sue laughed, a full, unrestrained sound, as she beat Tian Shan red and blue. But not all growth was peaceful. Tian Shan continued to train each day, not to chase power, but to refine his edge. His system remained active, though quiet. Yet it offered no messages, no missions, just silence. One quiet evening, as a drizzle of spirit rain fell across the mountains, Tian Shan stood outside the sealed grotto containing the fragment. He placed his palm on the outer barrier, felt the faint thrum of corrupted potential. Behind him, Feng Yin stepped beside him, her umbrella shielding them both. Still no change, right? No, he replied. She looked at him, eyes full of both concern and faith. If it ever speaks, I'll be right here. He met her gaze, and for the 100th time, knew how lucky he was. That night, the sect held a bonfire celebration under the rising twin moons, a ritual of joy, to mark the half-year since the festival of renewal. Tian Shan found himself roped into a drinking contest by several scout division members. You can't keep dodging, leader. I never agreed. Too late. 3 cups in, he was woozy. Feng Yin watched from the side, amused. You'll regret this in the morning. Tian Shan blinked up at her from the grass, his head in her lap. Totally worth it. Little May passed out nearby, using a glowing squirrel as a pillow. Lian Hua sang softly to herself, her voice strange but beautiful. Elder Sue stood by the fire, watching her disciples with a rare expression of warmth. The sect master even joined them briefly, offering Tian Shan a gourd of the sect's best wine and saying simply, "Well done." As stars filled the sky, Tian Shan whispered to Feng Yin, "Do you think we'll have more moments like this?" She looked up at the heavens. "If we fight hard enough to protect them, yes." He smiled, letting his eyes close. The fire crackled gently, casting flickering shadows across the courtyard stones. Somewhere in the distance, a flute played a soft, drifting tune. The night wrapped around the Feluan sect like a blanket, warm, calm, and full of life. Tian Shan breathed in the scent of roasted chestnuts and night jasmine, still half leaning against Feng Yin's shoulder. Her hand rested lightly on his head, idly brushing through his hair as if he were a sleepy fox rather than a battle-hardened cultivator. "You're really drunk," she murmured, amused. "I am not," he muttered, just horizontally appreciating the stars. Feng Yin arched a brow. "You're lying on my lap." She huffed a small laugh, poking his cheek. "Sleep, fool." But Tian Shan didn't sleep, not quite. His eyes drifted across the bonfire ring where the younger disciples danced and chanted, their faces glowing with innocent delight. Little May had woken up just enough to join them, now spinning with her tails flared out like silver ribbons. She looked wild and happy. Even Sect Master had let down his persona. Firelight gleamed along strands of crimson as he clinked cups with Elder Sue, who, for once, didn't look like she was plotting to rearrange someone's bone marrow for fun. Peace. This was what they'd fought for, what they bled for, and it was worth every scar. But still, Tian Shan's fingers brushed the small, cold object tucked beneath his sash. The black lotus heart fragment, sealed and warded, yet always near. Elder Sue had entrusted it to him temporarily for observation, a polite way of saying we can't make it vanish, but maybe your weird system can keep it from biting someone. It hadn't moved, not even a flicker, but its presence never left his thoughts. Tian Shun. Feng Yin's voice was low, threading through his thoughts like a calming breeze. I know, he murmured. I'm not worrying, just remembering. She nodded, and the quiet stretched between them. Comfortable, deep. Then, crack. A firecracker exploded nearby, sending sparks into the sky, and Tian Shin straight into alert mode, eyes wide and hand on his sword. Feng Yin blinked, startled. Across the courtyard, a pair of scout disciples looked sheepishly toward them. We were testing a new array for signal flares. It worked, Tian Shun grumbled, heart slowing. Feng Yin shook her head, smiling despite herself. Leader Tian, always on edge. You try napping while carrying a demon relic in your belt. She leaned over and kissed his cheek. That's why you have me. He flushed, then muttered, unfair. Very. She smirked. The night wore on, filled with songs and laughter. But under the surface, beneath all the joy, something stirred in the silence. Far underground, within Elder Sue's now empty warded chamber, a single rune flared, then faded. The fragment was no longer alone. Something had noticed it, and was listening back. But for now, the night was still gentle, and Feluin's sect continued to dream in peace. CH-115, not yet. Tian Shun stood atop the Azure View Pavilion, hands resting on the wooden railing as he watched a group of Scout Division disciples descend the cliff path below. The gentle rustle of bamboo echoed in the distance, and the sky above Feluin's sect shimmered with streaks of spirit cranes migrating toward the eastern horizon, a sign of late spring's end and the start of a new summer. The Scout disciples moved with caution, packs strapped tight, formation flags fluttering, guided by the ever-enthusiastic Su Wei, now deemed the unluckiest scout by his peers. Off to the Glimmerwind Basin again, a soft voice asked behind him. He didn't need to turn. In air. Feng Yin stepped beside him, her arms filled with scrolls and a steaming cup of honeyed spirit tea, which she handed over without comment. They're quite eager, she said, nodding toward the scouts below. They're bored, Tian Shun corrected, sipping the tea. No vandits. No inkerchens. Even the rogue beasts seemed to be hibernating early. Feng Yin smirked. You say that like it's a bad thing. Tian Shun gave a mock groan. It's unnatural. Even peace is suspicious now. After all that happened, peace doesn't fit right with me. But you still fight for it, don't you? She replied cozily. He didn't deny it. Rumors had begun to circulate across the central region. They're part of the region, to be precise. Whispers carried by passing merchant caravans, itinerant scholars, and drunk old sword cultivators at back alley taverns. They spoke of a secret realm, unmapped, unnamed, and unstable, that had apparently appeared in the borderlands between the central region and the eastern region. They called it the Hidden Sky Vault. Some claimed it was a palace floating above the clouds, and still others swore they'd glimpsed a doorway etched in jade light atop the bones of a fallen titan. No sect had officially confirmed its existence. Yet already, ambitious rogue cultivators and wandering adventurers had begun to vanish in pursuit of it. Feluin's inner council had met twice in closed halls to discuss it, and even Elder Sue had scribbled down enough notes to fill half a library wing, though she ultimately declared most of the accounts utter nonsense. Hidden vaults don't just appear, she told Tian Shun over a bowl of shredded root stew. Not unless someone makes them. Tian Shun didn't disagree. In the vast world of cultivation, where strength, spiritual enlightenment, and cosmic law intertwine, secret realms, also known as mystic realms, hidden realms, or pocket dimensions, serve as pivotal narrative catalysts. These are isolated, self-contained domains created or sealed away by ancient cultivators or long-dead gods. They function as trials, treasure troves, and turning points, often surfacing at crucial moments to challenge the fate and ambition of cultivators. Typically, the emergence of a secret realm is heralded by omens, celestial disturbances, artifact activation, ancestral memories surfacing, or unexplained shifts in spiritual energy. Word spreads quickly among the world's cultivators, prompting sects, clans, and rogue cultivators to converge in a race for entry. Often, access is restricted. Some realms demand specific bloodlines, spiritual marks, ancient tokens, or the completion of Tao-based trials. Cultivators often gains entry through fate, inheritance, or sheer determination, signifying the start of a major evolution in their cultivation journey. These realms serve as crucibles. Fortunes and fates are forged and broken within. Sacred techniques, rare alchemical ingredients, divine artifacts, or even sentient remnants of ancient immortals may be hidden within, left behind as legacies or traps. Cultivators often experience rapid growth, not just in cultivation base, but in insight, comprehending laws of nature, mastering soul arts, or awakening bloodline powers. However, secret realms are seldom benevolent. Limited time, spatial collapse, or awakened guardians ensure that not all who enter will return. Treachery is common. Alliances shift, betrayals unfold, and survival becomes the first priority. Some are left behind, others transformed beyond recognition, and a rare few re-emerge as dragon among men. When the realm collapses or seals again, those who exit are not the same. Their newfound power draws the eyes of the world. But perhaps more importantly, they carry secrets, clues about ancient histories, buried truths, or cosmic threats. These revelations ripple through the cultivation world, changing the power structure and sowing seeds for future arcs. Ultimately, secret realms function as mythic mirrors of the Tao, where the inner path meets the outer world. They are both plot device and philosophical proving ground, where strength, destiny, and belief are tested. Through them, the cultivation journey is no longer just about power. It becomes a quest for truth, legacy, and transcendence. In the Scout Division's study hall, the latest batch of maps and reports were pinned across a central table. Tian Shun leaned over them with several division members, brow furrowed. "This ridge," said Jun Lin, a sharp-eyed scout with a flair for geo-runes. "That's where the mist anomaly was spotted. No spirit beasts dare to cross it. And this section," added Yi Fun, marking a triangle. "We picked up a reading like fragmented chi, cut, rewoven, then dispersed." Tian Shun nodded, tracing the points with a fingertip. "Someone's trying to hide something. But not from everyone, just those who aren't paying attention." A long silence followed. Finally, Su Wei leaned in. "So, we're going?" "No," Tian Shun said flatly. "Not yet." The scouts looked disappointed, but not surprised. "There's no clear evidence it even exists," Tian Shun added. "Only rumors and vanishing fools. Until we know what lies beyond that mist, we're not poking a hole in the world and jumping through." He glanced at each of them, gaze steady. "That's not caution. That's discipline." The room quieted with understanding and respect. Back in their residence, Feng Yin hung her outer robe beside the screen door and loosened her hair, sighing as the scent of medicinal ink and talisman smoke clung to her fingers. "You're not tempted?" she asked as Tian Shin stretched out on the bamboo mat, a spirit beast tail fan wafting lazily above him. "Of course I am," he said. "Secret realms mean treasure. Forbidden technique. Mysterious enemies. Just the usual. Don't forget inexplicable traps and brain-dead cultivators trying to tame ghosts." Feng Yin added wryly. He grinned. "My favorite genre." They both laughed softly. Then he grew serious. "If the Hidden Sky Vault is real, it didn't just appear. Someone triggered it or designed it, placed it. That fragment we have, it hasn't made a sound in 6 months. And I don't believe that's a good thing." Feng Yin's smile faded. "You think it's connected?" "I don't know. But if we're going to find out, I'd rather not go charging into a realm that could eat time, bend space, or trap our souls in a lotus painting. She leaned down beside him, brushing her fingers along his collarbone. Then we wait and watch. Let the others stumble and pick up their gains attributes, he said absently. Feng Yin snorted. Always the scavenger. Cultivation starts with picking up gains attributes. Tianxun replied, grinning. Elsewhere in the sect, Little May crouched atop the roof of the archive tower, chewing on a dried peach as she listened to two outer sect disciples chat below. They said a whole sect vanished. Just gone, left behind empty robes and a single footprint in the clouds. Little May blinked. Oh, she whispered, tail swaying. A week earlier, she'd sniffed a scroll courier from the Thundercloud clan that reeked of spatial tear residue, normally only present when someone poked the fabric of realms with unstable techniques. She hadn't told Tianxun. Not yet. Mostly because she wanted to poke it herself first. Lianhua, too, had been busy, between lecturing on flame control and helping Elder Su categorize the vault rumors. She'd begun compiling a comparative rune matrix. Her hypothesis, the vault's outer walls, if they existed, mirrored an old mythical array used by the long-extinct Celestial Lock sect. Don't you find it interesting, she said to Elder Su, that they disappeared right after the Eastern War? And now this vault appears with a gate shaped like a crescent moon. Elder Su didn't respond at first. After pondering for a while, she said, "Draw it again." Despite growing whispers, the leadership of Feluan's sect remained composed. The sect master issued no orders. Elder Su dispatched quiet observation teams under protective layers of stealth. Tianxun scouts continued their field work, mapping shifts, monitoring spiritual anomalies, and listening. They were watching the world run to it. On the 14th night of the month, Tianxun sat alone in the inner courtyard, a brush in hand, talisman parchment spread before him. Fireflies floated lazily in the air. The moon cast long shadows across the stone tiles. He wasn't working on a formation or a new trap, just a simple ward, one for safety, another for memory. His thoughts drifted. The sect was peaceful. His companions were safe. But the world was stirring again. The quiet before a storm he didn't yet understand. But he didn't move. He set the brush down slowly, folded the talisman, and tucked it into his sash. Then he stood, looked to the stars, and smiled. Not yet, he whispered to the sky. We're not done preparing. CH-116, it's starting. The moon hung like a pale jade disk over the Feluan sect's sprawling compound, its silver light weaving through ancient pines and dancing across jade statues that guarded the sect's sacred grounds. A soft breeze carried the scent of night, jasmine, and distant incense, wrapping the night in quiet serenity. Tianxun sat cross-legged atop the viewing boulder, the same spot where he had watched the scouts depart days before. Tonight, however, the boulder held nothing but him, and the silence felt heavier. His eyes scanned the horizon, where the faintest shimmer flickered like a mirage between mountain peaks. The rumor was no longer just whispered in taverns or carried by wandering merchants. The hidden sky vault had become an unspoken presence, an enigma casting its shadow far beyond the borderlands. The disciples below moved about their evening duties, unaware of the growing tension threading through the veins of the cultivation world. Inside the sect's inner sanctum, the atmosphere was different. Elder Su sat quietly in her chamber, a complex web of ancient runes swirling faintly in the air. Her fingers traced the worn edges of a jade tablet, inscribed with lines of forgotten script from a sect long vanished. The room hummed softly with spiritual energy, the faintest disturbance in the ley line ripples beneath Feluan's sect. At her side, Feng Yin unfurled a massive parchment covered in intricate arrays and celestial diagrams. This pattern, Feng Yin murmured, her eyes sharp as she pointed at a crescent-shaped symbol, matches the celestial sword sect's gate arrays, lost for centuries after the ancient war. Older Suiz Gaza Darkant. which means the Hidden Sky Vault's gate may not be natural. It's a constructed barrier, a seal, designed to keep something in or out. Feng Yin added, "Elder sonadid slowly," or to protect something dangerous. Meanwhile, in the Scout Division study hall, Tianshin's team had gathered for their nightly briefing. Maps of shifting leyline currents, reports of strange spiritual echoes, and sketches of unexplained anomalies cluttered the table. Junlin traced the jagged edges of the mountain range where the vault was rumored to appear. He said, voice low, "The mist shifts and changes, never the same 2 nights in a row." Ifun, fingers still stained with ink from rune tracing, added, "Spirit energy readings there break every known law." Suwei, ever the enthusiast despite his unlucky reputation, leaned forward. "If we get a clear opening, maybe we can confirm what's inside." Tianshun held up a hand, silencing the room. "Not yet." A hush fell over the disciples. "I don't doubt the vault's existence any more than you, but rushing headlong could be fatal." He paused, his gaze sweeping the faces before him. "The sect is not just our home. It's a beacon of balance. If the vault disrupts that balance, we must be ready." Junlin swallowed and nodded. "We'll keep watching." Tianshun smiled, a rare softness touching his lips. "Good." Later, Feng Yin stood in the garden courtyard, her eyes lifted toward the stars as she practiced forming talisman seals. Her movements were precise, deliberate, a meditation in motion. The night air shimmered faintly around her, the latent spiritual energy responding to her call. Tianshan approached quietly, folding his arms behind his back. "You're restless tonight." Feng Yin smiled without turning. "There's no peace in waiting." He nodded, understanding all too well. Sometimes the quiet before the storm is the loudest sound. She finally turned to face him, eyes gleaming with resolve. Their hands found each other, fingers interlacing. Elsewhere, little May prowled the outer walls, her keen senses stretched toward the unknown. She had been restless since she caught the scent of spatial tear residue on the mark. Tonight, her sharp ears picked up faint whispers floating through the night breeze, voices carried on the wind, riddled with excitement and fear. "They say a sect vanished," a voice murmured nearby, "gone without a trace, left only a single footprint in the clouds." Little May's tail twitched. She crouched low, blending with the shadows, listening. Rumors like this were more than just stories. They were warnings. She vowed silently to keep her secrets for now. The moment to reveal what she knew would come, and when it did, Tianshun and the others would need her sharp instincts more than ever. Or maybe not at all. Back in the inner sanctum, Elder Su meditated silently, her mind weaving through memories of ancient wars and forgotten battles. Her fingers brushed a hidden compartment beneath the altar, revealing a small orb pulsing with faint azure light. "This vault," she whispered, "may hold more than treasure. It holds a reckoning." Feng Yin stepped forward, her voice steady but filled with urgency. "If the vault's gate mirrors their sealing arrays, then whatever lies inside was meant to be contained." Elder Su's eyes opened slowly. And now the seal is weakening. The following morning dawned with heavy clouds rolling over the Feiluan sect's peaks. Tianshun gathered with Feng Yin, Little May, Elder Su in the open courtyard beneath the ancient pine tree where the sect master often held council. The atmosphere was charged, the unspoken weight of the Hidden Sky Vault pressing down like the coming storm. The sect master, the man whose years had only deepened his calm and wisdom, spoke first. "The world is shifting beneath our feet," he said, voice steady. "The Hidden Sky Vault is no longer just rumor. It is a challenge to our strength, our wisdom, and our unity." He looked toward Tianshan. "The scouts must remain vigilant, but we will not send rash warriors into the unknown. We do not seek glory. We seek knowledge and preparedness." Elder Su stepped forward, nodding in agreement. "I have dispatched observation teams equipped with advanced concealment and spiritual detection arrays. They will report all anomalies and disturbances. Feng Yin added, "We are compiling all known data to reconstruct the vault's arrays. If we understand its structure, we may find a way to control or contain it." Tian Shun felt the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on his shoulders. The world outside was changing, and Phaluan's sect would be the anchor. Days passed with little direct change, but the tension remained palpable. Tian Shun and his scouts mapped every ley line quiver, every ripple in spiritual energy. One evening, as mist crept low over the mountains, Tian Shun stood again by the grotto where the black lotus heart fragment was sealed. He touched the cold stone barrier, feeling the faint pulse beneath, still silent, still waiting. Beside him, Feng Yin's voice was calm but resolute. "We've prepared, watched, and waited. Not waiting forever," Tian Shun said softly. "Just until we're ready." Her eyes searched his. "Then we keep moving forward." He nodded, clasping her hand. In the shadows beyond Phaluan's sect, unknown eyes watched. Silent watchers cloaked in shifting shadows whispered among themselves. And far above, unseen forces began their slow descent. Forces eager to claim the vault's power, or to ensure it never falls into mortal hands. Back at Phaluan's sect, life continued, disciplined, cautious, and hopeful. Scout teams rotated through their patrols with quiet efficiency. The inner sanctum scholars pored over scrolls, mapping possible energy veins linked to the vault. Disciples trained with renewed intensity, aware now that the world was stirring again. In the evenings, Tian Shun often returned to the viewing boulder, not to watch the horizon, but to listen. Not for sound, but for silence. The kind of silence that whispered warnings. One night, he convened a private meeting under moonlight, just a Feng Yin, Little May, and Drowsy seated around a quiet table beneath the spirit willow tree. "The vault isn't just waking," he said slowly. "It's listening." Little May frowned. "To what?" "How do I know that?" Tian Shun replied. Then Feng Yin leaned forward, her voice quiet and sharp. "Then whatever lies beyond that seal. It's not our turn to concern." She tapped the table with one nail. "The question here is whether we're ready for the secret realm." Feng Yin finished softly. Above them, the stars shifted behind thin clouds, and from deep beneath the earth, the fragment gave one faint, soundless throb. The hidden sky vault was a looming shadow on the horizon, a secret wrapped in mystery and danger. Tian Shun closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the world and the light of his comrades beside him. The path ahead was uncertain, but with patience, wisdom, and unity, Phaluan's sect would face whatever storm the vault unleashed. In the days that followed, the winds changed. Anomalies grew stronger. Winds that sang, clouds that shimmered with unnatural hues, spirit beasts that refused to pass certain ridges. Messages from observation teams hinted at fractures in space and time near the vault's rumored site. Tian Shun stood at the sect's gate one morning, eyes fixed eastward. Behind him, Feng Yin approached, silent as dew. "It's starting, isn't it?" she asked. "Yes," he murmured. "The secret realm is opening." Above them, the clouds parted, revealing a pillar of jade light in the distance. And so, the world began to shift again. CH-117, hit it now. A jade pillar split the sky, thin as a needle, but visible even from the deepest corners of Phaluan's sect. Like a beacon, it pulsed, once, then again, each thrum of light echoing into the spiritual network that bound heaven and earth. Tian Shun didn't flinch. Standing at the cliffside, his robes swaying in the winds summoned by the secret realm's awakening, he simply watched. Behind him, the sect stirred. Bells rang softly, 3 chimes in harmony. Not an alarm, but a signal. A call to readiness, not war. Footsteps approached. Feng Yin stood beside him again, eyes narrowed at the light. This time, there was no tea in her hands. Just a scroll tucked beneath her arm and the faint scent of ink clinging to her sleeves. "No one's denying it now," she said. "No, Tian Cindy Blaive. Now they'll race. Others already are." In the observation hall, Elder Su stood before a massive projection dome, an ancient mechanism once used only during large-scale campaigns. Tonight, it was lit from within, casting a spectral map of the Central Eastern border. Dozens of points pulsed on the grid. Sect teams, rogue cultivators, beast tamers, even foreign talisman sects from the Southern Front. Like moths to fire, ready to devour or be devoured. Elder Sumaterth. Fongyin joined her, eyes sharp, arms crossed. Not all of them will make it out. Most of them won't. Elder Suriplaith. But we may need some of them to go in first. The map shifted. One pulse blinked red, then vanished. Another team eliminated? Fongyin asked. Yes. No signal. Only residual distortion. The secret realm is rejecting some cultivators. We still don't know the pattern. Then let's not assume strength guarantees entry. By midday, the sect master convened his council. Not in the Jade Halls, but in the open-air valley where the roots of the Phalloan tree were said to touch the spiritual veins. Tian Shun stood among them. So did Feng Yin, Little Mei, Drowsy, and the 6 senior division leads. The sect master's voice was calm, resonant. The secret realm is awakening. That much is clear, but we will not act as others do. Not with panic, not with greed. He turned toward Tian Shun. You will assemble a team, not to claim the vault. Not yet, but to enter its outer edge. Tian Shun blinked. We're going in. Elder Swinterhictith. Just far enough to plant markers, recover data, and withdraw. It's reconnaissance. Nothing more. Feng Yi nodded. We've mapped entry points based on the ley line interference. There's one stable breach in the Jade Crescent Ridge, but it won't stay stable long. Tian Shun felt his heart beat louder, not out of fear, but the rising hum of purpose. When do we leave? The sect master smiled faintly. Tonight. As night fell, the team gathered on the eastern overlook. Tian Shun stood at the front, armor light, but reinforced with elder forged talismans. Feng Yin wore her traveling robes, her scroll pouch sealed and protected by spatial anchors. Little Mei stretched lazily on a roof beam above, Drowsy curled around her like a floating scarf. Su Wei arrived late, tripping over his own boots. Jun Lin and Ethan helped him up without a word. Their faces were pale, but determined. It will get you through the first layer, Feng Yin said, handing a compass to Tian Shun. He accepted it with a nod. We'll return by first light. Hope we do. She murmured. Then, without further fanfare, the team descended into the mist-covered path toward the Jade Crescent Light pillar. The breach shimmered like a wound in space, rippling with jade light, spiraling with echoes of foreign wind and colors that didn't belong in the mortal world. Tian Shun took a breath. Everyone ready? Feng Yin nodded. Little Mei's eyes gleamed. The scouts steadied their packs. Then they stepped through. The world inside was wrong. Sound didn't echo. Light bent strangely. Time felt diluted. They emerged on a floating terrace of white stone suspended above a sea of clouds, with distant land masses drifting like shattered islands. Enormous chains of spiritual metal spanned the sky, anchoring fragments of temples, forests, and towers together. Su Wei Gapet? It really is a vault. Yun Lin looked on Nisi. A broken one. Tian Shun held up a talisman. It glowed, faintly stable. Plant the markers, he said. Then we get out. They moved quickly, placing runic anchors at calculated intervals. Each marker emitted a soft hum as it latched onto the strange space. Tian Shun knelt beside a fractured altar, tracing patterns etched into the stone. These designs are quite old, she murmured. Possibly pre-Ascension era. We don't have time to decode, Feng Yin reminded. But before they could move, a sound unlike any other echoed from deeper within the realm. A low, resonant pulse. The kind that came not from structure, but from something alive. The team froze. The air shifted. Mist pulled back. Far off, a massive silhouette turned. Not physically, but within the perception of every cultivator present. Little May's tail bristled. "It knows we're here," she whispered. Tian Shun's grip tightened. "Fast! Move!" They turned, retreating swiftly, but the space itself resisted. Windless pressure slowed steps as the talismans flickered. "The realm is rejecting us now," Tian Shun yelled. Feng Yin ripped open a scroll. "Spatial turbulence. Hold still." With a burst of light, a gate reopened. They stumbled through, panting, just as the white terrace began to fracture behind them. Outside, the pillar of jade light pulsed again, brighter this time. Other sects were approaching. Portals opened on mountain paths. Flying ships and sword beams cut across the sky. Phaelon's team had made it inside, but they were no longer alone. The jade light still pulsed high above, but its rhythm had changed, faster now like a heartbeat. A warning. Tian Shun staggered forward, blood trailing from a shallow wound on his arm. The group had just barely exited the secret realm, but the realm hadn't let them go unscathed. Behind him, the portal rippled again. "Not good." Little May growled. "Something's coming through." Before they could regroup, the breach exploded outward in a burst of distorted light and roaring pressure. From within, 3 figures emerged, not human, but wearing the shape of men, each clad in broken armor. Their auras reeked of ancient decay and fragmented time. "Guardian remnants," Feng Yin said, eyes wide. "Leftover from whoever sealed the vault." The lead creature raised a rusted halberd and let out a guttural cry that vibrated through marrow and soul. "Formation." Su Wei threw up a barrier, but the halberd cleaved it in two with a single swing, sending him flying into the rocks. Ethan caught him with a talisman net, but her shoulder dislocated with the impact. Little May vanished from sight, only to reappear above the second guardian with her claws extended. Her strike met resistance, an invisible ward, but she pushed through, gouging a scar down the creature's arm. Feng Yin summoned 3 burning seals and slapped them into the air. They ignited into twin phoenixes that dove at the third figure. The guardian responded by unleashing a pulse of decayed chi, eroding the flames midair, but not fast enough. Boom! The explosion knocked it back a step. "These things don't die easily," Jun Lin shouted, hurling spiritual kunai in rapid succession. They hit but bounced. Tian Shun charged forward. Sword drawn, he leapt into the air, his chi flaring into a brilliant silver arc. He brought it down onto the lead guardian's halberd, meeting it blow for blow. The clash echoed like thunder, blasting dust and shattered rock in every direction. "These are just mindless beasts, so focus," he hissed. The second guardian turned mid-air and fired a burst of golden runes directly at their backline. Ethan erected a dome, just in time. The runes struck, shattered, and the dome cracked like glass, but have just enough time for Feng Yin to erect a more powerful barrier. "Now!" she shouted. Tian Shun responded with another slash, this time infused with both lightning and fire chi. The halberd snapped in half. The guardian howled with an ancient sound, raw and agonized. Jun Lin and Su Wei moved in with synchronized attacks, daggers and formations, forcing the injured guardian back toward the breach. But the third figure raised its hand, and the ground below erupted with corpse vines, twisting toward the sky like skeletal fingers. "Dogdi!" Feng Yin warned. Little May spun midair and spit out fire from her mouth. The flames hit the third figure's forehead, sealing a rune that began to burn. It stumbled. "Hit it! Now!" she screamed. Feng Yin, blood trickling from her temple, released her final talisman, a dragon seal, glowing gold. It wrapped around the guardian's chest like a chain and constricted. Boom! The guardian disintegrated in a flare of light. Only 2 remained. But the breach pulsed again, once then twice. "Reinforcements, probably," Tianshan muttered. "We need to finish this." He closed his eyes. A second later, his chi exploded outward. Silver lightning arced across the battlefield. His blade grew longer, more radiant. He moved like a comet, vanishing and reappearing before the second guardian. This time, no words, just a clean horizontal cut. It fell. The lead guardian roared and lunged with its broken halberd. But Tian Shun dogged dead the blade. "You're done," and drove his sword upward through its core. The guardian convulsed, then vanished into ash. The breach sealed behind them. Everyone stood, panting, covered in bruises and dust. Then Tian Shun smiled. "We survived. For now." But they all knew. That was only the first wave. CH-118, Lutz. The jade pillar still shimmered faintly in the sky above, its pulses now irregular, more like a flicker than a beacon. The clash at the breach had left the atmosphere tense but unbroken. The team regrouped silently, catching their breath amid the lingering haze of spiritual distortion. Tianxian wiped a trickle of sweat and blood from his brow. His robe was torn, and bruises marred his arms, but the fire of determination still burned in his eyes. "We will move forward," he said simply, voice steady despite exhaustion. "We've come too far to turn back." Feng Yin disagreed, adjusting the seals on her sleeves. "Our data is incomplete. The secret realm isn't what we expected. We need to see more." Little May, licking a fresh wound on her shoulder, crouched low. "I don't like this place. It's unstable. Like a heartbeat skipping beats." Drowsy floated nearby, her eyes narrowed in thought. Su Wei rubbed his jaw, wincing as he flexed his fingers. "After that fight, I'm not sure my spirit can take much more. But I agree. We must proceed." Jun Lin and Yifan exchanged uneasy glances but silently readied their weapons. The broken halberd, shattered talismans, and scarred terrain all whispered a grim warning. But their mission was clear. They advanced cautiously along the floating terrace, stepping carefully between fractured stones that hovered like broken dreams suspended in mist. The chains of spiritual metal above groaned softly, as if the vault itself breathed around them. Every footfall seemed to echo into an abyss, but no sound returned. Light bent at odd angles, distorting their perceptions. Time, too, slipped like water through fingers, sometimes dragging, sometimes rushing. "This place doesn't obey the regular laws," Feng Yin murmured, tracing a pale rune glowing faintly beneath the stones. Tian Shun crouched beside her, eyes scanning the markings. "The patterns here, they don't match any known formation. Not even close." Little May's ears twitched. They moved forward, placing new markers at intervals, each one humming softly as it anchored their position. After several tense hours, the group reached a vast chamber, an immense hall suspended on a floating island of shattered marble and crystal pillars. The walls shimmered with shifting light, revealing ancient murals that flickered like ghostly visions. They depicted scenes of war and sealing rituals, but with figures warped and incomplete. Feng Yin's voice was low as she studied them. This vault was not just a treasure trove or a tomb. It was a battleground. Sue scanned the room nervously. But who fought here, and what did they try to obtain? Jun Lin stepped forward, eyes narrowing on a massive sigil etched into the floor. Whatever it was, it left scars. Tian Shun drew his sword, its edge gleaming with qi. "Stay alert." The chamber silence broke suddenly with a low rumble. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the chains above shifted, resonating with ancient power. A shard of the floor cracked and split open. From the fissure emerged a spectral form, half material, half void, its eyes blazing with forgotten wrath. The spirit howled, releasing a pulse that pushed the group back. Tian Shin steadied himself, raising his sword. "Prepare." The battle erupted again, faster, fiercer. Su Wei summoned protective talismans, weaving barriers that shimmered with runic fire. Jun Lin and Yifan attacked from the flanks, their strikes precise but cautious. Little May darted through the air, her claws tearing at the apparition, but it passed through her like smoke. Feng Yin chanted, her seals burning brighter as she unleashed a torrent of spiritual flames. Tian Shun led the charge, his blade slicing through the spirit's form with silver lightning, yet it resisted, reforming instantly. "We can't kill it," he yelled. "We need to seal it." Feng Yi nodded, preparing a complex binding formation. The air thickened with energy as the team coordinated, driving the spirit toward the center of the sigil. With a final incantation, Feng Yi released the seal. The spirit screamed, a sound of shattered worlds, and was drawn into the sigil's core, vanishing with a flash. Panting and shaken, the group took stock. "That was no ordinary guardian," Feng Yi said grimly. Tian Shun wiped blood from his lip. "And the secret realm isn't done yet." They pressed deeper, guided by the jade compass Tian Shun had warned. Hours passed. They traversed impossible geometries, corridors folding into themselves, stairways that led nowhere, islands adrift in an endless void. Every step blurred their sense of time. The vault warped reality, bending laws as if to test their resolve. Then, at the heart of this labyrinth, they found it. A colossal chamber, cavernous beyond comprehension. At its center, a pool of swirling energy churned in complete silence, black, dense, and slow, like a void dreaming. And above it, suspended midair by threads of raw spiritual force, hovered something entirely out of place. Dozens of relics. Weapons, talismans, pills, jade slips, scrolls, glowing cores, even entire shrines, floating in perfect orbit around a large, obsidian lotus fragment. It pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat with insomnia. Tian Shan froze in mid-step. "That looks suspiciously like a loot room," he said. Feng Yin blinked. "That's not just loot. That's actual high-quality equipment. High-star pills, spirit inscriptions. That's..." Little May made a high-pitched squeak. "Treasure room. It's a treasure room." Sue had already taken out a bag and was shaking it open with both hands. Okay. Nobody touch anything magical-looking that's hovering weirdly or glowing green," Tian Shun said, stepping forward carefully. "Just grab what's stable, marked, or preferably labeled." "I'm labeling everything mine," Little May muttered, already stuffing spiritual beads in her pouch like a raccoon hoarding shiny rocks. Feng Yin conjured a warding circle just to be safe. "None of the protective formations are active," she observed. "I think this wasn't meant to be defended." Ethan raised a brow. "Then what was all that guardian and collapsing chamber nonsense earlier?" "Distraction," Tian Shin muttered, picking up a scroll that burst into golden light before sealing itself into his storage ring. "Or insurance. Probably both." Junlin poked a jade chest with the butt of his spear. It didn't explode. He opened it and promptly inhaled sharply. 80 high-grade spirit stones. "At least, someone help me carry this." "Already on it," Su Wei whispered, snatching it from his side like a seasoned pickpocket. The vault shimmered again, and a low rumble echoed, but this time it wasn't threatening. It sounded more like a grumble. "Was that the vault?" Feng Yin asked, frowning. "I think we're raiding its pantry," Little May replied. "It's just annoyed." Tian Shun swept his sword across a floating orb of condensed sword essence, which politely dropped into his satchel. "All right," he said, voice brisk. "Everyone got your share of absurdly valuable mystery items." Drowsy floated by with an ancient war banner dangling from her mouth like a puppy with a stick. "That's a yes," Tian Shun confirmed. "Let's vanish." At the exit, the breach shimmered. Not trembling. Not hostile. Just expectant. As if the vault itself was saying, "All right, fine, take it and go." "Wait," Junlin said, glancing back. "Aren't we going to seal the place, or at least destroy the path? What if someone else gets all this?" They all looked back at the floating chamber, now emptier than a merchant's honesty. "Good point, boss," Yunlin conceded. Outside, the sky was still moonless, the stars just beginning to pierce the mist. Tianshin stepped out of the breach with the others right behind him. As they crossed the threshold, The vault behind them gave a final flicker, and with a polite bloop, the portal quietly folded shut like a curtain after a show. No explosión. No seismic rupture. Just the dignified silence of a place that had been thoroughly robbed. They stood at the edge of the overlook, panting, not from battle this time, but from frenzied spiritual looting. Sue fell on his back and wheezed. That was the best robbery I've ever been part of. Little May nodded solemnly. We should commit more crimes together. Tian Shun, expression unreadable, pulled out a jade slip. What is it? Feng Yin asked. He opened it. A light projection of ancient sword scripture lit the night air. Complete heaven-cleaving sword manual, he read, annotated by an ancient sect leader of celestial sword sect. Handwritten and signed, even Drowsy whistled. Yun Lin sat down heavily. We were sent to scout. We just became rich. Yi fan similet faintly. We're going to get executed, aren't we? No, Tian Shun said. We're going to tell the sect master. He paused. They all stared at him. That the vault rejected us early. No stabil markers. Everything collapsed. Nothing usable gained. Silence. Then Sue said, You mean we lie? I mean we strategically report partial information. Tian Shun corrected. Feng Yin gave a thin smile. I'll write the report. Little May raised her paw. I was never here. Later, far behind the mist, several sects arrived at the breach site. They found nothing. No light, no portal, no secret realm, no vault. Only the lingering scent of burned space and one single spirit stone left behind, deliberately cracked and stamped with a paw print. No one knew what it meant. But the legend began to spread. Someone got there first, and they took everything. CH-119, full of lies. The morning after their return, the Feluan sect was unusually quiet. No horns, no alarms, no feasting, just the distant hum of formation walls adjusting to the returning root division team. Tian Shin stood alone before the ancient pavilion nestled beside the Feluan tree's roots, where the sect master often held his audiences. He looked more traveler than hero, dust-streaked, robes patched with scars, eyes red-rimmed from a long night of definitely not sorting treasure. The sliding screen parted. Enter. Came the calm, sonorous voice within. Tian Shun stepped into the pavilion. The sect master stood with his back to him, gazing at a miniature spiritual map of the continent carved into a massive stone basin. The jade pillar, once prominent near the central eastern border, was now gone. Without turning, the sect master asked, What did you find? Tian Shin bowed. The breach allowed limited access. We encountered resistance and eventually spatial collapse. No clear markers remained stable. In short, the sect master said, finally turning, You found nothing. Tian Shun's face didn't change. Not of strategic value, no. The sect master studied him for a long moment, as if waiting for confession, then spoke out. You lost a scroll last week, a minor ledger on formation, and yet here you are, face steady while telling me the greatest secret realm anomaly in a century had no usable returns. Tian Shun cleared his throat. There were some environmental anomalies and an old banner, but the formation energies were unstable. Unstable, the sect master echoed, amused. Yes, Tian Shun said. Very. The sect master reached into his sleeve and pulled out a cracked spirit stone, stamped with a paw print. He held it between two fingers. One of our disciples found this outside the breach. They think it's a coded challenge. But Tian Shun didn't flinch. Possibly. The sect master raised an eyebrow. Your fox companion? Where was she? She was never there, Tian Shun said without hesitation. A beat passed. Then the sect master laughed, softly, but with a hint of genuine enjoyment. Very well. He turned back to the basin. Let the others dig. Stir each other into a frenzy. You and your team will rest. Quietly. No sharing of what you didn't find. Understood. Tian Shun smiled faintly. Understood. And Tian Shun? He paused. The sect master didn't look back. Next time you loot a sacred vault before the rest of the continent arrives, don't leave a paw print. Yes, sect master. Meanwhile, in the hidden sky vault ruins, 3 ships from a Flaming Sun sect hovered above the fractured Jade Ridge. Elders and disciples combed the mountainside like desperate ants. One elder knelt before a scorched spot on the cliff. There was a portal here, he muttered. I could feel it. The talisman readings fluctuated erratically. Any luck with residual energy? Asked another. None. It's like the realm folded in on itself and erased all traces. We're picking up just echoes, not essence. Farther down the slope, a disciple ran up, out of breath. Reporting in, we found a tree root. A root? Yes, it looks spiritual. The elder examined it. This is just a normal tree root with spiritual residue, probably from a Phaloan tree. A pause. Did Phaloan's sect already arrive? They say they only scouted and left early. And took nothing? Yes, elder. A long silence followed. Then the elder stood up and screamed into the mountains. Liars! Across the eastern border, similar scenes unfolded. The Crimson Needle Pavilion found nothing but broken terrain and a few talisman shards burned beyond recognition. The Floating Cloud School attempted to trace spirit signatures, but kept circling the same dead coordinates. The Golden Palm sect declared the vault a hoax and went home sulking. Whispers began to spread through the cultivator world. The vault must have been a mirage. Maybe it was only ever accessible to a chosen few. Or maybe someone emptied it. Every sect suspected someone. Everyone knew it had been raided, but no one had proof. Back in Phaloan's sect, the scout division resumed quiet training in a back courtyard. A subtle current of smug satisfaction danced through the air, but no one spoke of it openly. Ethan practiced new array configurations, a subtle smile on her lips. Her talismans seemed to shine just a little brighter, her confidence more grounded. Junlin cleaned his spear while quietly humming an ancient war song. He had added a new charm to his weapon, a glowing sigil that hadn't been there the week before. Su Wei used his newfound wealth to commission snacks from all 5 kitchens, claiming intensive calorie recovery as justification. He waddled between courtyards with a spirit beast-sized bun in one hand and a peach in the other. Little May napped in a hammock woven from spiritual vines, chewing spirit fruit and carving fake paw prints into rocks just in case. Drowsy floated beside her, wearing an ornate circlet as if it were a snack tray. No one asked where it came from. Tian Shun sat by a pond under moonlight, flipping open a jade slip. The ancient sword manual glowed faintly. Feng Yin approached, scrolls tucked under one arm. Nice reporting today, she said dryly. Tian Shin glanced up. It wasn't a lie, not completely at least. No, just generously vague. She sat beside him. They'll keep searching for months. I know. They'll hate us more when they realize we didn't even leave the trash. I know. A pause. Feng Yin leaned back against a tree trunk. We're definitely getting blamed if anything else goes wrong in the region. Absolutely. She smiled. Worth it. Tianshan looked at the stars above, quiet. But until then, he said, voice calm, let's train and enjoy being rich. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment longer. Then, from across the courtyard, Su Wei yelled, Who stole my peach pudding? I specially sealed that. I was never here. Little May shouted from a hammock. Drowsy belched softly and drifted behind a tree, glowing faintly pink. Tian Shen didn't even look up from his jade slip. The real mystery, he murmured, is how that pudding vanished before you even walked away from it. Feng Yin chuckled. Su Wei stomped into the courtyard like a man on a mission, putting rage in every step. His cheeks were puffed, and his spirit pouch flapped loosely at his hip, emptier than his stomach and his pride. I left it under triple seal, next to my backup storage bag, he shouted. With triple seals. Junlin didn't look up from polishing his spear. Your first mistake was thinking food is safe in a courtyard with a fox and a floating glutton. Little May opened one eye from her hammock. I only took half. I left the spoon, didn't I? You left the spoon. In my pouch. She yawned. A parting gesture of respect. Drowsy drifted by overhead, looking decidedly unconcerned as she hiccuped softly and glowed a pleasant shade of peach. Feng Yin buried her laughter in a cough, while Tian Shun turned a page in the glowing sword manual with exaggerated calm. Su Wei, he said mildly, a man must be prepared to lose everything in pursuit of enlightenment. Your peach pudding is a lesson in detachment. I'll let this slide only because boss said. Su Wei growled, slumping onto a bench. From the far wall, Ethan finally looked up from her formation diagrams. If you lots put as much energy into training as you did into food theft and dramatic lies by omission, you've been at least able to fight boss equally already. We didn't lie. Junlin said. We omitted aggressively, strategically. Tianshan added. Feng Yin looked at the group, then around the peaceful courtyard, at the faint glow of sealed treasures hidden beneath floorboards, at the newly upgraded training dummies that no one had asked about, at the sudden surplus of rare spirit herbs growing a little too conveniently near Little May's nap spot. They had looted a sacred vault, misreported the truth, and returned rich beyond reason. And yet, for now, the sky was calm, the sect was quiet, and no one had asked too many questions. It was, she realized, the most peace they'd had in months. I'm not complaining, she said aloud, stretching her arms. But it almost feels... Tian Shun's expression didn't change, but he closed the jade slip slowly. It is, but do not worry, it won't last. Feng Yin glanced at him. The secret realm, I think there's more to it, which means someone else might trigger it again. Or worse, Tian Shin said softly. Across the courtyard, Little May sat up slightly in her hammock. You mean like Vault 2.0, the revenge? Vault 2.0, Tianshan muttered. Please no. Feng Yin sighed. Don't jinx it. Tianshan cracked his knuckles. Doesn't matter. Whatever comes next, we're stronger than before. And more importantly, he patted the sword manual. Experienced. Drowsy floated upside down in a lazy circle, emitting a musical chime. Feng Yin smiled, then stood. Well, I have reports to forge, talismans to encrypt, and a sect to deceive. She gave Tian Shen a mock salute. Enjoy your illegal enlightenment. He returned it with a wry bow. Good luck with the paperwork. As she walked off, the stars glittered overhead, too bright, too sharp. Tian Shan stayed seated by the pond. Somewhere, deep beneath the world's surface, the hidden sky vault trembled once more. But here, tonight, they were quiet. Not victorious. Not innocent. But still together. And, for the first time in a long while, free. And across the sect, the stars above, Phaluin shone just a little brighter. CH-120, planning vacation. The moon was full above Phaluin's sect. Its silvery light spilled over the central courtyard like liquid serenity, illuminating the curved rooftops, the glimmering mist, and the edges of spirit wards that hummed gently in the night. Somewhere in the distance, firecrackers went off. Tianshan leaned against the old camphor tree beside the training pond, sipping quietly from a jade gourd filled with warm spirit wine. He had no idea who had set off the fireworks, but judging by the faint, drunken cheering from the western courtyard, he didn't have to guess long. Feng Yin sat beside him, her shoulder brushing his. She wasn't wearing her usual formal robes, but instead a loose inner robe of twilight blue, sleeves rolled up, hair loosely tied back. She had a peach slice skewered on her brush. Across from them, Little May lay sprawled across an entire silk blanket like a victorious bandit queen, paws up, belly full, 5 different pouches scattered around her. She had a spirit pearl in one paw and a half-eaten pastry in the other. Drowsy floated slowly in the air above her, wearing a tiny custom-made crown that glowed faintly with chi, courtesy of some discarded essence from the secret realm, apparently. She spun in lazy circles, tail trailing behind her like a comet. I can't feel my tail, Little May murmured, eyes closed. I'm full, beyond full. I'm cosmically full. You ate 11 mooncakes, Feng Yin said, sipping her wine. Then you drank half of Su Wei's experimental honeydew tonic. Frankly, it's a miracle you're still alive. I saw the void, Little May replied solemnly. It tasted like black sesame. Tian Shun chuckled softly, letting the warmth of the moment settle into his bones. Feng Yin leaned closer. You ever think it'd be like this? Us, Tian Shun said, eyes on the sky. Under the stars, post-secret robbery? She smiled. More or less. He paused. I thought we'd be hunted, maybe, or at least interrogated. But instead, we're celebrating with stolen pudding, enchanted jewelry, and spirit fireworks, she finished. Cultivation life. A comfortable silence fell. Elsewhere, from a rooftop, Su Wei's voice echoed through the night. Behold, the phantom peach flagon, cup of legend. A glowing peach-shaped goblet soared into the sky, spinning with a halo of spiritual chi before exploding into a musical chime and misting the area with fragrant juice. Junlin groaned somewhere in the shadows. He enchanted his wine cup again. Ethan's annoyed voice followed. It's the 5th one today. I'm logging this as a spiritual artifact abuse. Su Wei's voice came again. Don't be jealous. It glows in 17 colors and whispers excitement while I drink. Back in the courtyard, Feng Yin covered her mouth to hide her laughter, watching from a CCTV-like artifact. He's going to break reality at this rate. I think reality already gave up on him, Tian Shun said, deadpan. From her blanket, Little May wiggled a paw lazily. Can I get a cup that whispers poetry? Or insults my enemies? You already insult your enemies. Tian Shun murmured from overhead. Usually mid-battle, with puns. Those are combat enhancements. Feng Yin reached for a flask and poured a little more wine into Tian Shun's cup. So what now? He looked at her. Now. She met his gaze, her voice quieter. We fought off sect infiltrators, beaten demon remnants, survived a collapsing secret realm, looted a treasure vault, lied to the sect master, and made off with enough resources to start our own dynasty. So what now? Tian Shun tilted his head, considering. We will train, I guess. Feng Yin raised an eyebrow. That's it. He smirked. What else? Want to build a sky fortress, maybe? Or tame a sacred beast? Or raise a flying fox army? Little May suggested helpfully. Absolutely not, Tian Shun said at once. Too late, said Little May. Already in planning phase. First squad will be the Crimson Cuddlepaws. Clucked it. Drowsy nodded solemnly. Tian Shun sighed. I regret giving you both free time. Su Wei strolled past with 2 kitchen maids, each carrying trays piled high with food, desserts, and tiny glowing fireworks shaped like spirit beasts. He waved cheerfully. Don't wait up. I'm heading to Pavilion 3 to test the resonant wine pool. I've got talismans for soaking in synchronized spiritual vibration. It's going to be divine. Ethan trailed behind him, clearly trying to confiscate his scrolls before he blew up something important. Su Wei, if you destabilize Pavilion 3's roof again, I swear I'll inscribe a hex onto your pants. Too late. He called back. These are already hex-proofed. Back in Tian Shun's little sweet home, Feng Yin leaned closer and whispered, You know, we could go somewhere. Tian Shun glanced at her. Where? She smiled coyly. Anywhere. We got maps now. We have spirit ships, tokens, keys. A few weeks off duty. You're proposing a vacation? She nodded. A long, overdue one. Tian Shun stared at her, then at the stars. Can I bring my sword? Feng Yin sighed. Only if you let IT sleep. Deal. Behind them, Little May suddenly sat up and pointed to the pond. The fish is glowing. Tian Shun frowned. Which one? The one with 3 eyes. We don't have a 3-eyed. A massive fish leapt out of the pond, glowing with spiritual light and trailing glitter. It landed in the water with a crash, spraying everyone. Little May blinked. I might have fed it a sliver of a pill from the secret realm. Feng Yin wiped her face. What kind of pill? Little May hesitated. Spiritual awareness? Drowsy floated higher as if to say, the fish just tried to challenge me to a duel, and I ain't gonna lose. Tianshan face-bombed. I'm banning you from vault leftovers. Too late, Little May grinned. I buried the rest under the peach tree. A pause. Feng Yin whispered. That explains why the tree's bottom looked holed up. Across the sect, the fireworks flared again. From distant rooftops, other members of the scout division launched spirit birds into the sky. Some for joy, some for mischief, and one, accidentally, into Yi Fen's hair. But for Tian Shun, sitting beside his most trusted companions, surrounded by laughter and danger and absolute chaos. It was perfect. A rare kind of joy cultivators rarely got, and he let himself feel it. Just for tonight. He took another sip of wine and tilted his head toward Feng Yin. Let's go somewhere with no ancient seals, no collapsing realms, and no talking fish. Feng Yin clinked her cup against his. Tomorrow, she said. Tianshan smiled. Tonight, the stars above Feluin glowed brighter than ever, and the scout division, secretly wealthy, suspiciously quiet, and dangerously close to being mythologized, slept soundly. Until tomorrow, when the real trouble would no doubt begin again. The next morning, just after dawn, 3 figures slipped out of the Feluin sect's eastern gate under the illusion of mundane errands. Tian Shan wore a travel cloak and a wide-brimmed spirit hat that made him look suspiciously like a wandering merchant. Feng Yin walked beside him with a lacquered box tucked under her arm, hair tied in a relaxed braid. Little May rode atop Tian Shan's shoulders, her tails bundled into a travel wrap, wearing tiny goggles that made her look like a war-era pilot preparing for a raid. Behind them, the scout division courtyard lay suspiciously quiet. Too quiet. I left Jun Lin in charge, Tianshan said. Feng Yin raised an eyebrow. You trust him? He'll either run the team smoothly or declare himself emperor of the scout division by noon. Both seem equally likely, she admitted. And Su Wei? Busy. He's been trying to enchant his new robe to play theme music when he walks. They passed the last ward boundary. The mountain path opened before them, lined with early blooming plum trees. Birds chirped. Drowsy yawned audibly. Where to first? Feng Yin asked. There's a floating hot spring in the clouded Ember Village. Remote, quiet, probably haunted, but warm. Sounds perfect. They shared a look. Then Little May pointed forward like a commander on a divine ship. To relaxation, snacks, and gossip-free horizons. Away. Drowsy flared her chi and zipped ahead. Feng Yin chuckled and followed, skirts catching the wind. Tian Shun lingered a moment, glancing back at the sect behind him, at the quiet rooftops, the soft glow of protection arrays, and the distant thud of what sounded like Su Wei's 4th musical robe experiment failing spectacularly. He smiled, then turned and walked into the mist. Back in the sect, Jun Lin stood atop a training platform, arms folded, overlooking the scout division ranks. Ethan was already drafting a formal inventory of every single item recovered from the vault, minus the dozen things that mysteriously vanished in transit. Su Wei strolled in with an absurd fan behind him, shaped like a lotus and radiating fire Q. Chi. It glowed to the beat of his steps, accompanied by faint drumming. Reporting in, he declared. New robe enchantment test complete. It exploded, Ethan said flatly. Artfully. Jun Lin rolled his eyes. We're in charge now. No scandals, no vault leaks, and absolutely no new sect legends starting with. You won't believe what the scout division did this time. Understood. Su Wei raised a hand. What if it's funny? Especially then, Jun Lin snapped. Yi Fan looked at it. They're not even gone for a day, and we're already 2 incidents in. Yun Lin sighed. Boss left us in the sect. We don't mess this up. So waste my... So, we mess it up a little? Jun Lin gave him a deadly stare. Fine. Minimal chaos. And so, as Tian Shun and his closest companions vanished into a rare reprieve, the scout division remained behind. Loyal. Ridiculous. And only mildly explosive.